Down to the ground and hear from Quentin Hull with the two captains.
Mahendra, good to see you back in Brisbane. The boys no doubt full of confidence, and you get first use of this pitch. What do you make of it?
We are batting first. It looks like a good track, and if you see the past, it does a bit in the evening under the lights. So we're looking to bat first, and hopefully if we can get a good start, and we'll look to pose a good total and put them under pressure, because batting is the concern area when it comes to the Australian team right now. But you always have the capability to go out in and really explode. So we are hoping for the best out here.
Your team is still a pretty young one, so how much did they get out of the way they played in Sydney on Sunday night?
Well, it's not about the last game, each and every game that whatever they are playing, it's adding to their confidence, it's adding to their experience, especially when you play good sides in the world, especially Australia, It's not like if you're playing one game, you get experience of one game. If you play a side like Australia, then the experience that you get if you play 10 games against them, it mounts to around 15 or 20 odd one-day international experience.
And I believe Sharma's not playing today. Why is he out?
Yeah, Ishant is not fit. He has a bruised finger, so instead of Ishant, we have Srishant.
OK, well, good luck today.
Thanks a lot.
And the Australian captain, Ricky Ponting. Look, Ricky, you've got to play well regardless, but how important a toss is this going to be? You've got to bowl first here.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure. The wicket looks pretty good today. It's a bit drier than normal here. Generally, if anything, if there's a bit of moisture in the wicket, it does get harder to bat on second. So because it's dry, I think it'll actually be a pretty good wicket to bat second on. So we've got some work to do with the new ball today. Hopefully get some early breakthroughs, and we'll see how we go from there.
And any changes from Sydney?
Just the one change. Brad Hogg comes out and Stuart Clark comes back in and replaces him. We just felt with these sort of wicket conditions here that Clark will probably do a better job for us.
How tough a call is that, knowing that if you don't win today, it's Hoggy's last appearance?
Yeah, of course, it's very tough, but you've got to pick what you think's the right team for the conditions, and sentiment goes a long way, but when there's a series on the line like this, you just have to pick who you think are your best 5 bowlers.
And just since Sunday, what's the team been talking about as far as what you need to turn around to force it to Adelaide?
Look, I had a good chat to the boys after the game down in Sydney, and it was mainly just about match awareness, being aware of what's required in certain situations, and being able to get that job done. There's no excuses for us now. We've been the best team in the competition right the way through, and it's up to us now to make sure we play some good cricket today.
Good luck, Ricky.
Thanks, mate.
The umpires are coming out, and we'll be seeing the Australian players in a moment, no doubt led out by Adam Gilchrist. No, Ponting's coming out first, even though it's, Gilchrist's last appearance here at the Gabba, and they're going to form a huddle. And the Australian players today all wearing black armbands as a mark of respect for the late Norman O'Neill. Norman O'Neill, who was one of the most exhilarating batsmen that Australian cricket has seen, and also a very strong voice on the game when he joined us here, as he did for a number of years as an ABC commentator. And as Kerry would remember, also a staunch St George man.
He was indeed, and a host of us grew up admiring Norm O'Neill, and the verve with which he played his cricket, and he was a St George born, St George raised. He's one of our finest in the St George area where I'm from, and he's missed because of what he offered in a number of areas.
One of the most exciting batsmen, I think, as youngsters we ever saw. Those thundering back foot drives down the ground that used to shatter the pickets regularly.
Everybody wanted to drive like Norman O'Neill and field in the covers like Norman O'Neill of my era. All those born around the late 40s, early 50s. He was the first brilliant fieldsman we saw. And we wanted to chuck the stumps down, and we wanted to smack fast bowlers back past them off the back foot when they dropped short. We didn't. We often just bunted it to silly mid off, but we aspired to do the back foot driving that Norman O'Neill did. It's funny, I read obituaries on him. He was a nervous starter, and I remember one day I went to the SCG, and his nervousness was highlighted. And he took an eternity to get off the age, and they put a ring field with about 6 men round the bat, and he on-drove Neil Hawke for 4, and I jumped off my school case and applauded on the hill. Yeah. Get that up, you South Australia. And he nicked the next ball.
You have an affinity with South Australia, don't you?
Not a fan. No, that's all changed after walking along the banks of that river.
All right.
During the test match. And surviving.
You might be back there on Friday.
Yeah, well.
Do you think that's going to happen?
I think $1.40 Australia is good value. I think it is going to happen. I just think this side, when its pride is stung, it often rebounds immediately. And they're hurting after that loss the other night.
Well, let's see.
First they got to bowl India out.
Yeah, let's see how resilient they are. Here comes Brett Lee. First ball of the game is a very wide delivery. Not a Harmison wide, but it went a long way after pitching outside the off stump. It was near the return crease, and it kept going away. And Gilchrist was gathering it in between Hayden and Ponting in the slips. So that was certainly a loosener, a very loose loosener. And the scoreboard ticks to 1 immediately. So there's no Sharma. That's Ishant Sharma for India today because he bruised his finger during that fine spell of bowling in Sydney. And Srisanth has come in for him. Australia have got Stuart Clark replacing Brad Hogg. Lee from the Vulture Street end bowls a better ball that pitches and moves away. And it has the batsman just wandering across and looking with Tendulkar down at the non-strikers end. Robin Uthappa is out there to open, and it'll be interesting to see how well Tendulkar moves. He was struggling at the end of his magnificent innings the other night. That groin strain really slowed him up, but he seems to be walking around quite freely at the non-strikers end. So it's fine and it's sunny. High expectation about Australia's performance here after losing the first final. Lee goes running in, and Uthappa plays a drive which is stopped in the covers by Simons, and he immediately flicks it up as he falls away to grab the ball to his mate Michael Clark at point. So I don't think there's any doubt about Australia's athleticism in the field. It'll be interesting to see how well they bowl, particularly to Tendulkar, because he had the better of them decisively the other night.
He was magnificent, little Sachin. Ball's swinging for Brett Lee. That's a good sign. It's blue sky, a number of clouds, but white ball moving.
He runs in towards Uthappa and he gets an outswinger which he leaves. He saw the length just outside the off stump and decided it was going to shape away, which it did, so he withdrew his bat. So the usual period of watchfulness here, but India have momentum coming into this game after their very strong performance. They won by 25 balls and 6 wickets to spare. They've only beaten Australia once here. That was 4 years ago, but I recall that game in March 1992 when they lost by just 1 run in the World Cup to Australia. That was a thrilling game. As Lee bowls now, and that swings again, and Uthappa is watching it move away outside the off stump. So, as I mentioned before, Australia have got a pretty good record on most of the grounds around the country. That's no surprise. They've got a good record everywhere. But here in Brisbane, it's almost 50-50 in terms of wins and losses over the years. 14 wins against 12 losses in 29 games. They always tended to start the one-day series slowly, normally with a loss up here in Brisbane to open the campaign. Lee runs in and Uthappa drives at the ball and gets it through the covers. Chased by Clark. It looks a pretty fast outfield, which Clark is now running back on for the 1-2. There's a danger of a run out. They were not going to take 3. There was a bit of indecision as Clark tossed to Simons, who ripped the ball back, and Uthappa was looking for a third. And as well as Tendulkar plays, I have to say sometimes he runs his own runs a bit harder than his teammates.
And he almost ran himself out 2 or 3 times in the 90s the other night. Amazing for such a calm player under pressure. How his running between the wickets can be completely erratic. Simons didn't chase fully there. Clark was yards ahead of him, Michael Clark.
Lee bowls a good ball near the off stump, which causes Uthappa to get right across and defend it well, covering up any potential movement. So a wide and a couple of runs from Lee's opening over. India winning the toss and batting. And we've all been speculating on what sort of advantage that can be here at the Gabba, given the way the ball hoops around in the twilight time. So it's none for 3 after the opening over, and Australia have added Stuart Clark to their attack, and Nathan Bracken is going to be, as usual, sharing the new ball, who'll come in a moment from the Stanley Street end. The umpires, Simon Taufel and Tony Hill for this game.
Well, Brett Lee got 5 for 27 in game 1 of this series, or way back when? When did it start? January. So, and bowled India
February.
Bowled India out for 194. But as we know, the rain came at 3 for 51 with Sharma on fire and Australia struggling. So 194 was going to be hard to get. Bracken was the most expensive that night. 1 for 55 from 9, and he's coming from the, I was going to say the Clem Jones stand end.
Yes.
Very retro today. It was right in the 70s.
Bracken bowls, and it's flicked away by Tendulkar. He's just resuming his innings. Walked across his stumps, and a little flick around the corner. And this looks a pitch that he could be dangerous on again. If he gets through the first few overs and the ball's moving around, look out, folks. He's off the mark to his first ball, and the score's ticked over to 4.
He's worried about this, the people around the sight screen. There's a lot of movement either side of the sight screen. That's a thoroughfare there, so that's going to continue.
Here's Bracken bowling to Uthapar, who's back. He's taken on the pad, the ball bouncing over the stumps, but he was a long, long way across there, making a big step across his crease, which may expose his stumps to the full pitch ball. And Tendulkar just coming down to talk to him about something or other as he gets himself organised at the start of this game. A big game for both teams. India in a very confident mood after that win the other night. Bracken bowls. Uthapar is across again. He flicks it off his pads to backward square. Has one, and he'll return for a second run. Clark running around the boundary at backward square. So Uthapar is 4 and the total 6 in the second over.
Ray Phillips is lobbed. Part of our squad today. Hello, Razor.
How are you, Ray?
What's our team
Nice to
today?
see you here.
You, the Doyen.
Roby's here.
Glenn Mitchell, teetotaling Western Australian. Quentin Hull, his strength is tennis, but he's pretty good at cricket.
Bracken bowls. It flicks the pad. There's yes, no, look out, go back, beware. And the throw hits the stumps, and they can now get an overthrow because the ricochet went out to the onside as Hussey threw from square and direct hit. And alas for him, no cigar there because the batsman was back in his ground, and then they got the overthrow. None for 7. Harsha will be here.
Oh, Harsha Bogle, light Indian. John O'Sullivan, scorer from South Brisbane. Nice bloke. Jerry Collins, producer. Nice to have staff here. And Aussie Bob from North Queensland. And those Ugg boots look good today.
Bracken in and bowls the ball. It's Tendulkar's busy on again. Backward of square. Only a single as Clark runs into field. None for 8.
And Roebuck, of course. Eccentric former Englishman.
Former Englishman.
Former Englishman. He's as Aussie as these days, isn't he?
Well,
I heard him say use the other day. He's lost it. As somebody said, he's writing this summer, he's done more backflips than Nadia Comaneci. And Bogle, of course. We get Maxwell, O'Keefe, Mitchell. He gets Harsha on the roster.
Bracken bowls and is pushed away to the onside.
It's like...
And that's the end of the over. None for 8 after 2. Continue.
Yeah, it's like Morris, Ponsford, Don. Yeah.
Would you prefer us to put Skull on the roster?
Yeah, I just thought, Maxwell, Mitchell, Harsha, O'Keefe, Roebuck, Hull. It's just like Don.
Even on the television
Even
roster.
on the television rota. The man does have a surname. He's known pretty well around Australia, but it's Harsha. Anyway, out in the middle, Australia looking for the first wicket.
Yeah, they're trying to upset the roster here with Lee's outswing, and he bowls a good ball at Tendulkar. It more or less held its line outside the off stump. There was good bounce, threatening bounce, but that's how good Tendulkar is. He knew immediately what that ball was up to, and he didn't play at it. Withdrew his bat. Others would have been poking at it probably and sneaking it, but he didn't bother.
I wonder if he did think it was the outswinger, but it was beautifully bowled from... It just shaped away initially, but then held its line and hit the deck and nipped back. Good leave. You'd have to think with Tendulkar intentional. Didn't want to play at that.
Lee runs in towards Tendulkar. Tendulkar beaten outside the off stump, or did he play inside the line? I think he may have been beaten there. That ball moved away. He's playing in the mirror now, indicating that he just dropped inside the line of the ball, but it was a very good delivery, and I think he was beaten outside the off stump.
He played at that, and there was a little shifting of the surface, Jim. So this mightn't be as hard a pitch, which bodes poorly for Australia, because Chawla and Harbhajan, if they can be bowling behind a biggish total, will be dangerous later on tonight.
Lee on the charge again. He bowls. Tendulkar is changing his mind. He was playing and then leaving. Too late. The ball was on him and hit his bat. So Lee always a chance against Tendulkar, and he bowled some searing deliveries to him in Sydney, and one unfortunate full toss later in the day when the ball was getting pretty greasy on the Dewey outfield, but he's always a chance of getting him early, and Tendulkar's mindful of it all. That's why he's just a little in between at the moment, testing his judgment. Lee charges in and bowls tight at Tendulkar, and he pokes it around the corner, knocking it down to Hussey, and they can't score. None for 8 in the third over. Tendulkar 2 and Uttapa on 5, with India winning the toss and batting. There's no Ishant Sharma. He has a bruised finger, and Australia have brought Stuart Clark in for Brad Hogg. It's fine, mainly sunny, and it should stay that way throughout.
Well, this is a big spell from Brett Lee. I think he's been commissioned to get rid of Sachin Tendulkar. Tendulkar doesn't like facing him.
Here's Lee coming in. Tendulkar defends. The ball right up, trying to go through his defence around the line of the off stump. So good control from Lee. He's getting the ball to bounce and to move, but he's also got the ability to get in on the pads of Tendulkar, and that's often where Tendulkar can get himself into a bit of strife early on, because he loves to flick across the line, and sometimes he misses them, and he's an LBW candidate. None for 8. Last ball of this third over. Lee turns down at the Vulture Street end and comes running in. Tendulkar is going forward and driving beautifully through the covers. Excellent control. It's running out towards the line, but it will be cut off by Clark inside the boundary as they trot back for 3. But that was effortless timing from the master. He goes to 5. Uttapa is 5. And the score 11 after 3 overs. And Harsha Bogle. Harsha is coming in to join Kerry.
Going to be Nathan Bracken from the old Clem Jones stand-in. Bracken on his way to Tendulkar, O'Keefe here, and here's Harsha. Good afternoon, Harsh.
Very good afternoon, O'Keefe. This 2 slips in as Bracken bowls to Sachin, and he plays it out to point. That's okay with you, Bracken bowling to Sachin?
That's good. No, Bracken to Tendulkar, please. But you're up there with him, aren't you? It's just like the Lancashire League, where they put the teams on the board on a Thursday night, and they list all the amateurs with an initial, and number 11 is always the professional, just his surname.
Okay.
So if you were proing, it'd just be Bogle.
Okay.
And I'd K. O'Keefe at 7, and at number 11, Bogle.
Okay.
So get used to it.
Bracken from left arm over, and Tendulkar plays it out through mid-wicket as well. Maybe too early to talk about it, but it looks like he's got the form from Sydney, and he will pick up a couple. Tendulkar goes up to Uttapa is 5, and India are now 13.
Has there been a better offside player ever in the game than Sachin Tendulkar? He hit 10 boundaries in Sydney, 9 through the offside. bowlers are compromised. You've got to try and bowl at his off-peak, but that's where he wants you to bowl.
But all great batsmen do that, don't they? They force you to bowl where you want them to bowl. Bracken in again. He bowls to Tendulkar. It's well outside off, and he lets it go through. 13 for no loss then, India, in the fourth over. Right, I've got a question for you.
Yeah, what do you got?
You see the green that the Australians are wearing?
Yeah.
There's a shade of yellow in there.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce that shade of yellow? I thought it was O-C-H-R-E.
Ochre?
Yes, except that some people pronounce it slightly differently. And then when I pronounced it the way it tends to get pronounced in India, Bracken runs in again and bowls to Tendulkar, who plays it off his pads for a single in front of square.
O-C-K-E-R is ochre.
Oh, sorry, did I say single? No, I was getting carried away by what you were about to say. No run there, sorry.
Ochre is...
The only person who picked that up straight away was your numbers man, Glenn Mitchell. Because in his notes it said 0 and I said 1.
Oh, yeah, no.
Right, so in India...
There's a can of soup out of sync in his larder. He's already phoned his wife to say, turn that around. I noticed it yesterday.
Bracken bowls and Tendulkar lets it go through outside the awesome. I have no clue how a can of soup can be out of sync.
Well, if you've got 10 cans of soup, they've all got to look perfectly facing you as you open the larder. That's one that's
and one of them is turned the other way. But how could it turn the other way if he's here? 13 for no loss.
He noticed it before he left home.
But if he was as meticulous as you think he would have corrected it. Uttapa 5, Tendulkar 7.
His wife's taking swimming lessons.
No loss. It's 2 slips. The man out of third man, point cover mid-off, mid-on square leg, and a man down at long leg as Bracken runs in. He bowls to Tendulkar, who's looking at it very closely, and he lets it go through. It's a cautious start this by India. 4 overs gone. It's 13 for no loss. Yes, in India we tend to say ochre as opposed to ochre, as you say it in this country. And when I said ochre, I was with Stephanie Beltram outside, and I said ochre, and she said, you don't want to say ochre. I said, that's a shade of yellow, ochre. And she started to laugh.
Yeah.
And I said, why? The only person who laughs instinctively like that is Kerry, and as it turns out, I'm going to do commentary with him. And she said, well, don't ask him what ochre is, which of course was an invitation.
Yes.
What is an ochre?
An ochre is a bloke that he doesn't set the afternoon, he goes to the pub. Drinks from 12 till 7, loses his wages and falls asleep in his pizza.
Good ball, the first one from Brett Lee for new over. He's getting the ball to swing. Why is my description of what that ball did suddenly seeming so irrelevant? That ball swung beautifully outside the off stump.
Spot on with my answer.
And Uttapa tried to play the shot.
Yeah.
He was into the shot and he missed. And it was taken by the wicketkeeper. But she also said something else to me.
Yeah.
She said, an ochre... well, it's like a bogan.
Well,
and I said, wonderful. Yeah. That's 2 words I don't understand now.
Yes.
Here's Brett Lee again. He's bowling from close to the stumps. In he bowls. And into the pull shot of the batsman. It's gone 1 bounce. Uttapa's the batsman down to Bracken on the boundary at long leg for a single. He was, of course, out pulling the other night in Sydney, where Michael Hussey took what I thought would go in the short list of one of the catches of the summer. And it's now 14 for no loss in the 5th over with Tendulkar on 7 and Uttapa on 6.
92% of ochres are bogans, according to most surveys.
Okay. What's the sample size on that?
Me.
How do you get 92% of you?
No, I don't know. Look, it's
Are you short of words?
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to defend ochreism.
But what's a bogan?
A bogan's somebody that... as I look around the room...
Well, look, you look around, I look in front.
Favourites
because
for bogan are Aussie Bob.
Brett Lee's running into ball and he goes right past Tendulkar. That's a beauty. Just a little hint of an appeal. Gilchrist wasn't interested. Brett Lee looked round and said, should I appeal? And he didn't. And the ball had just gone past the outside edge maybe, but it's a beautiful ball.
Beautiful delivery. Just closing on bogan. Aussie Bob's shirt, see it? That flannelette check thing?
Yes.
That's bogan.
Okay.
And he wears it everywhere. That's bogan.
Okay. So bogan is anyone who wears a strangely checked shirt?
Yeah, or flannelette.
Okay. So a bogan, if he wears something else, is not a bogan.
And he'd wear black black socks with sand shoes. That's about it.
Yeah, absolutely. He digs it in short. There's not enough bounce on that, really. I thought that ball might bounce a little more. Tendulkar bends his knees, arches his back, lets it go through to Gilchrist.
And Hopes is running into bowl now to Tendulkar. He's recovered from that tackle, and he's brilliantly fielding at point, Clark, on a back cut from Tendulkar.
Not only can he tackle, but he can catch as well.
There was no emotion at all.
Oh, none.
in that tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, there may have been some intent in it because he was trying to get to the ball and he couldn't get to it.
I think he said to him, next time I'm going for your head.
I thought he was leaving that to Brett Lee. But here comes Hopes to bowl now, and it's off the back foot and speared down towards a backward point third man. A magnificent shot and well saved out there by a diving Nathan Bracken. And the result is 3-1 for 120.
Well, he's flowing despite having been tackled around the legs. It must be said, it wasn't that high. He's on terms with the pace of this pitch, Tendulkar. He's 62 not out. The run rate is still in check. You know, the Australia will be happy, just keep it below 5. Hope that that the hitters don't fire. But plenty of wickets left in the shed, Jim.
Looks like a big one. Hopes in. Gambier plays stylishly. A good cut, but Ponting's got himself at about third or fourth slip. I'm just on the score of the full toss, just having a bit of fun there. I don't think there's any doubt that the ball from Lee slipped. But, of course, a few years ago was the incident of a couple, but the one against Pakistan. I think that was intentional because Razak had let one go at the Australians and Lee let him have one back. Hopes bowls now, and it's run off again by Gambier behind point, and there was a chance of a run, but Clark is there and he makes a very good save, and that could be an issue tonight. There's a chance that this ground could get a little bit dewy. This is a very unseasonal one-day game, and at this time of the year you do get a bit of moisture on the ground. Anyway, that's something to ponder as we get to it. At the moment, India are building comfortably. They're 1 for 120. Gambier's 14. He's trying to get Hopes through backward point and gully, and now he's driving him down to mid-off. Too well. Hit it too cleanly, too quickly. Lee grabbed it and they didn't score.
I think it's only the Gabba second final as well. In the first one, Australia ran down Sri Lanka's 266. 1 wicket down. So
Gilchrist, brilliant 100.
Yeah, so there's trends there, but as I said earlier, Jim, some of the trends haven't really been backed up today. India was this summer. India expected to lose in Perth, and some were saying it will be a 3-day test. They won convincingly.
Gilchrist up over the stumps, and Hopes is driven, and it takes a run. Here comes Lee throwing, missing. Wow, well stopped by Hopes. That was flying after it missed the stumps. Direct hit might have been upstairs, but Gambier went quickly on the shot and got home despite Lee's attempt to run him out. 25 overs down, 1 for 121. Gambier 15 and Tendulkar 65 with the out for 30.
Well, I was talking to Glenn about what might be par. When you're going at 4.84 with 9 in the shed, you can get a little bit content with your comfortable position. But when do you start to risk wickets in the quest of putting Australia away? And Tendulkar's batting at the tempo he normally goes at. Gambier has a measured tempo. The hitters are calm. Notably Yuvraj and Dhoni. Sharma plays straight.
Clark's bowling. Gambier goes down and drives, but doesn't get past Ponting at cover.
But you know, lots of balls are starting to find the fielder. That's a good thing. That's a good sign for Australia.
Michael Clark over the wicket to Gambier. He's down and he's hitting in the air. He's hitting long and strong. He could be caught in the deep. He's out. He's holed out to Mitchell Johnson down on the boundary at wide long on. He took on Clark and he didn't quite get the length, the loft to cover the boundary out there to get beyond Johnson running around, who took a well-judged catch pretty close to the line. And that's a big wicket for Australia. Michael Clark has dismissed Gambier trying to drive him, and his shot didn't carry the boundary. And it's 2 for 121. Gambia out for 15, Peter Roebuck.
Yes, he went for the runs, but it wasn't a very well calculated shot. The better shot was the straight hit. Long on was wide, long off was wide, but Clark had switched to over the wicket there, denying the batsman the angle, and he tried to make the angle himself and just hit it over the top of wide long on, but that's always a risky stroke. You're better off hitting skimmers into space. So not a very well thought out dismissal, that from Gambia. Very few dismissals are all that well thought out. That was particularly poorly thought out. But as Kerry was saying, they were hitting the field a little bit, and they probably felt the need to just try and up the tempo slightly, and that's what Gambia was doing. I think his attitude was right. Go along, attack around Tendulkar, but the execution wasn't so very hot today.
To go with the idea, the theory, maybe there's statistical evidence that 80% of dismissals are batsman error.
I think in one-day cricket they should be in many ways. Obviously, if the ball's been doing a bit, which it has been this year, in most of the one-day matches, the batsmen are trying to force more than they normally would, and that induces error, of course.
Doesn't that take something away from the tactics of the bowlers?
Well, I think you give some credit to the bowler too, that you entice the error. If the previous 10 balls had been wild, he wouldn't have played that shot. So you get a little bit of credit for building up the pressure to make him take risks. I think one-day cricket's mainly about pressure. You try and make the opposing team do things they don't want to do, and that worked on this occasion.
Batsman crossed around the wicket. Clark bowls, and Tendulkar's on the slide to backwards square, just following the ball and pushing it away into the deep where Hopes comes around. So Tendulkar's still there. He's gone past the halfway point of the innings. In the 26th over, he's 66, and he's been joined not by Rohit Sharma but by Yuvraj Singh.
Yes, he has. Now, what a time for Yuvraj to come off.
Is this a licence to go?
I think they want to attack around Tendulkar in this middle of the innings. He'll probably cut loose again in 40 overs. He's entitled to be a bit weary. He'll play his shots, of course, but he won't necessarily really risk his wicket more than he needs to. And Yuvraj, on the other hand, once he gets set, you have to think he's going to go big. Round the wicket, Clark.
There's no long on, and Yuvraj plays his first delivery straight to Simons at mid-wicket. Just leaving a bit of temptation there. They've got a backward square and a deep square. As Clark around the wicket, and he lofts him down the ground. That's a big hit. Is that 6? It is. Oh, I tell you, Yuvraj must be delighted that he's looking at Michael Clark bowling left-arm orthodox and not Brad Hogg unorthodox left-armers, and he's just hit a 6 to get off the mark. That was a great shot.
And that's the shot Gambia should have played, the straight hit. Long on's hastily retreating here. But it wouldn't have mattered if he was there, because he hit it straighter than that and hit it nicely.
Clark comes up. Yuvraj is flicking the ball away out into the deep for a single. So a wicket in that over, but a 6, a big 6. That was a pretty handy shot, because he still appears to be living off the reputation of 6 sixes, for which he received a Ferrari amongst other goodies at the time. 2 for 129 from 26 overs. Yuvraj 7 and Tendulkar 66. Michael Clark 2 overs, 1 for 17.
Yes, I don't know how much we'll see of him. Kerry's in the back of the box saying that's how he always got off the mark as well, with the straight 6. So counting his tails. It was certainly a good strike from Yuvraj, and it was a bold shot for a bloke who's failed in almost every innings of the summer. It shows that he retains that potency. His technique against the pace bowling has been pretty poor, but he retains potency. When he brings on the field is a sense of danger. If Yuvraj comes off, the game changes. He hasn't come off often enough to make that gamble appear worthwhile, but India have stuck with him. His fielding has been ordinary, because they know that he is a powerful striker of the ball, and well, sometimes these blokes who don't come off for a long time, when they do come off, it's quite telling. And that's why Australia has thrown the ball to its strike bowler.
And Brett Lee starts running in from the Vulture Street end to bowl to Yuvraj, and Yuvraj runs him down to third man off the open face, nudging stroke, and moves to 8 at 2 for 130. India winning the toss and batting, and Brett Lee One of a number of Australian players who might be going to Pakistan, but interesting to see what Jeff Lawson had to say about all that today. He made some very strong remarks, didn't he, about the Australian players in particular. Talking about there's a disaffection with the way the Australians behave, or at least the 4 or so of them who seem to ruin it for everybody.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. As Lee bowls, and it's nudged down by Tendulkar to backward point, and there's no run. He's gone pretty strong, particularly on the issue of Australia touring Pakistan, because he feels that it's going to be a great disservice to the overall impact on the game if they don't go. But I would have thought the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs may have a hand in all of that before it even gets to the point of Cricket Australia and the players having their 2 bobs worth.
Yes, it's always interesting when you change role from being in the media to being a foreign coach.
Lee bowls now to Tendulkar. Tendulkar leaves a ball that bounces a bit wide of the off stump.
Coach Jeff Lawson, of course, was with us for the Sydney Test. Gone back to coach Pakistan. Whether he has anyone to coach against is going to be the issue, I suppose. And the Australians are due to go there in April, same time as the IPL is due to start. It starts on April the 18th, the IPL, in Bangalore, I believe.
Well, it does, in a way, I suppose, beg a question about, you know, the difference in security, India and Pakistan, as Lee bowls, and it's pushed away on the offside by Tendulkar. He's got his head down again, 2 for 130. I mean, is there any more or less danger in India than Pakistan?
It's very hard for us to judge. I think that's why you have to leave these things to the people on the ground. Jeff is in Pakistan, therefore his opinion's well worth listening to. But of course, Australia has rightly got these bodies in place, government bodies in place with great experience in these matters, and they tend to err on the side of caution, it has to be said, but that is their role. Is there a government warning about visiting Pakistan at the moment? I'm not sure.
I think so. Lee bowls now, pitching up, and Tendulkar again's got the grindstone nose. He's right over the ball, and he's pushing it down the pitch as if he's sensing that this is a time when India just need to be a little bit cautious.
He looks a bit weary.
And save themselves for really having a lather at the end. But yes, that could be a factor.
He does look a bit weary, and also now he's got a non-runner with him. Whereas before, Gambia and the opener, Utapa, are good runners, quick runners. They're alert for Tendulkar's. They're on his Tendulkar's wavelength. Yuvraj is more a smiter.
Lee again runs in, and Tendulkar is following the ball with a little running shot towards third man. He wants the second run. He won't get it. Yes, he will. He's on the way as Bracken gets rid of the ball, having run to his right. So 2 neat runs to backward point, and he takes his total to 68, 2 for 132 after 27 overs, with Utapa out for 30 and Gambia 15.
The great, we're getting the DFAT thing up on our screen in front of us, but one of the common things about great players, I think, has been their running between the wickets. They always judge 1s and 2s really well. There must have been exceptions. They say Dennis Compton was one, and judging by a number of run-outs he was involved in, he'd probably do rightly say that. W.G. Grace we don't really know about, but otherwise I think all the great players, certainly of the era now. Viv Richards was a great judge of a run. Tendulkar is, Lara is. It's not always the case that their partners are on the same wavelength. That's when the troubles arise. Now, have you had time to digest the...
Yeah, I'm just pulling out the more important strands of this communique from DFAT, and I'll just wait as Yuvraj is about to face Michael Clark. And there could be some excitement here if he launches again, as he did in the last over when he hit him for 6. Now he's going back, he's cutting, and he's missing. At the top it says, we strongly advise you to reconsider your need to travel to Pakistan at this time due to the very high threat of terrorist attacks, sectarian violence, and the unpredictable security situation. Clark bowls again. Yuvraj is forward quietly. If you do decide to travel to Pakistan, you should exercise extreme caution. If you are in Pakistan and concerned for your safety, you should consider leaving if it is safe to do so. And down the page, as Clark goes in and bowls, and Yuvraj just defending, a little change of pacer from Clark. We continue to receive a stream of credible reports indicating terrorists are in the advanced stages of planning attacks. These attacks could target Western or Australian interests and individuals. As Clark bowls, Yuvraj is on the back foot, and he gets past Clark at backward point down towards the boundary. There's a chase by Hayden, and they'll complete 2. Tendulkar wants the third, and he rushes back and gets there. Well run. 2 for 135. Just completing that. Yes. We continue to receive a stream of credible reports indicating terrorists are in the advanced stages of planning attacks. These attacks could target Western or Australian interests and individuals and places frequented by foreigners and could occur at any time. Attacks may be launched anywhere in Pakistan, including major cities. Be aware that terrorists may have different national backgrounds, including from Western countries. So it goes on. So that doesn't sound like there's much chance of Australia going there on a cricket tour, does it?
It does. Cricket tours are a bit different. They're high security conscious, of course. I mean, Jeff Lawson's there. And there's, I dare say, quite a few other Australians there. But no, that would seem to indicate what their advice would be. But as I say, they've got people on the ground there.
Now, Clark bowls and Tendulkar's on the nurdle through square. And there are a list of various...
I wonder if that was there.
And
was that there, though, when Australia A went there? I wonder what the reports were when Australia A went there.
I think this has been rewritten since the parliamentary elections on the 18th of February. And
which is post the South African tour, post the Zimbabwe tour, very recent, in fact.
Well, there's no doubt that certainly in the northwest part of Pakistan there have been some horrible attacks. Down the pitch, it's Yuvraj driving, and they get a run. 2 for 137. It's the fact that all these, as we so often hear with these terrorist attacks, it's just totally unpredictable. You don't know where or when. And it's not that Australia may necessarily be a target, but could be in the wrong place at the wrong time, which has got all the players worried, I think. 28 overs gone, 2 for 137. And Uttapar out for 30, Gambia 15, Tendulkar 69, and Yuvraj 12.
Yes, I find the whole issue very difficult because these things also happen in England. They also can happen in India and Sri Lanka and various other places. So, I don't know. People, I think, will have individual opinions about this. I don't know that my opinion is worth any more than anyone else's. Might be on pace bowling or spin bowling, but I think on this issue, we have democratic things in place and they are duly elected and they must sort it out. Brett Lee to bowl.
To Yuvraj, and as he comes in, Yuvraj is going behind the ball as he comes across the crease to a ball that's not full in length, and he played it stylishly down towards mid-off and to James Hopes. But the pitch looks superb to bat on. You mentioned there Tendulkar just slowing up a little bit. Perhaps he's been overtaken by some fatigue after his long innings the other night in Sydney. And he's only had a day off between, but he's pushing on towards his 43rd one-day 100 here. Lee bowls again, and Yuvraj gets a slower ball. He's beaten by it. He played all over it. Well disguised by Lee, and it almost went onto the stumps by a little inside edge, but he played over and outside it, and he was, yes, deceived by Lee's change-up ball.
Very well bowled. Didn't pick it at all. He hasn't picked much this summer, you'd have to say. The last 10 overs, Jono, what... I just got the feeling they're a little bit becalmed. It may be a false impression.
What are we up to now? The 28th. Well, here comes Lee to bowl. Yuvraj leaves a ball that's a bit wide. Is it a wide? Umpire Hill says no, that's okay. Just inside the little white line out there. So, yes, the score of the 20th over was 92. So they've scored 40. Yeah, they've scored 45 runs
in 9.
Not bad. The 25th over it was 121. So this is still going steadily, and wickets in hand.
Yeah.
Lee in again, and Yuvraj goes back and takes the run. Lee goes sliding and throwing to the stumps at the non-striker's end and misses.
I tell you, that's improved this year. Blokes fielding off their bowling.
And Johnson ran out Tendulkar in Adelaide.
And Murray Summer, I think, was pretty good too. But Johnson was outstanding. Lee there, I mean, through to the bowler's end, having gone to short leg.
Having chased, slid, picked up, turned and threw the ball. Just missed the stumps, but I think Yuvraj was going to be home anyway. But they might be struggling just to turn the strike over as much as they did before.
Yes.
But Yuvraj, sooner or later, will have another launch, you would imagine, at Clark. That's surely why he's been pushed up ahead of Rohit Sharma, whose form the other day was superb. He might feel a bit hard done by being pushed back, but Lee bowls again to Tendulkar, who's on the push, out to cover, can't score, with Matthew Hayden diving to his left. Tendulkar 69, Yuvraj 13, 2 for 138. A sunny afternoon here at the Gabba, with Australia attempting to level the series and go to Adelaide for the decider. But from the look of it, the work's going to be cut out for them here. And I just don't know how much more difficult it will be to bat later on. Normally it is. Lee's coming in towards Tendulkar. Tendulkar is pushing and he goes for a quick single. Clark flies in, throws to the bowler's end and misses. And it's well backed up by Simons. That had some heat on it as he took it on the bounce. So just a couple of singles in the over. And Australia have moved to 2 for 139, and Tendulkar will face the bowling on 70. Glenn Mitchell's coming in to join Peter Roebuck.
You're with Grandstand.
You're listening to Grandstand Summer of Cricket.
Grandstand Summer of Cricket.
Live from the Gabba on your home of cricket. ABC Local Radio.
Glorious afternoon in Brisbane, I'm happy to say. No sign of rain at this stage. A few clouds around. The match is going along. It's India 2 for 139 in 29. They'll be looking to up the pace a bit. Michael Clark to bowl.
Around the wicket he comes, and Tendulkar gives himself room. Planted his front foot outside leg stump and then played it out backward of point, running it with an open blade to move to 71. 2 for 140. The run rate at the moment 4.8 and over. If all goes well for India, the score of 280 plus is very much on the cards if they don't have a dramatic collapse, something that has troubled Australia in the middle order a few times this series. As Yuvraj is well forward here to Michael Clark, and he turns it off the front foot down to Lee at long leg for a single. 2 for 141. Yuvraj up to 14.
He started to knock the ball around a bit, Yuvraj. He's often a bit stiff at the crease, and it's 4 or nothing, but he is starting to work it a bit. It's a good sign for him.
Far-flung field for Clark, operating around the wicket, and he goes for this familiar fine sweep shot, Tendulkar, but it's a wide. He didn't make contact down the onside. The ball cannoning off the left pad of Gilchrist to be tidied up by Hopes. It's 2 for 142. That's about the 10th wide in the innings so far. Clark around the wicket again, and Tendulkar playing little inside-out shot out into the covers. He wrong-footed Simons, who was expecting a shot like it was on the first ball of the over, where he would push it square. He was starting to move to his left, and then Tendulkar had him moving to his right, but he stopped it cleanly. Clark's next delivery, this is driven wide of Simons all the way along the ground down towards long off, fielded by Johnson. Another single, 72 to Tendulkar, 2 for 143.
Yes, they're just content. Tendulkar pacing himself for the long run here. Yuvraj settling in. He'll launch his attack sooner or later.
It'd be quite something if Tendulkar gets consecutive hundreds, maybe his last 2 innings in Australia, having never ever got a one-day century prior to that. Leaving the best to last as Michael Clark over the wicket, a full toss. He doesn't take toll. Yuvraj hits it back down the offside, and a scrambling Clark fields in his follow through.
Yes, but he shouldn't do it a few days after I've said, wonder whether he should open the batting or not. I mean, bloke's got to give a bit of notice.
I believe he's got your article pinned up in his hotel room. As Yuvraj advances again to a foolish ball and drives it all the way along the ground to Johnson at long on. The end of the Clark over. 30 have been bowled, and we're about to take a pit stop. Some drinks will be ferried out for players and officials. 2 for 144 at the end of the 30th over, scoring at exactly 4.8 and over. So there's a very good launching pad with still power hitters like Dhoni and even Irfan Pathan to come. The wickets to fall: Uttapa out for 30, Gambia out for 15, Tendulkar's 72, Yuvraj's 15, and after MS Dhoni won the toss, India very solidly through 30 overs, 2 for 144 with drinks on the field. Been a change of stump cam as well during the drinks break. I think a couple of technicians have been out there and a few yellow stumps have been ferried on and off the ground. And the last of the support staff have left, and Lee is back in action for over number 31. Runs away from us and bowls a short one. It's well played by Yuvraj. Gets up on his toes and hits it out towards the field circle at mid-wicket, and it's fielded by a sliding Lee. I didn't make a mistake, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't the wrong fieldsman. Lee bowled it, and then Lee went and fielded it at square leg. 2 for 145. Yuvraj is up to 16.
We used to have that at school sometimes. They'd say bowl off stump, and they give you in practice, they give you no leg side fieldsman. So if you had to hit the leg side, you had to go and get it yourself. And Lee, he was very quick. He's a wonderful fielder of his own bowling, and he was very quick. I mean, that went to the square leg umpire, where he would have been if he'd been that side.
Well, went more than 30 metres. The field restriction circle's 27.5 metres, and he slid just beyond the circle at square leg.
No ball the next ball, Brett. There's a few fast bowlers I know wouldn't have gone for that one. Mind you, what's off his bowling, of course.
Yeah, it makes a difference. Brad Hogg's at mid-off. He's warming up. You can't bowl, Brad. Your 12th man. As Lee runs in and delivers, and Tendulkar with that familiar flick of the bottom hand gets it from full of length out to Hussey at deep forward square leg to move to 73-2 for 146. Now, Michael Clarke and Bracken went off during the break. And Bracken's back. Michael Clarke's not. Bracken's lurking down at third, or fine leg now to the left-hander. So Clarke is off a little bit longer than just the drinks break. And he was bowling from the other end, so he'll come straight back on to keep his spell going. Hayden, standing at about third slip position, crouches down wide of Gilchrist as Lee bowls a slower ball and lofted down the ground by Yuvraj for 4. One bounce over long on, and he didn't go it that hard. It was a slower ball, and I think he picked it pretty early, and he just didn't try to hit it for 6. He just scooped it and got it well over Hogg on the circle. And one bounce, in fact, for 4. It brings up the 150. 2 for 150 halfway through the 31st over. And he's up to 20 now, Yuvraj Singh.
Well, he picked that one. He missed the first one. This one a bit over-pitched, slow ball. Not such a bad idea from Brett Lee, but the execution found wanting.
Got breaking news here, Peter.
Oh.
Come back to it after this delivery. As Lee delivers, and Yuvraj is back and punching hard to Simons at extra cover. I mentioned that they replaced the stump. I just saw the technicians. Jerry's typed up here. There was a fire in the middle stump before play got underway. Apparently some electrical short sparked the stump. It might have happened again. Imagine looking down and smelling smoke. As Lee's running in, you think, hang on, there's smoke here somewhere, and the stump's on fire. So they've had to replace one of them again.
It usually happens after you get clean bowled by Brett Lee, not before. But, oh, well. It's getting towards the end of the season here, isn't it?
Yeah, and the stumps have had enough.
The cameras have had enough. The stumps have had enough. Luckily, all the journalists and broadcasters are full of beans.
Full of something, some of them. They're finding a lot of controversy at every turn, even if you're just going to keep turning till you find it. Lee, very wide out around the wicket, bowls to Yuvraj, a short one, and he just parries it off the chest for a single, trickling it down towards Hogg at mid-on. 2 for 151. Yuvraj up to 21.
Yes, nice batting from Yuvraj there. He's working the ball around. Dhoni is stuck with him. He's picked good teams, Dhoni. You think Chawla coming into that, bit out of the blue, really. Chawla coming into the side. And the leg spinner. Yeah,
a brave decision, which was proved to be highly correct.
And sticking by Yuvraj has not been universally acclaimed. But he might be proved right today. Let's wait and see.
Deep square leg, deep long leg. Deep third man, deep point. Lee delivers again, and Tendulkar steers it away from his body. He should get a couple here. Got it wide of Ponting inside the circle, down to a squarish third man. Bracken fields, and they are back for a second. 75 now to Tendulkar at the end of the 31st over, and Michael Clarke is coming on. He probably will continue bowling from the Stanley Street end as Brad Hogg wanders off. 2 for 153 after 31. 21 to Yuvraj. 75 to Sachin Tendulkar.
No, I like to mention charities, as you know. There's 3 people, Paul Tobin, Michael Braille, Mark Patterson, are going to walk for the Smith family. They're going to walk in New Zealand on 3 volcanoes in 36 hours for the Smith family to raise money for disadvantaged Australian children.
Inactive volcanoes.
Active volcanoes. No, I'm only allowing them to go when they get active. And I'll give you the phone number, the Smith family phone number, in a second.
Clarke over the wicket, bowls to Yuvraj, and he turns off his pads to Simons at mid-wicket.
1800 633 622. The Smith family, a very worthy cause. 1800 633 622. 3 volcanoes in 36 hours.
Great places to walk in New Zealand as Yuvraj goes after Michael Clarke and hits it into his pad. He went to loft down the ground, got a thick inside edge, ricocheted to point, tidied up by Stuart Clarke, and it's still 2 for 153.
Should have run a single. Good way to go. Disadvantaged children, hey?
There's a lot of them, and they need help from everybody as Yuvraj pats Michael Clarke back down the pitch.
Bowling well, Clarke. Now the pressure is building here. He's going to go big in a minute.
3 men on the rope on the onside, 2 on the off. Clarke over the wicket, Yuvraj forward, clever cricket, he runs it down through third man. An unwanted chase for a fast bowler. Stuart Clarke treks back and gathers. 2 runs to Yuvraj. That was intelligent batting. 23 he is. 2 for 155.
Yes, he didn't lose his head there. Didn't go for the big one. Steered the ball away.
This next one tossed up and he drives, and Clark brilliant off his own bowling. Gee, he's been great in the field, and again this time after he delivered the ball he dived to his right and stopped an off drive, which would have been at least 1. He comes in once again, and Yuvraj is forward, but he can't get a run, turning it directly to Hopes at square leg. Good over, just the one scoring shot. It went for 2. 32 overs bowled, 2 for 155. Tendulkar 75, Yuvraj 23. The batsman out. Udapat 30 and Gambia 15, and stop the presses. Andrew Simons is finally going to have a bowl.
His 7th over of the series, right. The Australians must think it's a bit of spin out there.
And they didn't pick a spinner.
And they didn't pick a spinner in, you picked 2. So that makes it interesting.
You know when you need to get out of the car, but you can't pull yourself away from what's happening on ABC Radio? Break free with the ABC Listen app. It goes with you, so you don't miss a thing. Download the free ABC Listen app today.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of netball.
But bad play, I thought, by Yuvraj there. He only scored off 1 of the 6 balls. That's not good enough at this stage of the innings. When he comes down the wicket, I think his backlift's too high. He's not timing those. He hit 1 for 6, but he's not been able to knock them through long on and long off, which a really good player will do. You know, you're going down the wicket, you don't want to have your bat around your ears because it's very hard with the timing, and that's been the problem. Simons is going to come on and bowl his spin, and I think Kerry is coming in.
So he's the 7th bowler utilised here by Ricky Ponting. And we're just trying to figure out what the field will be. Simons 124 wickets in 190 matches, but he hasn't bowled many overs this summer in this series, which is somewhat mystifying because he seems to be diving and throwing himself around in the field, and the ankle injury, if there is one, doesn't seem to be too severe. He's only bowling off 3 or 4 paces. He's short first up and he nearly gets a wicket, as it was nearly steered into the gloves of Gilchrist by a dabbing Tendulkar wide of off stump. Simons gets through his overs quickly on the front foot, a little bit of bottom hand, a flick by Tendulkar for his 76th run to long on. 2 for 156. The over rate hasn't been great today, and of course Kerry O'Keefe Australia hasn't helped it with 10 wides. You have to bowl 2 more overs.
That's been a contributing factor. But I sense Australia's winning at the moment. I think India may be a little bit too comfortable with where they're at, and they're not doing the yards that you've got to do. You've got to pin your ears back. They can put Australia away here, and they're banking on the 40 to 50 over period is when they do. I think that with wickets in hand.
Simons to Yuvraj. He's forward and he finds a little gap. Not quite. Yes, he will. The gap was through the legs of Michael Clark at mid-wicket. They were always going to get 1, but Clark hangs his head in shame. Backed up by Hayden in the deep. 2 to Yuvraj when it should have been 1. He's 25. 2 for 158.
I don't want to be overreading it, but I'd have launched the assault already if I was Yuvraj.
Simons in once again, and there's an assaulting shot out over straight mid-wicket. 1 bounce 4. It landed the same distance short of the line of the previous overs on drive down the ground to the Vulture Street end. He's 29, Yuvraj Singh. 2 for 162.
Well, it's a measure of how good this pitch is. He wasn't to the pitch of it. He's just hit through the line that was bowled. Simons isn't spinning it much. Gee, what's going to happen with Chawla and Harbhajan? They're going to have to bowl pivotal spells later in the night. Whatever India get, Australia going to come at it.
Simons tosses up, tossing forward on the front foot. Patted away by Yuvraj to Michael Clark at mid-wicket.
And with no Sharma, who's been their leading wicket taker.
Sreesanth has been very expensive.
The thing at fourth, Sreesanth, is that he gets Gilchrist and Ponting out a lot.
Simons from close to stumps, bowls outside leg stump. He should have let it go. Yuvraj would have been a wide, but he swept it, made good contact, but hit straight to James Hopes at Sean Fine leg. So they get away with what should have been another wide in this innings. 2 for 162 after 33 overs. Tendulkar 76. Yuvraj is 29.
Well, Tendulkar basically hasn't accelerated at all. He's just played the ball on its merits. He's played beautifully, don't get me wrong, but there's been no acceleration. Yuvraj has played a few big shots, but he's also been more measured than I thought he'd be. You don't want Dhoni coming in with only 2 or 3 overs to go. You know, I think you've really got to express yourself. They're better off Harbhajan coming in the 46th over for a slog.
Clark around the wicket, bowls to Tendulkar, drives, fielded by the bowler in his follow-through on the offside. We've got, at the moment, a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square, a deep point and a deep long off. Inside the circle, extra cover and backward point. And on the onside, a mid-wicket and a short fine leg. So plenty of gaps. Tendulkar looks to exploit one of them and does. He drives on the up out to deep cover point. Hussey fields. Tendulkar 77. 2 for 163. Australia bringing in Stuart Clark at the expense of Brad Hogg. Ishant Sharma, as Kerry mentioned, missing. He bruised a finger on his right hand in the win in Sydney whilst India were in the field, and he's been replaced by Shan Sreesanth. MS Dhoni won the toss, elected to bat, an opening stand of 94 before Uthappa was out for 30. And then Gambia was out for 15. The wickets going to Michael Clark and Stuart Clark. And it is Michael Clark bowling over the wicket and stretching well forward, Graham Pollock-like. Yuvraj pats it down the onside.
Well, this is the bowler that I'm sure India would like targets at. Michael Clark, not a lot of side spin for him. Yuvraj trying to pick his ball.
And this one, he's forward again and nudging, and Clark very good off his own bowling fields again. Just looking at Yuvraj Singh's bat and waiting for him to turn it round. He has now, it's virtually got no... He's got 4 very small stickers on. I wonder if he's actually out of contract at the moment with a bat manufacturer as he's forward to the next one and running it out backward of point. Michael Clark concedes a run gathered by Stuart Clark, 2 for 164 with Yuvraj now to 30. It's unusual to see a naked blade from a batsman who is so highly thought of, especially in the subcontinent where contracts come out of a lot of the players' ears. Michael Clark around the wicket again. Bowls to Tendulkar, advances and then drives along the ground to long off. I think initially he was thinking of going over the top of extra cover, but he couldn't quite get there. And he's pushed it in the end down to Johnson at long off for a single. He'll retain the strike. It's 2 for 165 at the end of the 34th over with Tendulkar on 78, Yuvraj on 30. And Kerry, I'll make way for Harsha Bogle, or as we just like to say, Harsha.
You're listening to Grandstand Summer of Cricket. Live from the Gabba, on your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
Simon's bowling, Tendulkar batting, and Harsha commentating.
Just as well, you're the summariser. Yes, Tendulkar knocks the first one away down to long on for a single. And,
my ball by ball stuff's like Morse code, isn't it? That's it.
There we go. Then.
I'm no good at that.
India got a nice little platform here, 166 for 2 as Simons bowls, and Yuvraj is looking to sweep it away. Misses the line. It's called wide. It drifts down the leg side. Australia have been generous with their wides today.
Yes.
There have been far too many. 12, 13 at last count, I think. There's been far too many of those. Tendulkar's on 79. Yuvraj gone for the big one. It is a mighty blow. It's into the stands for 6. Yeah, he's on fire, Yuvraj Singh. Wow. And I think it's helped him that the slower bowlers are bowling on a slow pitch. He doesn't mind that.
And caught by a Bogan with all the buttons on his sleeves undone, one-handed. Bogan's a good catches. Check out this Bogan. What's going on there?
Next ball is pushed forward by Yuvraj out to seal him it off. Trust you to find someone like that.
Bogan caught it.
Back at Simon, and Yuvraj gets a full toss. That's beautifully stopped by Michael Clark. He saved a single there. He flicked it off, full toss off his pads, and it was brilliantly done by Clark, diving to his left at mid-wicket. You've got to factor in these runs as saving somewhere. Simons bowls down the leg side again. This time Yuvraj has played it off his pads. He's looking for a second. Bracken is running after it, and that often means second run, though. To be fair to him, he had to go a long way. 175 now for 2 in the 35th over. It's a very good platform for India to go up above 280. They'll be disappointed to do anything else. Simons bowls, and Yuvraj has played the big one. This time he's going to find the fielder in the deep. He does. Tendulkar is in agony, and Yuvraj wants the world to open underneath his feet. He's still in disbelief. as he just walks down the wicket, and much like Gautam Gambhir, Yuvraj too has handed his wicket on a platter. So it's gone, caught by Hayden, I think it was there, of the bowling of Simons. It was a shocker.
Well, it was a half tracker, and he had plenty of time to pick his man in the stands, but he found Matthew Hayden, and Tendulkar throws his head back at the non-striker's end. Yuvraj disappointed, taking eternity to walk off, but that's a big wicket for Australia. He threatened carnage, out for 38, third wicket down.
And Dhoni is coming out to bat ahead of Rohit Sharma. It's a sign that I think India think they now need to get a move on here. Yuvraj 38 from 38. Again, the physio comes out to take a look at Sachin Tendulkar. But Dhoni coming out, that's a bit of a change in the batting order, and that's a positive move as well. So third wicket gone down then for India. The partnership was worth 54, 175 for 3. Yuvraj caught Hayden, bowled by Simons for 38.
And Tendulkar getting attention from the physio, Harsha, but the thing is he really hasn't accelerated in the last 20 runs. It's been so measured. He's obviously inconvenienced, and this is in Australia's favour because it was left to Yuvraj to make all the running. And although Tendulkar threw his head back, basically he may have been inadvertently a contributing factor to the overplaying of that shot.
Unless the idea was that since Yuvraj is set, he gets a move on. And Tendulkar anchors the innings all the way through to the end, and that therefore he keeps picking up the singles. But it's interesting.
I think an anchor can serve Australia because I think you've got to go from both ends, because this is a belter. 280s around par, but if they were to get 325, 330, Australia's not going to run that down.
Fair call. Let's see how they go from here now, though. 175 for 3. They don't want to try and get 300 from here and get bowled out for 240. That can happen sometimes. Dhoni averages 45, by the way, in one-day cricket, but he's been a slowest starter in this series. Clark continues. He bowls with Tendulkar, goes back, crashes it through the offside. He'll get a single down deep to cover and goes up to 80. Only once in his career has he scored back-to-back hundreds, and that was against Australia as well. That was in Sharjah. It's part of Indian folklore, those two innings, when he just exploded 2 nights in a row rather. There was a sandstorm that day, and he never took his pads off. He just sat in while the sandstorm was going, came back, and just continued. And it was. If you ask an average Indian, which are the great one-day innings you've seen, they'll say those two that Tendulkar hit in the desert. Now Dhoni's at strike. There is a short cover, backward point cover, and a mid-wicket inside the circle. Long leg, deep square leg, long on, long off, and deep point. As Clark runs in and he bowls to Dhoni, who goes forward, looks to drive. He gets a thick outside edge. It's running away down to third man. And well, as Lee tries to chase it, it continued to make a distance and beat him into the boundary for 4. It's a fortuitous beginning for Dhoni, but he'll take it.
No, good stick cricket in the street shot. He knew it was wide. He just worked his wrist with the stick. This was terrific batting. Oh, lovely stick work. That was stick work. And I was good with the stick.
Actually, when you look at the replay from the other side, he's got his back to us. It does look like he opened the face of the bat and played it there intentionally.
Oh, definitely.
What do you call it? Stick work.
Stick work. He's a stick cricketer from the streets.
Clark bowls again, and Dhoni pushes on the offside, just outside the circle on the offside.
He scored 308. Sorry to interrupt.
Go on.
It's just he scored, close to 320 runs in this series, and he's hit 1-6, and yet he's a prolific six-hitter. Today's the day if he's going to look to clear the road.
Yeah, it's a big ground, though, this. As Clark bowls, this time with Tendulkar, it goes off the back foot and just nudges it away down to square leg for a single. So they're going all right in this over. They've already got, 7 runs from it.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I just wondered. That's Tendulkar's game plan.
They've got to get 310 plus, I reckon.
You think so?
Yeah.
It's a long way away at this stage. As Clark in again, he bowls to Dhoni, who goes forward, just pushes the ball on the offside, well short of Simons, who's run to his left, and they sneak another single in. So 8 of the over so far. How long is he going to go on with Clark, or is hopes now on the side for the rest of this as a batsman?
I think hopes will come back to bowl to Dhoni.
Clark bowls again to Tendulkar, who's again with an inclined bat playing the ball away. This time it goes straight to Lee. was fielding on the edge of the circle at short third man. So that's the end of the over. India 183 for 3 after 36. We'll get the news headlines in. Back cuts, and he beats the man at backward point that's running away to a deeper position. They'll come back for 2. Just a nice, easy little nudge. Not much of a risk, and they've picked up 2 there. The score goes up to 184. Field on the onside. There's a man on the boundary at backward square. One at deep mid-wicket, and Lee just below us to our right at long on. Back with Simons in again. He bowls to Dhoni. He plays the paddle shot. It's going away very, very fine down to the boundary. I don't know if it's got enough on it to get into the boundary. Yes, it does for 4. Simons just pitching it short, but he's drifted down leg side, and Dhoni is very good at that. The bat comes down almost perpendicular and just slaps the ball outside leg stump, and it goes so fine that it almost required a deep wicket keeper to field it. That's another boundary. Dhoni now up to 12. He's got a start. India 189 for 3. Back with Simons, he bowls, and Dhoni is just nudging on the offside. Tendulkar's off for the single straight away, so Dhoni's got going as well. India go up to 189. Should be 189. Is it 190? It should be 190 now. 190 for 3. There it is coming up on the board. Dhoni 13, Tendulkar 81. And Tendulkar is taking a single again. Out to backward point. He's dealing only in singles now, Tendulkar.
Yeah, there's just something about it that's letting Australia back in. Run rate is now over 5, but they've got to get it up around 5.6 and above. Tendulkar only dealing in 1s and 2s. Dhoni, what's he doing?
He's going off the back foot and crashing Simons out through the offside. That looks good for another couple of runs here as well. Deep. I thought they might have at least suggested a third, even they hadn't actually taken it. But they were going to be 2 straight away as soon as the shot was played. India 191 for 3 now. Dhoni has gone up to 15. Tendulkar 82. 13 overs left. 9 of his last 10 scoring shots have been singles for Tendulkar.
And Ponting persists with these part-timers soaking up overs. The wicket has fallen to Clark had Gambit caught it long on, and Simons had Yuvraj caught it deep mid-wicket. So
do you think he's buying wickets then?
They've got wickets, but they haven't looked too threatening.
So do you think he wants to buy them?
Yeah, he's paying a price.
Clark in his 8th over now. He bowls to Tendulkar, who very languidly almost just opens the face of the bat, doesn't move his feet too much, just arches himself back and pushes on the offside for a single to deep point, and he goes on to 83. Now brings Dhoni back in. I don't know. I just wonder if the plan is when the 50th over starts, we want Tendulkar to be batting. But I think that the corollary to that plan has to be when the 50th over starts, we want Tendulkar to be 125. Clark bowls again to Dhoni, who drives. It's tossed up in the air from leg stump. He drives it out to long off, and he will take a single as well. Right, how many overs left now? 12 overs and 4 balls. That's 72 and 4, 76.
See, if I was captain, when the 50th over starts, I'd want Piyush Chawla and Harbhajan batting.
Tendulkar plays the reverse sweep. First time I've seen him do that. What a shot that is. That was well pitched outside off stump, and Tendulkar just slapped the reverse sweep and picked up a boundary. Hey, what are we talking about singles? Tendulkar stretching that groin again. He's definitely in trouble, but what a batsman. In trouble, he's gone up to 87.
Australia's been carved up by 2 invalids. One can't move his leg, the other can't move his back. There are wheelchairs awaiting their dismissal.
Clark bowls, and Tendulkar looks to jab a single through the offside. Simons will feel that he can't get a run. You feel like walking out yourself, do you, Kerry?
Oh, look, aged care. Get him out there. Where's Docs? These guys need attention.
Clark bowls to Tendulkar, who goes back and flicks the ball away off his pads for a single.
Look at them running between the wickets. They're walking.
They're not running.
Walking. Oh, dear. And
you know what they're going to tell you? They're going to turn around and say, look up at that board. 200 has just come up.
Yeah.
And we've got what? How many in the over? This over? And they've got, 8? 7 of the over. Clark bowls again, this time to Dhoni, who goes back, hits it hard up to Simons at cover. He can't get run. It's the end of the over. 1 for 47 from 8 overs for Clark. If there's a strategy, it's defeating me at the moment.
I'm not reading it because I don't want Tendulkar 110 in the 50th over. I want him out for 120 in the 46th if I was India.
Yes. And if you're Australia, you'd wonder why. Well, Simons has been taken off now. Hopes is coming on.
Yeah, I thought Hopes had come on to Dhoni. So this is a good move by Ponting, I think. He's backing Hopes' straightness against MS Dhoni if he's not going to clear his front leg and look to hit sixes.
There's 12 overs left with wickets in hand. If you
7
can score
wickets
8
left.
and over, if you go 8 and over,
Yeah.
296.
Yeah.
I think Australia have a lot of work to do in the next 7 or 8 overs.
They've got to look at 8 plus off each over for the remainder, haven't they? And getting singles and that, and not hitting one boundary to take 6 off the over isn't doing the job.
No, they've got different kinds of batsmen to come. Rohit Sharma can play in 2 gears, as we saw in the 2020 and we saw in the first final at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Irfan Pathan can get a move on. Praveen Kumar is a slogger. Harbhajan Singh can come and slog the ball as well. As Hope starts a new over, he's running in now. He bowls to Tendulkar, goes forward and defends. Back down the ground for Hopes to field. He's got 4 fielders inside the circle at point cover, mid-off and at mid-wicket. Now Dhoni's having a word with Tendulkar as well. What would you do in a situation like this? Would you say, hang on, I'll knock 12 around here if I can, but it's in the side's interest that I score as many as possible?
I think he's got to hit boundaries, and if he gets out in the 90s, so be it.
Here we go with Hopes again. He bowls to Tendulkar, who's played the paddle shot, and that'll run away. It's got enough on it to go to the boundary for 4. It's picked up just inside, and Dhoni is coming back for the 3rd. That's good running. But it was short, and Tendulkar picked it very cleverly and just sort of paddled it over Gilchrist's shoulder. And I think it's telling you a thing or two about the greatness of this man, that a lot of his shots, I think, are in his current physical state beyond him, and he's still carving the bowling around.
He's ramp shotting, he's reverse sweeping. It's not Tendulkar. Normally he's going over long off with an open face.
No.
Dhoni can't move his back. I'm on Hopes here against Dhoni.
He's on 16 as Hopes runs in. He bowls to Dhoni, who in that slightly crouched, cramped position just knocks the ball. Doesn't have much footwork, Dhoni. Just hits the ball straight down the ground, level field at long on, and a single results. Dhoni 16, Tendulkar 91 now. And India 204. 3 balls from this over have already produced 4 runs. I think they should be looking at 300 here.
At the end of each over, their carers run on to have a chat to them.
But I'll tell you what, they're still scoring runs. Hopes runs and he bowls. And Tendulkar looks for a single. He's just played a gentle nudge on the offside, and he can't get run. Clark is very quick running in from backward point. I would have thought we'd have seen a little more of Bracken now. He's got Bracken, who's got 4 overs left. Kerry's wondering why I'm talking about Bracken.
No, well, yeah, I mean, there are overs left. I think this is the right man with Pathan, Sharma and Dhoni around. But Brett Lee, he has 2. He'll definitely bowl.
Tendulkar pushes the next one, the offside. He can't get a one. But you see, the moment he plays a shot, he's just standing where he is. There's no footwork there at all. 204 for 3 is 91. Dhoni 17. The partnership has put on 29. Earlier, Yuvraj out for 38. That was run a ball. Gambhir 15 from 16. And Robin Uthappa was out for 30. That was a good opening partnership. India play well when they've got a good opening partnership. I guess you can say that about most teams anyway. They put on 94 and were separated in the 21st over. Here comes Hopes again. He bowls to Tendulkar, who hits it straight down the ground. Hopes will field on his follow-through. It's a good over.
Douglas Bader's got more bend in his front leg than Sachin Tendulkar.
Oh, is that? Oh, you're done. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, you go.
You're like this comic artist with a great sense of timing. You just release sort of one line at a time, and then you pause, and you know it's going to be accompanied by laughter.
Mostly
and you're now
my own.
No, but you're so confident now that you're pausing and you're not laughing yourself.
I'm doing a Richie Benno. Let the joke carry itself, Kerry. I have to give it a kick along occasionally. But Fetty, have you ever seen a stiffer front leg than Sachin? Normally he bends with the shot.
Kerry, you and I are never going to go down the path of the stiff ones again. Never again.
Been there, done that.
Clark bowls and Dhoni drives on the offside. He gets a single to long
off. Caroline's somewhere else, Singapore. I bet she's listening on some... She's probably got some crystals set out. What was that about stiffs?
Tendulkar 91. Clark continues bowling round the wicket, and he just scoops the ball and he's caught. Tried a little bunt. If you're looking at a baseballing definition, he just played it very quietly out. But Michael Clark It's gone and got to the ball. He did brilliantly to get there and dived full length to his left. Tendulkar's got out in the 90s for the 17th time. Glenn Mitchell's done a little scribble here in front of me. I think he was looking for an easy single, but he might have hit the ball too well. It's a wonderful catch by Ponting, actually, not Clark. It's a great catch by Ponting. Clark is a bowler, of course. So caught Ponting, bowled Clark, Tendulkar. Doesn't get back-to-back hundreds, but the crowd here stands. 91 from 121 balls. And India now 205 for 4, but there's a fit batsman going out. Tendulkar spent.
Well, standing over for Sachin Tendulkar, maybe his last innings at the Gabba. But he was so inconvenienced. He was stiff-legged at contact. He tried to just bunt it over the top of Ricky Ponting at short mid-wicket. In the end, he had nothing on it. Ponting made good ground to his left, good catch. But even though Dhoni's inconvenienced by a back problem, in comes Rohit Sharma. He's 100% fit, you'd imagine. And finally, a batsman emerges without needing a carer. And that's good. 4 for 205. Job not done yet. Australia in this.
Yes, they are. I think... At what score do you think Australia will think, oh, hang on, you've done a good job here? 270?
Yeah, anything under 270, so we can run that down. That's why 300. I would be bowled out on the last ball of the 50th over with Sreesanth losing all 3 for 300 and something. A lot of threes in there, didn't I? Three, yeah. But that's the thing. I don't.
By the way, he's Sreesanth, not Sreesanth.
Everybody talks about platform. Sometimes you build a platform too nicely.
Clark bowls, and the first one is driven down. The only platforms I know, those big heels that ladies wear.
Yeah.
You're being very supportive.
Yeah,
thank you.
I'd love a platform.
Sharma drives the next one. Clark will field on his follow through. Yeah, you've got a very strange way of showing solidarity with that joke.
Yeah. I had a mental picture of platform heels.
Clark runs
not
it
much
again.
else.
Bowls and Sharma drives down the ground, and he'll take a single down to long off. So he gets off the mark, and India are 206.
Poor old Sachi, he just couldn't move that left leg, could he? He just went down the, He was Chester out of Gunsmoke. He was just hobbling out there to try and bunt a single.
Tell you what, for a man who was struggling so much.
Dillon?
91 from 121 wasn't bad. Dhoni goes on the back foot and crunches the ball through the offside. Out to deep point for a single. 207 now for 4 with 10 to play.
10 to play.
18 to Dhoni.
I think we're going to Adelaide.
Rohit Sharma.
I think we're going to Adelaide.
Go on.
Well, because I think they've overdone the platform. Tendulkar, for all his greatness, he just couldn't accelerate. And Australia are in this up to their ears, despite 4 for 201 with 10 remaining. We'll see how we go. Catch you later.
We'll see how we go. I'm going to be moving shortly too, but I'll call another over. Hopes it is, and he's bowling to Dhoni. India want to go at 8 and over from here on at least, as Hopes runs and he bowls to Dhoni, who goes back, gets a ball that keeps low. Rohit Sharma charging down for a single at the non-striker's end. He's not going to get it. Ponting is the one who fields at mid-wicket. And I just sense in the last 4 or 5 overs, India have been scoring the runs, but Australia just seem to be getting that toe in here. Ray Phillips is joining. What do you think? What's a good score? You know this track better.
Yeah, I think Kerry's right. Anything under 270, I think Australia will be well pleased with their performance. But, I agree with Kerry too. They should be looking to push it along a little bit. And if someone gets out in the last over, the 50th over, and they're over 300...
They've done well.
Very, very well.
Dhoni lets the next one go through from Hopes.
At the risk of saying this, I think that it may well be an advantage that Sachin did get out in the end.
Might be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, because they've got Dhoni's not fit, obviously, but he's a lot fitter than what Sachin is. And Rohit Sharma is a new, fresh batsman.
Hopes bowls, and Dhoni is looking to play on the onside. He gets a leading edge. It goes out to Bracken, who's now come in. Now Simons, rather, is coming in at a short cover position.
And you can still get quick singles. I mean, even though Sachin scampered a few overs ago for a very well-run 3, he just wasn't... He was restricted at the crease.
Do you get the feeling he was playing for 100?
No.
Because I just thought that if he was coming to the end of his tether, he might have just gone out playing big shots and taken as many as he got. Dhoni pushes forward the next one. Australia tightening things here. Every dot ball will start to count here. Played out to Simons at cover. Hopes is bowling a good over. Nothing from this over so far.
There was a thought of a suggestion before, sort of Quentin Hull off air, and Dhoni and Sachin met together, and Quentin had, not that he can understand what they were saying or lip reading, but he just felt that Dhoni might have said to him, "You need to go now, mate, or get out." And I think, not that he got out on purpose, obviously, because he didn't successfully chip that ball down to long on or bunt it, as you described.
Yeah, Hopes bowls and Dhoni pushes off the back foot, just a single in this over.
But I'm inclined to agree with what your thought process is. You're in the 90s, just throw the bat. If you get your 100, you get your 100, but you might peel off another 25 by courtesy of boundaries either along the ground or into the grandstand. So you can, the way he hits the ball, he's such a fantastic hitter of the ball. He could have peeled off 20 to 25 in no time, and then, if he gets out then, well, he's accelerated the scoring,
Here we go with Hopes again. He bowls. He doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't.
He went into the delivery stride and just did not bowl. So Rohit Sharma will wait. I think Tendulkar was lucky in that Yuvraj was playing the way he was. And I still think that Yuvraj dismissal is going to cost India very dear. Because he made 38 from 38 balls.
How frustrating was that?
It was largely because he was allowing Tendulkar to play his little single nudging around game as well.
Yeah, I think there was a period there where John O'Gavey, he scored his 9 runs came just from 8 singles, 9 singles, and
here comes Hopes. He bowls to Rohit Sharma, who opens the face of the bat. He'll sneak a single.
He's a bit of an enigma, Yuvraj, isn't he? I mean, 38 from 38. He had the opportunity of getting 70, or 80. He's such an explosive hitter of the ball. So
right, 9 overs left.
Got a couple of minutes with you. What's going on there?
Well, I think they believe you're not quite colour coordinated yet, so we're getting someone wearing a similar colour T-shirt coming in. 9 overs to play, 209 for 4. We'll get another word from Ray Phillipson, and then it will be Jim Maxwell.
Thanks, Harsha.
ABC
Michael Clarke to bowl his last over into his 10.
And he's caught at cover by Simon straight away.
What a bonus.
That is a big bonus. He just pushed the ball in the air. Straight to cover. 5 for 209, and
well, they could lose their way, Jim.
Well, they are losing their way here, and it started with the Tendulkar wicket when he was a little incapacitated. He wasn't moving well, and Clarke, that ball hit the pitch. It brought off up a little puff of dust. So that's a very useful wicket for Australia, and it might just take some of the sting out of the hitting in the lower order, although Pathan's handy. He's coming out. So Sharma's missed out for 2. Simple catch to Simons at cover from Michael.
Well, there was a train of thought that Ricky Ponting probably persevered just a fraction too long with Michael Clarke, but now he's picked up 3 for 50 into his 10th over. And, oh, gee, that was a bonus, as I said before. That was disappointing, and they are starting to go up and down in the one spot here, India. I was listening to Kerry when I was sitting in the back of the commentary position here, and they were about 17 overs out, and Kerry was suggesting that they should have been going then. I thought, well, maybe that's a bit too early. Let's get to the 200. You've still got 7 wickets in hand, and you've got a real good platform to catapult from, but maybe he was right. Maybe they did leave their run a little bit too late. I know the Australians are only halfway through the Indian innings, but at 5 for 209, some of the doubts then start to creep into your mind. Dhoni's not out 20, but he's got a new batsman in Irfan, so they've just got to start again, and they're under the pump a little bit, India.
Clarke's bowling and is pushed away by Pathan for a single to backward point. So India lost Uthapar for 30, Gambia 15, Yuvraj 38, and Tendulkar, what was that, number 17 in the 90s? 91, so he's got 42 one-day hundreds and 17 90s. So he could have scored well over 50 one-day hundreds already, but it's still a pretty healthy record, and he delighted us again today with the versatility of his shots. Extraordinary innovation.
Ponting's just making a few changes to his field with Michael Clarke. Michael Clarke's not happy with what he has. They've got 4 inside the circle on the offside, and there's miles of space on the onside.
And there's Dhoni pushing the ball away up on the offside. They want to watch it here, though, Australia. They're going to get into that dangerous territory of fines. They've already copped a fine in this series for slow over 8.
Yeah, well, Bracken's got 5 left. Clark's got 4.
Clark, Michael bowls and it's driven to extra cover. Simons fields.
I don't think Johnson will come back. Hopes has only bowled 4 for 16, so he's got a few up his sleeve, but you're right, it's 4:45 local time at the end of the innings.
He bowls again, and that's pounded by Dhoni, but out to the sweeper, Michael Hussey, as they take a single. 5 for 211 in the 42nd over. India started with a very healthy opening stand on a good pitch after winning the toss. The screen's still moving as Clark wants to hustle through the rest of this over, the last ball of it, keep the game moving. Now Irfan Pathan is ready as Clark bowls to him and he comes forward to drive, and Clark stops it in his follow through. A useful 10 over burst from Michael Clark. 3 for 52. Simons is bowled for the first time in ages today. 1 for 27 off 3. Hope's number 16 from 4. Lee number 38 from 8. Johnson lots of wides, none for 33 off 6. Bracken 12 from 5, and Stuart Clark 1 for 32 from 6. And Hopes is going to come up and bowl his 5th over.
And you imagine that Nathan Bracken will come from the Stanley Street end. There was a very good last over from Michael Clark. Pick up the wicket just for the a miserly sum of 2 runs. And as you just let our listeners know, Jim, 3 for 52 from his 10 wasn't too bad.
Hopes bowls, and it's guided around the corner for a single by MS Dhoni. Reputation of being a big hitter. Is he going to explode? 5 for 212 at the start of the 43rd over. Irfan Pathan takes his guard from Umpire Hill, and the crowd has certainly grown since the start. Only about 16,000, I think, in at the start of the game. We're probably up 25, 26 at least now. And Stuart Clark below us goes out to the long on boundary. There's a long off as well. Hopes comes into Pathan. Pathan guides the ball to backward point, where the ever-present Michael Clark's pouncing and stopping.
Yeah, you just get the feeling too that the Australians out there know that they've got the Indians under a bit of pressure. It's been since the 38th over, Jim, the last boundary, which is not very good in this form of the game. A new batsman out there. Dhoni's been out there a while now. They need to really start to knuckle down the Indians, but the Australians know what they've got.
And Pathan pushes the ball down the onside. It's another dot ball, so they're really arresting the scoring rate here.
Yep,
and they've been doing it since Tendulkar got out.
Yeah, they've got him right under the pump here. 5 for 212 into the 43rd over. They probably were thinking when they were only 2 down, they were looking at 280, 290 plus when Ricky Ponting was looking up at the scoreboard, but now he would have reassessed that.
Hopes goes in. Pathan guides the ball past the bowler this time, just pushing it up the offside towards Lee in the deep for a run, and Pathan takes his total along to 2, but that's all they're getting at the moment. Yeah, the odd single.
Singles aren't singles are useful, but just the 2 runs coming from this James Hopes over with 2 singles, 2 dots, no boundary. As I mentioned before, almost 5 overs since a boundary.
Hopes runs in. Dhoni's down the pitch. He's swinging and missing.
And there's a shot of a frustrated player.
Just missed the edge outside the off stump. Hopes is bowling cleverly here.
Yeah. My word, they won't want to lose another wicket in India. They will be struggling to get to 250, 260. But that certainly was a shot of a frustrated player. He's seen a couple of players come and go while he's been out there. And he tried to improvise there. You've got to get bat on ball. And he doesn't want to get out. So they've moved the mid-off back outside of the circle and brought the deep fine leg up to inside the circle. So they're happy to give him a single straight down the ground.
Hopes in, and Dhoni drives hard down the ground.
There it is.
Just like that. But there's only 3 singles from that over.
Yeah, very good over.
So we've got 7 overs remaining. And India just dawdling a little bit here. They want to up the ante, but they're struggling. Dhoni 23 and Pathan 2.
Well, Dhoni tried to in that over when he charged James Hopes and was unable to get any bat on ball. If he was going to get bat on ball in that over, it was going to be just a little tickle through to Adam Gilchrist. But it was a very, very good over. So, and also, as predicted now, Nathan Bracken's being swung back into the attack from the Stanley Street end. and they'll find him difficult to get away. He's had an outstanding summer in one-day cricket this year as well, Nathan Bracken. He's been tremendous. And they'll find the ball that's not coming onto the bat as quickly, say, as a Brett Lee or a Stuart Clark. But Nathan Bracken does change up very nicely, bowls the odd slower ball and gets the odd one through, and he keeps the batsman at 6s and 7s. So it's a very good move and an obvious move from Ricky Ponting at this stage of the game.
Of all the players out there, which one of the Australians has got the best economy rate in international one-day cricket? It's a good trivia question. Bracken around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Dhoni, and Dhoni's charging and missing.
Yep.
Good bowling by Bracken. He didn't give him the length, and then you had to change his shot, and he almost nicked it. Come on, who's got it?
Andrew Simons? No, it wouldn't be Simons. No. Let me have a look at the scoreboard.
Overall record, one-day cricket, who's the most economical of all the Australian bowlers?
Brett.
No.
No, it's not Brett Lee.
No.
Well, I'm starting to run out of choices.
I'll give you a tip. He's just left the field. Around the wicket, Bracken comes in and bowls to Dhoni. Dhoni knocks it away towards mid-wicket, mid-on, and they get a run. Did you see he just left the field?
No, I didn't, so you've got me. I was
watching.
watching.
Left the field.
Oh. Oh, really?
4.16 for Ponting.
Let's hope he hasn't got anything wrong with his back. He's gone out in sympathy with his opposite captain.
Just an interesting little stat for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Bracken's going over the wicket now. He was bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Dhoni, but now he's gone over the wicket.
Hopes of the regular bowlers has got the best, just ahead of Bracken.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled for a long, long time, Ricky, has he? I can't remember the last time he bowled.
He's hardly bowled at all in it. As Bracken is knocked away by Pathan to mid-wicket. Another dot ball.
Yeah.
Can't get away. Ponting's only bowled 150 balls in 297 matches.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw Ricky Ponting bowl in either a test match or a one-day.
He used to bowl those little mediums. He's taken some useful test wickets.
Yeah, a while ago. As we all know, he's had a poor ball back this summer, and it's been he's had a history of it.
5 for 215. It's Pathan on 2. Bracken comes up over the wicket, and he chases it and smashes it to backward square for 4. Dragged it down there. It was a premeditated shot.
Sure was.
It didn't get the length he was after to try and get it over mid-wicket, but he dragged it down to backward square for 4.
Yeah, it certainly was a premeditated shot. It didn't matter where that was going to be bowled. He was going to go after Nathan Bracken, and he got a thick bottom edge, and it squeezed down to deep backward square leg for 4. Although, having a look at the replay, we may be taking a little bit of a credit out from him, but it was a swashbuckling type of hit.
It brings Gilchrist up over the stumps, and Bracken is driven towards that short mid-wicket area. Simons is fielding. Dot ball. So India just cannot up the ante here at the moment. They need to. They look set to be pushing for 300 at one point, and now 260, 270 looks unlikely.
Oh, yeah, they're pushing it uphill now to get 260 or 70 the way they're playing. They're not playing what you'd call sensible cricket.
Bracken goes in and bowls, and Pathan tries to drive and hits it back on the bump to the bowler. So that's the end of an over which cost 5 runs. Only 5. 6 overs left. 5 for 219. Dhoni 24 and Irfan Pathan on 6, with Tendulkar making 91.
Yeah, that was an excellent over from Nathan Bracken. Just the 5. He's now bowled his 6 overs for 17. And James Hope's going to continue from the Vulture Street end. So they've really put the clamps on the Indians. That boundary was the first one for about 5 or 6 overs that Irfan hit down to deep backward square in front of the Northern Stand spectators. So Ponting's just having a chat with James Hopes. Now he's bringing the fine leg up inside the circle. Again, the mid-off has been pushed back onto the deep mid-off boundary, which is Andrew Simons. And Michael Clark's doing a little bit of traffic moving as well. So, and they're geeing each other up now. You can just sense that the Australians know that they're doing a good job here.
And the Yorker is dug out by Dhoni. Quick single. It could be a run out with the direct hit. He missed. Clark had a ping and missed from side on, running in from mid-off. But he did not hit the stumps, and Dhoni is through for the single. He's 25. 5 for 220. Yeah. Starting the 45th over.
And this is also what happens to Jim. As you see the replay, he was out if that ball had struck.
Didn't miss by much.
You start taking unnecessary risks. They've put themselves under a bit of pressure here, India, and you're playing shot. They're starting to improvise, and you just can't afford to do that. They've still got, this is into the 45th over, so they've still got plenty of balls, but just the run rate has just dropped slightly.
They want fours. Hope's bowls. Patan swings at it and flicks it to fine leg. He doesn't get a run. It went straight to Bracken. There was danger for a moment. Either side of Bracken, it was 4 because he's up. There's no one back.
No,
didn't get past him.
Wide open spaces out there. You can't believe that. He's hit it straight down Nathan Bracken's throat. And you're right. A yard either side, or a metre either side, it probably goes for 4. So James Hopes has just got to be careful where he's directing. He's got to keep it on middle and off stump.
He bowls again, and Patan swings across the line, and it's brilliantly fielded out there by Clark, and there's almost a run out.
That is unbelievable.
He dived, he pounced, he grabbed, and then he unleashed his return to Gilchrist as he sensed the batsman was moving. Patan went back. He saved at least 1, probably 2.
Oh, I can just hear the applause from the crowd. That was just an unbelievable bit of feeling. And he's been outstanding today, Michael Clark. There was a little error he made earlier on, but he's just been extraordinary in the field and almost affected a run out.
Hopes goes in again, and Patan swings at this and miscues back to the bowler. Hopes dives this time. So Australia playing with some real intent now in the field, trying to make sure India do not break the shackles, and that's what they've imposed on them here at the moment, with some well-directed bowling, athletic fielding, and Patan heaving across the line once, then looking to go down the ground, and Hopes has got him thinking, can he pounce and smash a 4? Hopes is in again. Patan swings and misses. It was full, just a little wide, but not wide enough to be a sundry.
It was close. It just got away from Adam Gilchrist, but it was just inside the white line. This is an unbelievable over, you know, when you're considering it's the 45th over and most sides are really going hard. Just the 1 run from this James Hopes over. He doesn't need to do anything different here. He just needs to do what he's done with the previous 5 deliveries, because Irfan is swinging like a rusty gate.
Hopes bowls. That's fallen a bit wider, and he's going to be nailed here. No, not quite wide enough. He's just inclined to go to the onside a bit, and he pulled himself away from the line of a pitched up ball outside the off stump and missed out again. Just 1 run. And it's no wonder that James Hopes does have, of the bowlers, the most economical rate, 4.22 per over. 5 for 220 with 5 overs to go.
Well, that was a great over from James Hopes. He has now none for 20 off 6, but just the 1 run, as I mentioned, in the 45th over. And Nathan Bracken is continuing to do his job as well. So Bracken and Hopes have got them on the ropes at the moment. They're anchored on 200 and in the 220s, 5 for 220. And as you mentioned before, Jim, that 260, 270 looks just miles away at the moment.
Dhoni's got to have a crack at Bracken, who bowls to him, and he swings into it and hits it back on the bump. Didn't get hold of it. Right up in the block hole, and he was trying to shovel it down the ground, but he missed out.
Well, you just saw in your peripheral vision too, the mid-off and mid-on, they came together because that was going straight past the umpire, and they had that covered anyway. But another good bit of fielding, and that's actually been a feature of the last 2 or 3 overs. The fielding by the bowlers off their own bowling has been outstanding.
Around the wicket, here he comes again. Bracken bowls to Dhoni, and Dhoni tries to chop him and misses. And Gilchrist, for good measure, just knocked off the bails there as he was snappily taking the ball outside the off stump. So too many dot balls for India at the moment. It's not just the fact they can't hit 4s, they can't get singles.
They can't get bat on ball. Dot balls are almost a cardinal sin at this time of a 50-over match.
Good bowling.
Very good bowling and very good fielding.
Bracken's in again. And Dhoni swings into him and drives him powerfully down the ground. Only a run with Mitchell Johnson patrolling long off. 5 for 2-2-1. Dhoni 26. Irfan Patan on 6.
Well, you just get the feeling that a boundary will come from a mishit, either a thick edge or a thin edge, because when they do hit the ball in the middle of the bat, it's just going down to the mid-off or mid-on just for the single. Brett Lee's warming up down here. Maybe he's going to bowl an over or two. He's got 2 left. But James Hopes has been doing a very good job from the vulture screen, and you're loath to take him off him.
Oh, yeah. I thought you'd keep him going.
Oh, yeah.
Bracken's doing a good job too as he bowls to Pathan, who swings at this and drags it away out to deep mid-wicket. Simons is there, and they get just a single. So it's 5 for Richie Benaud in the 46th over.
Irfan is really struggling. He doesn't know how to play. Well, he is playing. He's just throwing the bat. All the players are up inside the circle. That was pitched outside off stump. You get a little bit of bat on that. It comes down for 4. I mean, it is easy to say that sitting up here watching it, and they're out in the middle doing the business, but they're not thinking at the moment.
Bracken bowls, driven again, out to extra cover, brilliantly fielded by Simons, diving to his right. He's near the edge of the circle, so they're always going to get 1, but they didn't get any more than 1. 3 singles in this over.
But it could have cut off 2. It was wider than mid-off coming in from the mid-off boundary, so they may well have squeezed it 2. It's been a while since they've scored a 2, let alone a boundary. They did hit a boundary before when Irfan swung around a deep backward square.
Here's Bracken to Pathan. Pathan swings into it, hits it in the air between the men in the deep. Should come back for a second run as Hussey patrols deep square. But only 5 runs from the over. 4 overs left in the innings. India struggling to lift their tempo here. It's 5 for 225. Razor, it's over to you, and then to Glenn to finish off.
Thanks, Jim. And back here at the Gabba, 5 for 225. India, and it seems Glenn Mitchell. The harder Irfan Pathan tries to hit the ball, well, it's not going anywhere, Glenn. He's just really, really struggling, and Dhoni can only eke out singles at the moment. He's 27 from 31, but they've just hit a speed bump, haven't they?
Certainly have. They've let Australia right back into the game here.
It'll still be a good run chase tonight, however.
But they'll be chasing probably about 40 to 45 less than they thought they might have been.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, with 4 overs remaining, 24 balls. Even if you go to run a ball, that's 250. You might like to think you might get the odd 4 or boundary, so they should still get 260. Between 260 and 270 if they play their cards right. But at the moment, they ain't quite doing that, are they?
So Lee has replaced James Hopes. Dhoni is on strike, and he faces him, and he takes a big swing and will hit it for 6.
Yep.
Over the head of Simons, and a good catch by a young man, young boy almost, in the front row down there. It's right on the line where Andrew Simons was fielding it long off, but it landed about 12 metres behind him.
Great catch. And just before you came in, when you took over from Jim and I both alluded to the fact that, why go outside the square here? Why didn't you keep James Hopes going? The faster you bowl, the quicker it'll go to the boundary.
33 to Dhoni, 5 for 231. Lee delivers a full toss, and it's driven down the ground. Simons will be able to field this one at long off, just the single. Fires back wide of the keeper. Drags Gilchrist a pitch and a half width to the onside to gather the bouncing ball. 5 for 232. Dhoni up to 34.
So there's a contrast already. We've been seeing miserly overs from the Australians over the last 3 or 4, 2, 3, 4 runs here and there off the first 2 deliveries. Brett Lee's gone for 7. So they've got 4 balls up their sleeve in this over. You've got to be smart about this.
Pathan with bat raised faces Lee. It gives him the charge, and he'll get a single. Out towards deep extra cover. Hussey gathers. 5 for 233. Irfan Pathan reaching double figures.
I think Brett Lee saw him coming, just threw a little bit wider, but he was able to get a reasonable amount of bat onto it. Irfan, I just don't think he knows what to do in this situation at the moment. Dhoni's going along quite nicely now, courtesy of that 6 he hit off the first ball of Brett's over. So he's gone to 34, and the score has climbed over into the 230s. 233 to be precise.
Lee delivers to Dhoni once again. He gets a full toss, and he hammers it flat down the ground. He's gathered behind the sight screen by Simons. We didn't see him pick it up. It's a fairly opaque board here. It's steel. You can't see through it unless you're Superman. 5 for 234. With Dhoni now up to 35.
Yeah, he hit that solidly too. It just went a little wide of Brett Lee. It came back at him like a rocket. He's probably glad it didn't come straight back at him.
20 balls to go in the innings. 5 for 234.
Yeah, they're looking down the barrel at 260, 270.
Lee goes into Patan. He makes good contact there. Pulls almost off the front foot. Out to deep mid-wicket. Hayden to gather. They have two. They were easing up as they turn for the second. Irfan Patan has a dozen now. 5 for 236. Reasonably expensive over here for Lee. It's gone 6, 1, 1, 1, 2. So 11 off it with the ball to come.
And Ricky can't take it back. He's probably thinking, oh, geez, maybe I should have given James Hope time more.
Certainly can't afford to stray because Bracken's on the field restriction circle at a shortish fine leg. Lee delivers and Patan, a big swing and a miss, and it's not a wide according to umpire Tony Hill.
Photo
the end
finish.
of the over, and we have just 3 overs to go at 5 for 236. Uthappa was out for 30. Gambia 15. Yuvraj 38. Tendulkar 91. Rohit Sharma 2. Dhoni's on 35 from 34 balls. Patan is 12 not out from 18. 13 extras. Have all the extras been wides, Jono? 1 leg by and 12 wides. So they're actually giving them not only 12 runs, but another 12 deliveries to score runs off. 5 for 236 with 3 overs to go.
And Mitchell Johnson was the guilty party so far as wides were concerned. He just couldn't quite get his radar going in his first few overs. Consequently, Ricky Ponting's only given Mitchell Johnson 6 overs. He went for 33. The Brain Trust got together then. Ponting and Gilchrist had a chat to Nathan Bracken. So let's see what they've conjured up.
Bracken to bowl and Gilchrist right up over the stumps. He comes around the wicket and Dhoni advances out him and then drives off the bottom portion of the bat towards Hopes at point. A single, 5 for 237. Dhoni to 36, scoring it better than a runner ball.
So the field has to change, of course, because Dhoni's a right-hander and Irfan Patan is, of course, a left-hander. So
this is interesting. There's a single anywhere on the onside. There's no one inside the circle apart from Lee at short fine leg. In front of the wicket, there is no one inside the circle. There's a long on, mid-wicket, backward square, all on the rope. Bracken is over the wicket. He bowls to Patan. He's bowled him. Here he locks middle and off stump, looking to loft across the line out to mid-wicket. Bracken has struck, and he deserves to because he's been very tight. 7.2 overs, 1 for 23. And Patan is bowled, swinging across the line for 12. 6 for 237. They're not about to boo Ray Phillips before he even gives a summary of the dismissal. Harbhajan's coming in to bat here at the Gabba.
How could you tell? You can't help but think that Irfan was just put himself out of his misery then. He really struggled there to try and score quickly. He scored 12, but, oh, gee, it was really scratchy. He got more inside edges you could poke a stick at. But as you can hear, our listeners, Harbhajan Singh has come to the ground. It's most unusual, actually. They're almost all standing up. It's really weird. And he's just been announced to the crowd, and you can no doubt hear it through our effects mic, the reception he's just received.
Yeah, and he's been a villain in most people's eyes throughout the summer, but I do have a little bit of sympathy in regard to the media coverage of the alleged incidents at the SCG the other night. Some papers writing today that Harbhajan Singh purely and simply got off because there was no television evidence. Well, if there isn't any evidence, I don't know if you can necessarily say that's the reason he got off. You're surmising that he definitely did something. It wasn't caught in the TV pictures, so match referee Jeff Crow didn't have much to go on, but it's a bit harsh if you say he got off because of that. There mightn't have been any evidence. Who knows? Bracken around the wicket, bowls to Harbhajan, a full toss, and he gets off the mark. Should get 2, out to deep backward square, running in quickly as Hayden gathers. Harbhajan sprints back and gets there. A nice double to get off the mark. 6 for 239.
Yeah, that's very good cricket from Harbhajan. He might be under a little bit of pressure.
I think he thrives on it.
Yeah, I think he does. From the crowd have hopped into him. The moment he put his foot onto the hallowed turf here at the Gabba, it was a nice little nudge, backward of square for 2. Matthew Hayden had to do quite a bit to stop them from getting the 2, and he did quite well, Harbhajan, then.
15 balls to go in the innings, 6 for 239. Bracken around the wicket. Harbhajan swings across the line, gets it from outside off stump to Hopes at mid-wicket. 6 for 240. He's up to 3. I have sympathy for some sports people, like you do with police, that police nowadays can be abused, shouted at or whatever, and they've got to keep their cool. And there was no doubt the other night that Harbingen was copping all sorts of vitriol from behind him at deep mid-wicket, but you know, you just can't react, and he probably might have reacted in some ways, but the public incite a lot of problems at times off their own bat and then wait for someone to blow up, as this one is wide of off stump from Bracken, and he doesn't swing at it on that occasion, Dhoni.
Well, why not? I mean, you've got less than 3 overs to bowl and you're letting a ball go. I mean, you've got to get bat on ball, haven't you? Surely. At least attempt to get bat on ball. I think he may have been fishing it and waiting for a wide, yes, but I think you've got to attempt to play a shot and get the batter. If you get at that pace, you get a bit of an edge off the ball there, off the bat. It comes down for 4 almost.
Bracken wide out around the wicket. Dhoni swings at this, down the ground, should be caught at long on, and he is. Michael Clarke took it comfortably at chest height, fingers pointing skyward. Bracken has struck twice in the over. And unfortunately, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, the Indian captain, is part of a collective implosion here. The Indians really have lost the plot a little bit. Praveen Kumar is the new batsman. But Dhoni scored quickly, but he's out for 36. And with 2 overs to go, 7 for 240.
Well, he was possibly a product, Glenn, of the previous delivery by not playing a shot. He gets bat on ball, he might get a single. Oh, he might have got a 4 and then hold out then as well, but yeah, I don't think that was a very intelligent innings from Dhoni either. He really struggled. I think he was struggling with Irfan, who was going up and down the one spot. 7 for 240. Now they're looking to try and get it up around the 260 mark.
Want to immerse yourself in sport and stories of athletes from across the Pacific? Well, join me, Bobby McCumber, alongside some of the most talented journalists and sports commentators from across the region for Fresh Off the Field. Each week, we'll bring you interviews with Pacific athletes leaving their mark on the international stage and those aspiring to do the same. From cricket to netball, athletics to rugby, and everything in between.
Fresh Off the Field, Thursdays from 4 p.m. on ABC Sport Digital.
For the latest sports results and stories from around the globe and at home, check out ABC Sport on our social pages. Just search ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
Good over by Nathan Bracken, striking twice. He's now got figures of 2 for 26 from 8 overs. Leading wicket taker for Australia in the series. Dhoni out for 36. How many balls did he face, please, Jono? 37 balls, so virtually a 100 strike rate. It was the last ball of the over, so Lee is on strike. The batsman on strike is Praveen Kumar, and he ducks into one. In fact, he stood and copped one. Short of a length, jagged back from outside off stump, and he turned and copped it around the kidney region. He just turned his back on it. 11 balls to go. 7 for 240. It's most unusual that we have a final at the Gabba. It's only happened once before, and last time we were here for the last final at the Gabba, we heard about a frog called Kermit Jagger walking into a bank. Kerry, welcome back.
Thank you, mate. Yeah. And on that night, after the frog joke, Sri Lanka got 266 and Australia ran it down with only losing 1 wicket. India is 7 for 240.
Lee delivers. Praveen Kumar cops another one, and he might get some leg buys. He could almost get 4 of them. He will. 4 leg buys. He was trying to evade it. Oh, where's Damien Fleming when you need him? Damien reckons this is bad luck. If you don't play a shot and the ball hits you, why should you pick up 4 leg buys? But he was just turned his back as he did to the previous ball, except this time it glanced off his upper body wide of the keeper, and the total advances to 7 for 244.
Well, it appears that Praveen Kumar has never seen a short pitch delivery. Well, he's got 2, and I think he might get another.
In goes Lee. It is a short one, and he cuts it for 4.
He's
out through backward point. The eyes lit up. He was doing the Murali shuffle out towards the leg side, but he cut it over the infield. He's 4, and it's 7 for 248. 9 balls to go.
Well, he was frozen for the first 2, but they warmed him up, and he's cleared his front leg and slapped it over point for 4. So Brett Lee, what's he got now? Does he go short again? Does he york?
Some follow through. The bat was going around like a rotor blade on a helicopter above his head after he made contact. Now, They're bringing one out and one in. Simons is dropping from mid-off to long-off, which means they've got to bring Johnson in from deep backward square up to a shortish fine leg. Lee can't stray. He bowls to Praveen Kumar, and he takes a big swipe, and he'll get at least one out through square leg, running around the edge of the field restriction circle. Ponting gathers, hurls back to the keeper from square leg, directly behind umpire Taufel when he gathered. Another single, 7 for 249. Kumar is 5. 8 balls to go to get at least another 11 runs. They want to get over 260.
Yeah. Well, what's Lee got for Harbhajan? It's been a tempestuous summer for the off-spinner. I don't think it'll be a nice half volley.
Harbhajan faces him, and he's hit on the pad. That's got to be LBW, surely. Yes. He swung across the line, full of length, hit him in front of about middle and off. Lee didn't bowl it from overly wide of the crease, and it certainly would have taken, I would have thought, middle and leg at worst. And Harbhajan Singh is out LBW to Lee for 3. 7 balls to go. He might get bowled out. It's 8 for 249.
Oh, plum. Very good delivery from Brett Lee. He had Harbhajan both feet inside the popping crease on the back foot. It was a full off cutter. It hit him below the pad roll in front of middle stump. Terrific delivery. Harbhajan out for 3. And 8th wicket down for 249. Australia have come back. They're 2 for 144 in the 30th, a score of 280 plus. They may not get 260 now, the Indians. Australia have really battled hard. This is a final. They knew when it was on the line. They've won a few good points after the 30th over, a number of good points. In fact, perhaps they were advantaged by Tendulkar not being 100%. MS Dhoni wasn't quite right. The batting order was shuffled around. Dhoni came in before Rohit Sharma. It worked to a certain extent, but Australia, they'd have been expecting to chase 280 plus, and they may chase less than 260.
Piyush Chawla, the right-handed leg spinner, is a left-handed batsman. He's coming in for his 7th innings in 15 one-day internationals, so he hasn't batted much. He's got an average about 5. Lee's going to bolt him around the wicket. He delivers, and Chawla edges, and he'll get 4. Just wide of the left glove of a diving Adam Gilchrist. Well, that was placement to perfection, not that he was trying to hit it through the left knee of a first slip fieldsman, had there been one there. 1 over to go, 8 for 253. Chawla is on 4 with Kumar on 5, and Brett Lee finishes at 10 overs, 1 for 58.
Well, with no slip in, the moment he saw it outside off stump, he wasn't to the line. He did open the face. The best he could have hoped for was an outside edge for 4. He was only looking for a single to third man, but he'll take for Piyush Chawla. He has a job to do later in the night. His spell of leg spin will be absolutely vital for India if they're going to pull off the series.
Bracken 2 wickets in his last over, gets 2 in this one, and India will be bowled out. They're 8 wickets down, 253 on the board, and Bracken to bowl his 9th over has the excellent figures of 2 for 26. Around the wicket he comes and delivers, and a big swing in the air by Praveen Kumar. It lands out at a wide long off, gathered by Mitch Johnson on the second bounce. And they come back for 2, 8 for 255. Kumar up to 7.
Well, he looks a big open face slasher, does Praveen Kumar. That should alter Nathan Bracken's line. He wants to bowl around middle and off stump. That mightn't be the right line to this fellow. You might have to tighten him up around leg stump. Edges. Gilchrist come up to the stumps. That's a good. That's in Bracken's favour. This could be tight middle and leg.
No third man, no fine leg. Bracken around the wicket in a slower ball, and on the front foot, patted by Kumar back down the pitch. A few risks here. Clark is at short fine leg. Lee is at short third man. So they're going for the men in the deep at deep backward square, mid wicket, long on, long off, and extra cover. There's a single anywhere on the onside, and just Ponting with hands on hips. He will walk into the circle from extra cover. Hopes is also inside the circle at backward point. With a single anywhere on the leg side. Bracken from wide out around the wicket delivers a full toss, and it's hit in the air. Caught by Ponting at extra cover. Bracken's got his 3rd. Kumar is out for 7. And it is 9 for 255. We've got 3 balls to come in the innings. Well done, Nathan Bracken. He's got 8.3 overs, 3 for 28.
And well done, Australia. Ponting has harnessed this Indian innings in. He's changed the bowlers. He bowled Michael Clark and Simons when nobody expected them to play a role. And by a number of incidents have happened. There's been injury to the Indians. In the end, from the strongest of platforms, they've floundered. Australia will feel that they're going to restrict India to an under-par score. They've got 3 balls to get this final wicket. Gee, they've done well. The fielding generally has been terrific. They've attacked the ball in the outfield. Bracken's delivered 3 wickets. Michael Clark delivered 3 wickets. But runs on the board, Glenn.
Yeah, 255. Still a significant total to chase, but you would have thought they would have been hoping for significantly more. Shan Srisanth is the new batsman. He replaces Ishant Sharma in the 11 that won the first match at the SCG. Sharma with a badly bruised finger on his bowling hand. So Srisanth at the crease. They're going to maintain the same field with third man and fine leg inside the circle. 3 balls to go. 9 for 255. Gilchrist up over the stumps. Bracken in around the wicket, delivers to him, and Srisanth is beaten, and Gilchrist removes the bails and then removes them again. He's now lifted a stump up. Oh dear, he looks like a Zulu warrior with his assegai, his spear in his hand. He actually removed the bails, and then perhaps the batsman's foot may have drifted, but the stumps had already been broken, so he broke them again, but the only way he can do it is by pulling his stump out, ball in hand, holding the ball to the lifted stump. Gillies, you can hear that? Gillies saying, I'm appealing. How was that? I don't want to get reported, he says.
Is he going upstairs?
Gone to the he's on the third. He hasn't signalled to the third umpire, but he's on the walkie-talkie. He did signal. No, he's not out. He is back. But you can hear Gilchrist saying, I broke the stumps, 1 bail fell. Then I broke them again. Another bail fell. I don't want to get reported, but I am appealing.
Oh, he's so affected. Ever since he signed for the Nine Network, he hasn't been the same bloke.
You got better after they flicked you.
Exactly.
Yeah, see, it was unlucky for when he did actually remove the bail, and then he overbalanced Srisanth, and his back foot lifted, but Gilchrist, even your observational humour couldn't describe what he was doing at the end there, Kerry.
It was Rod Marsh-like, wasn't it? Never dainty.
His wife Mel was laughing up in the box looking at the replay. Finally, we're going to get a not out up on the big screen. Not out. 2 balls to go. We're already 13 minutes overtime in this innings. It's going to be a short turnaround. Already, I bet Peter Roebuck is hoeing into his 3rd course.
I got Moreton Bay Bugger waiting me.
Bracken around the wicket. Bowls. Taken off the pad here, I fancy, by Srisanth. I'm not sure he hit it. It trickles to backward square. Stuart Clark gathers, and there was an edge onto the body. 9 for 256. 1 ball to go.
Well, on what we've seen, they did have a long tail. You know, when you look at Kumar, Chawla, Harbhajan, Srisanth, that's 8 to 11, doesn't offer too much. So perhaps they were mindful of that. They built too strong a platform, then they lost wickets at vital times. Australia have held together well here. They've still got a job to do chasing, but they'll walk off pretty confident.
Chawla on strike. Faces Bracken, gets one well up, drives it down towards long off. There's a chance of 2. They go through for 1. Gathered by Michael Clark. Long to the keeper's end. They're safe, I reckon. They've gone for the 3rd umpire, but I reckon Chawla is home. 50 overs have been bowled. A direct hit would have been out. It's 9, I think, for 257. But unfortunately, we've got a break now. We've got news and current affairs commitments. We're getting a replay, and he's in. So it will be 9 for 257 back when the Australian innings starts.
Thanks, Drew. And it will be Adam Gilchrist to take the first ball from Pravin Kumar, who has bowled very well in the 2 matches he's played in this series. He had Gilchrist caught down at mid-on Sunday as he bowls to him now, and it's hitting the pitch and going away outside the off stump. Umpire Hill has a look at that delivery, and his head just tilts, half thinking, wide? No wide. Australia bowled a few wides, mainly from Mitchell Johnson, but they did very well, Kerry, to stop India from getting nearer to 300, which looked likely when Tendulkar was batting.
Oh, definitely. Australia won the last half of that innings by a long way. But they still have work to do. Praveen Kumar and Srisanth, they're going to move the ball around in the early evening.
Kumar goes in to Gilchrist. Gilchrist off the back foot, forces through the covers. Past a diving Gambhir away towards the line. It's being chased back as they take just a couple of runs. And that was a good forcing shot, but Gambhir couldn't, a la a Simons or a Michael Clark, cut off the shot that was well hit by Gilchrist. So the crowd has increased as the day has gone on. We must be pushing 27, 28,000 in here. It's a night of clear light with the lights on and twilight time. Sunshine somewhere around the place, but shadows right across this ground now as he bowls a ball. It beats the outside edge as he nicked it. Oh, he's nicked it. Kumar's got Gilchrist out. Anti-climax from the Gilchrist army of supporters. He followed the ball. It bounced, and with some delight, Dhoni's tossed it into the air after taking it. And Gilchrist is out. Third ball for 2. Is that going to derail Australia?
Well, it's a big blow. The Gabba crowd's rising to Gilchrist. He may not give them the send-off that they want, the acclamation, because he's so disappointed. He'll feel that he's let the team down. He's nicked a good one, though. In fact, he's not even acknowledging the standing. So the team situation is paramount in his mind. He's out for 2.
Well, what happened down there as he went off the field? What happened? He got tangled up with the cameraman, the photographer. All right. Wow. Well, I missed the incident. So that was after Gilchrist left the field. There was a photographer down there. So someone got the road of somebody else.
Okay. Well, disappointing because Gilchrist was just gutted that he'd nicked it. A victory to Praveen Kumar. He's an impressive seamer. He hits the deck and makes it go both ways. That one left Gilchrist off the pitch, and he's edged it through to Dhoni. The first wicket down, 3 balls into the innings. So that's the start India wanted. And Ricky Ponting under all sorts of pressure in at 3.
Yes, Ponting's played 1 innings of distinction in this series. But other than that, he's looked out of touch. So this is the 4th ball. Australia 1 for 2. Kumar bowls, and that comes back off the pitch. Hit the pitch and moved back. So this is what everyone anticipates at the Gabba when we get into twilight time and the ball starts to do a few things. Well, and life can get a bit awkward for the batsman.
And full credit to Dhoni. They've kept Praveen Kumar from Australia. They've had him over here. They've kept Chawla away, the leg spinner. They've introduced them for the finals.
Kumar bowls and Ponting's forward, guiding the ball away into the covers. Fielded out there by Gambhir. This is very, very tense. So much expectation about what Australia's batsmen can achieve in the chase, but as we've seen so often in this series of one-day games, Australia very inconsistent other than Matthew Hayden. And quite often their top order has failed. Here comes Kumar, last ball of the over, and Ponting follows and knocks it away on the offside out towards point. And that ends a very good over. Kumar picking up the wicket of Gilchrist. Those Indian supporters must still be having dinner. I thought they'd be applauding wildly at the end of that over. A great over for India, defending 258. Gilchrist out for just 2.
Kumar's great advantage. He goes both ways. He can make the ball leave the right hander, or he can snake it back into him. So this much underrated seamer, Praveen Kumar. He's come into the series late. He impressed against Sri Lanka in Hobart. I thought he did a terrific job there. They couldn't get hold of him. And he bowled beautifully the other night, and he's bowled an exceptional first over. So India on top, defending what looks an under-par score. Have taken the wicket of Gilchrist, and we're going to see Srisanth, and this will be interesting because he has a few victories over Ponting and he's going to bend the ball around, but he can concede 7 and over, so it's always a gamble when Sreesanth's playing, and you can bet your life that Hayden's going to go after him. So we've got flashpoint situation already.
Hayden goes through his preliminaries like the old gladiator, scraping, bending, looking at the pitch. He played superbly the other day. Again, there's that weight of expectation, particularly in front of the home crowd, about whether or not he can get away. Can Australia get the partnerships? Sreesanth has been under some pressure himself when he's bowled in this series. He's coming in now to bowl to Hayden, and Hayden's hit on the pad. The ball swinging from the look of it down the leg side. But Sreesanth is playing because Ishant Sharma has a bruised finger. And it's a big opportunity for Sreesanth and for India, because it's pretty obvious that in the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to see these new ball bowlers wobbling it around.
Oh, and that appreciably came back in to Matthew Hayden, so he knows he's got the swing, Sreesanth, while the ball's fresh. So he's just got to bowl a wicket-taking delivery.
Here comes Sreesanth. He bowls now just wide of the off stump, and it's followed and watched through to the keeper outside the off stump. But India are buzz in the field. They've got the big breakthrough, and they must sense here, if they can put in a really good 10-over burst, that they can wrap up this series.
No Tendulkar out there.
It's slip, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, first slip. Right.
Yeah,
there he is.
Alongside his running mate, Uthappa. Just those two slips and then the usual spread of fieldsmen. Sreesanth rushing into bowl. Hayden's digging out a Yorker. Well bowled up in the block hole. Yes. Well, 258 or 257 is a... Yeah. Well, they need to... Yeah. Whatever their score was, 258, has won quite a few games here at the Gabba. And if you think back to that out-of-season game a few years ago, they played in June. You remember that? Pakistan and Australia 6 years ago. In June. It was freezing. And Pakistan defended 7 for 256. The ball hooped all over the place. Australia out for 165. Sreesanth bowls. Driven down the ground. That's 4. That's Hayden. That was pitched up. And he got his Moreton Bay tree trunk onto it and sent it down through long off for 4. Apparently there are lots of interesting things that come from Moreton Bay. Do you know about any of them?
They do bugs well, I know that.
Really?
Yeah. And
we didn't see any of them in the press room.
How was your curry?
It was outstanding.
Well,
it was unbugged.
Yeah.
Debugged.
I think the oysters I had were from Tassie, flown up especially for the day.
Right.
I think they were Coffin Bay, South Australia, isn't it?
Thanks for sharing them.
Yeah.
Here's Sreesanth. He bowls to Hayden. Hayden drives in the air and just to the left of Patani, throws back at the stumps. It's a good bit of fielding out there. Yuvraj Singh out there diving. They got a run, but it wasn't a controlled shot. He went to drive and the ball moved, and he got a thick inside edge. One bounced in front and to the left of a diving Yuvraj. 1 for 7.
That was a very loose shot from Hayden. There's a looseness about the Australians at the moment. All the body language is positive from India. And what can Sreesanth do? I think he's already got Ponting 3 times in this one-day series. So he's got an outswinger working, in-swinger to Hayden. He'll work his outswinger. He only has the one delivery at the Australian captain. What can he summon?
Sreesanth goes into Ponting. Ponting back and taking it away to Harbhajan, who's out there, and he's making a fumble. He'll get the hooter bird from the crowd for that. Yes. He's the bête noire for quite a few of the Australian fans, and hopefully tonight Dhoni keeps him in the circle and away from the potential commentary or reaction of the fans, because he was in the wrong place the other night and was obviously drawn into something. 1 for 8 after 2 overs. Hayden 5, Ponting 1, Gilchrist out for 2.
Well, Pravin Kumar to take up the attack. If there's any wobble through the air off the pitch, he's going to get it. Impressive seamer, this fella.
Now Kumar about to bowl, and the SMS is rolling through as ever. Thank you very much for your reaction. Not every one of them can be read on the air. As Pravin Kumar runs into Boulder Ponting, and Ponting's forward around his pad. He plays the ball out to Harbhajan on the onside, who does field cleanly. And the one that I can answer from Goldie in Melbourne. Will you guys bring us the West Indies series on radio? Yes, we will be bringing you the test matches in May and June from Jamaica and Antigua and Barbados. And Kerry O'Keefe will be over there watching a few of those games, along with a lot of Aussie supporters.
Whether I can put two words together is another matter.
As Kumar beats him, he hits the pad outside the line of the off stump. Well, are you going to be on the radio, or are you just in the stand?
No, I think I'll be in the stand.
All right. Well, it won't matter, will it? Did Ishant get left out for having bogan hair? Owen from the Gong has that question for you, as you've been boganing today.
Yeah, my understanding is that he got left out because his Adam's apple went way past appropriate.
Here comes Kumar. That's short. It's pulled in the air. He's out. He's caught it mid-on by Yuvraj. Another terrible Ponting shot. It was a bit short. This time, instead of edging it into his stumps, he's lobbed the simplest of catches down to mid-on. Totally miscued. And Pravin Kumar is India's hero. He's taken 2 wickets in 2 overs. And India cock a hoop here. Australia 2 for 8. Ponting fails again. He's out for 1.
Well, again, it was a pull shot from Ponting, as it was in Sydney. The ball was on him a little quicker. He was in no position. In the end, he found mid-on. He'll be desperately unhappy with that shot. He's such a straight player. He's a driver early. But before he was set, he's essayed a pull shot, spliced to mid-on, and the captain's out. M. Clark comes in. Pravin Kumar has 2. Wow. That's the start that Australia didn't want. They needed a platform. You need wickets in hand in a chase, and they've lost 2 of their best, Gilchrist and Ponting.
Whew. That's a shock for the crowd, or most of them.
Yes.
There's probably 2,000 or 3,000 Indian fans here. Oh, India with due reason. Oh, celebrate. That's a big wicket.
That's huge.
He's all duck or no dinner in this series, Ponting. Yes. He's only had 1 dinner.
I think that, look, those sort of shots are played when things are weighing on your mind. I just don't think this early in an innings you can be saying something like that. Ponting's normally on back foot, stroking line, driving the fuller balls, and twice in consecutive matches he's been trying to pull balls that probably that could have been played somehow else. Anyway, MJ Clark's in under a lot of pressure. Kumar with 2, wobbling it around.
2 for 8. Kumar bowls, and he hits him on the pad. That's close to LB, not out. Maybe a little high. Bit of movement. He was certainly in line. And umpire Hill immediately shook his head on a very confident shout from Pravin Kumar for LBW. And unless it was high, that looked to be hitting.
Well, he was trying to get on the full front foot. Tony Hill's ruled not out. The Indians weren't all that convinced. Hawkeye will probably have it clipping middle and leg. But he's dodged a bullet, MJ Clark.
Kumar in again. Clark leaves a ball that goes away outside the off stump this time. He's bowling them all, and he's bowling with some verve and energy here. India right amongst Australia again in the top order. And we got a chance to see the replay here, which tells us the ball was missing leg on Hawkeye, or just clipping leg. No, or just missing. Take your pick. It was probably a good call then.
It's late in the day for Hawkeye. He's had a counter lunch and 5 skewies.
Here comes Clark pushing back down the pitch. He should have just stuck to the bugs and the oysters.
He should have, and water.
2 for 8 after 3 overs here, Australia. They're in just a bit of trouble. Clark 0 and Hayden 5.
Well, that's the thing about Praveen Kumar. This is like facing an off-spinner with a very hard-to-pick Dusra because at pace. Because he's bowling the one coming in to the right-hander really cleverly, but he can, as he did with that last delivery, snake one away with the same action. When you go both ways with not much change of wrist, you've got to pick the line early or you're going to get caught out. And Kumar has too. And MJ Clark didn't know which was the outie and which was the innie for that couple of those, I'm pretty sure. So Simons is listed in next. He's got no runs behind him this series, really, at 1/2 century, averaging about 14. So really, this partnership has to go a long way towards a 258.
Well, the physios come out to attend to Dhoni. He's been having a few massages today. Srisanth bowls to Hayden, who leaves the ball just outside the off stump. It goes skidding through to the captain and the keeper. Now, just on Praveen Kumar, as you can hear the jumping and shouting about out there from the Indian players, very keen. Lloyd from Yas was wondering about the 4 Kumar got when he was hit on the body. And Lloyd says, my understanding was if you don't play a shot, you don't get runs. Shouldn't have that been called a dead ball? No, well, not in that case. If you're trying to avoid the ball and it hits you, which obviously the umpire thought he was trying to do, and it goes for runs, well, they count. As Srisanth bowls and is driven away by Hayden out to Gambier in the covers. 1992 222 if you want to send us an SMS, and they're flowing in. A big audience tonight, given that quite a few people don't have much choice if they're following the game, if they're not at the ground, other than to listen to the radio at this point. With Australia teetering at 2 for 8 here. It's a very, very ordinary, but I won't say typical start, but it's certainly been one area where Australia have had some consistency in the top order. They keep losing these wickets as he bowls a ball that's up and it's dropped. Hayden's dropped by a diving Dhoni. It was going straight to Tendulkar at slip, and Dhoni went 75% at that and got a glove to it, and it went via him and Tendulkar down onto the turf. Hayden alive. He drove at the ball, and as Tendulkar hurt himself in tumbling to the ground there.
There's not a good body between those two, Dhoni and Tendulkar. Tendulkar's got a groin now. He's got a shoulder. Dhoni's got a back. Out comes the physio. That's amazing. That should have been taken, though.
He's feeling his left shoulder, Tendulkar, as we get a chance to see that replay of an attempted drive. It hit the edge. Dhoni went for it. It just flicked his glove, and then hit Tendulkar on his left shoulder, on the point of his shoulder. He's getting attention, and as I think you mentioned before, Kerry, they'll have to have wheelchairs for these fellas soon. They were struggling with the bat, and now, alas for Tendulkar, he's copped the ball right on the point of his shoulder, and it's a brand new rock too. It would have hurt.
Yeah.
And he's getting some attention. So a hold up here. Hayden lucky to survive that loose shot, and Tendulkar's going off to get some attention, but that was a drop chance.
Yes, it was Tendulkar's catch. I know the keeper should go for everything, but that was just heading straight to Tendulkar's left hand, and Dhoni has flung the glove out. Tendulkar's going to take that easily around waist level at first slip. So Hayden survives, and again the ball's going both ways. Srisanth was bowling into Matthew Hayden. That one left him off the pitch. Should have drawn the wicket. Clark on strike.
And Srisanth comes towards him, and he's forward to drive the ball. Gambier dives in the covers to stop it. 2 for 9 Australia. Gilchrist out for 2. Ponting 1. Tendulkar flowing again with the bat, made 91, but then he looked to get a bit weary, and maybe that groin strain worried him, and now he's been hit flush on the point of his left shoulder after Dhoni missed a catch. Now Clark, can he survive this excited new ball attack? Srisanth bowls to him, and he leaves a ball that pitched outside the off stump. It bounced, and then it started to move back in the air after passing him. Looked like it was going away from him after hitting the deck, and then it went the other way. So that's what Australia have to contend with. The usual scene at the Gabba, trying to chase, You've got to get through that first hour, and Australia struggling at the moment. 2 down for 9 in the 4th over.
Ball moving both ways for the Indian opening bowlers. Problems. They've got 2 spinners that have to be accounted for, though.
In goes Srisanth to bowl, driven back down the ground past Srisanth for a couple of runs. Yuvraj is chasing it, and Chawla is with him. They get a couple, and Clark is away. He's off the mark. The score 2 for 11, and Harsha Bogle is about to come in and join Kerry O'Keefe with India on top at the Gabba.
You're with Grandstand.
You're listening to Grandstand Summer of Cricket. Live from the Gabba, on your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
What a spell from Praveen Kumar. He's got Matthew Hayden on strike, and we've got Harsha Bogle in the box.
Target's suddenly looking a bit stiff, isn't it?
It's very, very stiff.
Don't take the bait.
Stiff task.
Don't take the bait.
I won't. And you throw me a lot of bait.
Right, here's Praveen Kumar. There's 2 slips now as he runs into bowl to Hayden, who's letting it go through. It's the first time since he's come to Australia on this tour that he's getting his stock ball going, which is swinging it into the right-hander away from the left-hander. That's his stock ball.
Is it? Yeah.
And for the first time, he's seen it.
Well,
he's
it's
getting
clever.
it going.
And he can get it to snake away from the right-hander, can't he? Where's he from, Praveen Kumar?
Praveen Kumar is from Meerut in Uttar Pradesh. He runs it now. He bowls to Hayden, who's letting it go through. There's a lot of swing suddenly in the evening for the ball. And I just wonder if it's
around.
Just freshening up a little bit. But Australia are in a lot of trouble. First Gilchrist and then Ponting. Just trying to grab a bite, and suddenly I've come back and it's 2 down. What's with Ponting? His best shot's the pull, and he can't. That's letting him down every time. This one swings back in. It's a good ball from Praveen Kumar. Hayden has flicked it off his pads. He's gone hard for the first. He comes back for the second, and he'll get it quite easily. And Dhoni collects the ball with one-handed with his left hand. That leads me to believe that maybe there's something the matter with his right as well. Australia go up to 13 for 2 in the 5th over. Hayden, their most dominant batsman, is in. Clark, the one in best form, is in. There's Hussey and Simons to come. Really, you don't want to leave it to too much beyond those 6. I know Hopes can bat and Hogg can, and Lee seems to bat better when the situation is bad. As Praveen Kumar bowls and Hayden goes forward and defends. The number of times you see Lee getting runs when they're most needed is very interesting.
Well, Australia don't want Lee batting tonight. This is a big partnership, Clark and Hayden. Hayden on his home ground. He's got a lot of one-day international runs here. MJ Clark, not as distracted as some. You know, he's kept his nose pretty clean this summer, I reckon.
He's been Australia's best player today.
Yeah,
his fielding was excellent, and he picked up 3 for 52. Here's Praveen Kumar in again. He bowls to Hayden, who's playing and missing again, just searching for the ball outside the off stump. He's getting a lot of swing, is Praveen Kumar, and Hayden was following it. But India have got to just play it ball by ball here, not think about what might have been, not think about whether Hayden should have been caught either by Dhoni or by Tendulkar. Now, Dinesh Karthik is a substitute, and he's slotted into first slip as well. He's a wicketkeeper, remember? But he has had nothing to do in this series.
How many byes did he let through in that last test where he kept? Somebody said 40-something.
Well, he had a bad game, yeah.
No, well, let's not.
Praveen Kumar bowls and lets it go through outside the off stump.
Let's just say bad game.
13 for 2.
41 byes or something?
I have no idea.
I looked it up. It's something like that.
So you knew it all along. You're one of those evil students that ask a doubt to the teacher when they know the answer.
No, I just thought I'd get you to admit that something bad happened to India because they're going so well at the moment.
Is it bothering you?
You won the under-19s on Duckworth Lewis. And
yes.
Tanmay Srivastava was the leading run getter in the tournament.
Yes.
And the Kohli brothers did well. You're on fire.
Gee, you're making it sound like there's something wrong with all that.
I know. You've got IPL. You've won the World Cup under-19s, and you're about to beat us 2-0. And you're still the same humble bloke that you were
Sreesanth is
months
running
ago.
Sreesanth runs in, and he bowls to Clark. He gets a short rising ball that he plays down in front of him out to mid-wicket. Why do I sense that sentence ended differently from the way it was meant to?
Yeah, I just changed the end. I was a bit Alfred Hitchcock. I changed the end to surprise you. But again, we're seeing, Harsha, if you change the path of the ball against Australia,
yes,
even Praveen Kumar at 120-odd Ks, he's changing the path. Srisanth is changing the path in its direction to the batsman, and that's how you undo Australia. Swing and movement off the seam. And you've brought Praveen Kumar in. He's doing it. Can Srisanth do it?
Now Srisanth bowls, and Hayden, now Clark rather, goes off the back foot, plays quietly down for Srisanth to field on his follow-through. His key ball, Srisanth, is the outswinger.
Yeah.
That's his stock delivery, and he bowls it beautifully when he's in rhythm. But he's had a stop-start kind of tour. He came here not completely fit, or rather having taken time off on fitness grounds, and then he's come back in. He's had a couple of games and he's been left out. And now it's his opportunity here to make good. The fact that he knows when he goes back, Ishant Sharma will win his place back. There's Zahir Khan, there's RP Singh, so he needs a big performance here for his place in the side. He runs it now, he bowls to Clark, and he's slanting the ball back in, and he's unhappy with what he's done because Clark has played him away behind square, and will pick up 2. Again, Dhoni collects left-handed. 15 for 2. And yet he went left-handed, didn't he? When he dropped the catch, he went to his left.
Yeah.
So it couldn't be something that hit him there. There's something the matter with his right hand. I think India need to win this game. There were not enough people to put on the park for the next one.
Well, when Ponting was taken, all 10 celebrating a big love in, but Dhoni was just waiting on the other side of the pitch for the physio to come. He took no part of the celebration.
Well, here comes Dhoni. Here comes Srisanth again. And again, he's slanting the ball into Clark. And that's not working at the moment because Clark is playing him off his pads very easily. And he's playing himself into. Another throw comes in. It's a good one. And Dhoni looks to collect it like a baseballer would with a mitt on one hand. And he can't collect. But 2 more. 17 for 2.
And that's the problem with Srisanth. He gets hit square of the wicket a lot. And he's leaking runs square of the wicket. And that's when he's not at his best. Through square leg, through point when he gives them width. He's trying to bowl too fast. They've got a white ball that is moving. He's really got to challenge Clark with a full-length delivery, and he keeps slapping it in and bowling in-swingers at his pads.
There's a second substitute on the field as well. I think it looks like Suresh Raina down in the boundary at long leg. As Srisanth bowls, it's played in the air by Clark. I think he got it off the toe of the bat. And it's running away down to cover. They'll pick up 2 more, so this is good over for Australia.
Dhoni's got no use in his right arm. He's just offering one left hand at everything that comes in. That can't be good when he has to keep with right-handers batting against Chawla, everything going towards his right hand.
And the problem, of course, is that Dinesh Karthik's on the field, but he's a substitute, so he can't keep either.
But I'd ask him to keep, given that he left 41 buys go through.
Yeah. He's got a good line in there. Here comes Srisanth. He goes wide of the stumps and then gets the ball to move away, but he's trying to move his line towards off stump and ends up drifting too far. Australia 19 now for 2. The partnership is 11. Hayden is on 8. Clark is on 8. You're offering a sort of conciliatory pat on the back.
Yeah, I just patted him because I've been a bit hard on you that
have you?
session.
Oh, you should have told me before. I'd have realised it.
Yeah, no. I got a cut.
Next time you want to come hard at me and be rude to me, just let me know before.
I'll give you some warning.
I'll recognise it when it comes.
MJ Clark firming for man of the match. Wickets, fielding, and a little 120 knot won't go astray.
And what some of you didn't get to hear or see was the dramatic manner in which he switched the microphone off. Hayden drives the next one out on the offside. He can't get a run. Praveen Kumar will continue. 6 overs gone. And Hayden 8, Clark 8. His total is 19. Ray Phillips comes in.
Bring a bit of levity back into the conversation. What do you reckon?
How many times did you concede 41 buys in
Never. I'll get Glenn Mitchell for that. 41, that is a lot of buys.
I don't even know if it's true. Praveen Kumar bowls and not much movement on that. It started about leg stump and kept low, and Hayden's flicked it off his pads for a single to square leg. And that'll take the score up to 20. 20 now for 2. Praveen Kumar is 2 for 4. This is the 7th over, so 3 overs, 2 for 4 for him.
Generally, when the wave comes on, that means the spectators are bored. How can you be bored when Australia are 2 for 20 when it's been all action?
Maybe they're not bored. Maybe they're excited.
Well, that is the other side of the coin. That's very good, Harsha.
Who did India defeat in the 19 years World Cup, says Ben, to South Africa? Now, there's a funny one here. Simon from Albury wants to know which rugby league team I support. Okay, Simon, in a moment. Here comes Praveen Kumar. Bowls closer. Sums gets the ball to swing away. Michael Clark is in tremendous form. He's hit that through cover, and he'll come back with 3 as 3 Indians go running after it. So a run for every Indian chasing that ball. And the score will go up to 23. But he's not looking troubled at all. He's looking in very good form.
You're a Geelong cat, I know, because they've given you a jumper. I heard that throughout the summer.
But
do you know anything about rugby league?
That's AFL. Look, AFL is really the only football code that matters.
Who have you been talking to?
But
you're in Brisbane, don't forget. You're in Brisbane. I'm
going to give you an answer for rugby league, and that's because last time I was here, there was all this drama about the Broncos losing their coach.
Yeah.
No. And that's the only name I know.
Well, there you go. The Brisbane Broncos went in Rome. Now do as the Romans did, eh?
Matt Hayden just pulls out with Praveen Kumar in his delivery stride. How late can a batsman pull out? He had almost delivered the ball when he pulled out.
Yeah, it was very, very late indeed.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, what a beautiful night here it is at the Gabba now. Blue sky, the lights are starting to kick in. But Harsha, I was talking to you before, the ball is moving around now, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, obviously the changeover period, the atmosphere is a little bit different. The ball is really hooping.
And it does again as Praveen Kumar gets it to swing prodigiously outside Hayden's off stump. He lets it go through. It might have come very close to the definition of a wide. The umpire is just having a word with him as he goes back.
And Matthew had a look at the umpire as much as say
that he would.
That was close. It was close.
Yeah, that he would. Well, Australia are very good at that.
They'll look at every run they can get at the moment. There's a lot to do. Just listening to Kerry, Matthew Hayden and Michael Clark looking at the board. 2 for 23, chasing 259.
That's Praveen Kumar bowls, and Hayden pushes it out on the offside. He's timed it beautifully. He'll get 2 as the ball goes about 30 yards outside that circle, out at cover. Well, 20 yards maybe, but 2 all the same. And Australia now starting to build a partnership here. 25 for 2 in the 7th over. They've got to be careful not to concentrate too much on just defence and not losing wickets, which in any case would be a very un-Aussie way of doing things.
Yeah, but Matthew Hayden looks as though he really means business tonight. And I know sometimes when commentators do say that, they give them kiss of death and they get out next ball. But he looks busy. He's running his first and second runs quickly.
So do you want to say that after every ball?
No.
Go on, it's all right. No. You're a commentator. You're entitled to your point of view.
But I do think he looks, quite diligent tonight, and
he's just been dropped though.
He looks, and hit the right on the point of Sachin Tendulkar's shoulder.
Yes,
it just took a little bit of deflection, didn't it, from Dhoni's glove?
Yeah, the pins that were holding him together, one of them must have come off.
Yeah, Kerry's been getting into him, hasn't he? Talking about aged care and all that sort of stuff. Now, if you're not carrying an injury at this stage of the season, but still playing, there'd have to be something wrong with you.
Matthew Hayden's meditating. Now Praveen Kumar is going round the wickets to bowl to him, and Hayden goes back and pushes the ball out to cover. Praveen Kumar's on the top of his mark. He's getting ready to bowl. Everyone's ready to bowl, and Matthew Hayden was meditating. Well, there we are. It's 25 for 2 after 7 overs. Let's catch the news headlines. And they only got 200 rupees for it. They didn't get the extra 50 rupees because they didn't play on the 5th day.
They should have tried to sneak it into the 5th day, shouldn't they?
Yes. They weren't as clever as you are. 25 for 2 in the 8th over. What's your take on 259? What was your take on 259 before the Australian reply started?
Just saying to Jim Maxwell before that, having watched a lot of one-day cricket here domestically, that 260 generally gets you over the line. But the way the Indians batted today...
Srishant bowls and produces the outside edge. Runs down to Praveen Kumar on the boundary. Clark is turning for a second. He's not going to get it. The throw comes and Dhoni collects it left-handed again. This is turning up.
That's interesting, that, isn't it?
Yeah,
he's obviously got something wrong with his right arm. But just to finish off what I was saying, not so much the way they batted today, but the way they were batting, they should have got 290, if not nudged 300. So to end up with just 258, they were probably disappointed because of the start they got. I think they did get a little bit bogged down when Sachin wasn't quite running freely and playing freely.
And in the 4 or 5 overs immediately after Sachin got out as well.
Yes, so, but anyway, at 2 for 26, or when they had Australia 2 for 8, they'd be well pleased with 250 odd.
Srishant bowls to Hayden, who's letting it go through outside the off stump. It's taken by Dhoni.
I didn't see what Dhoni did to his right side. What is it? Is it his arm or is it his hand? What is it? I mean, he went down and took that quite comfortably.
He's got a running problem with his back.
Yeah, but that shouldn't stop him from catching with his two hands, should it?
I know,
His
you're the
back.
wicket keeper.
I never had a trouble with. If I had something wrong with the bat, I didn't have trouble catching the ball with my hands.
You had trouble bending.
Yeah, but he took that standing up before in his left hand.
Yes, he's collected the last 4 or 5 one-handed. There's 2 slips though. Now for Srishant, who's getting the ball to angle away from the left-hander. He runs into bowl to Hayden, who's letting it go through. Good carry on that as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's the end of the over. That was over number 8. And at the end of it, it's 26 for 2. Hayden is 11. Clark is on 12. Not a bad first spell that from Srishant. 4 overs, none for 16 so far.
That's much improved. But the ball's been moving, obviously, before it's getting to the bat. But when it goes past the stumps and past the batsman, we saw Dhoni then have to really go across almost in front of first slip as it swung even further. So there's quite a bit of movement out there, both in and away. So there's still a little bit for the bowlers. Much in it for the bowlers. So they've only gone 8 overs, so the ball's still comparatively fairly new. So Matthew Hayden and Michael Clark, you know, every now and then look up the scoreboard. 2 for 26. They're just going at 3.2 and over at the moment.
I don't think they'll worry too much about that, because I think it's been noticeable that if 2 batsmen get in, they can then score runs quickly. And
Absolutely.
both these are fairly dominant batsmen. The side screen's moving right below us, and so everyone's got to move again.
And the ground's a very quick ground.
Here comes Praveen Kumar. 4 overs, 2 for 10 before this. He gets the ball to seam away from Clark, who goes forward, has it well covered, and plays it to Gautam Gambhir at cover. Has he been beaten a single ball, Michael Clark? I think he's
Maybe not.
And he's probably also offered a shot to almost everything. He
also looks to me he's just reaching for the ball a little bit.
Yes.
Out in front of his pads, and just I know he wasn't well. If you read the newspaper the other day, he was out caught behind, but as evidence was that he didn't hit it. But
Praveen Kumar bowls, and Clark is looking to punch on the offside. He gets an inside edge. Srishant is running in from long legs. Harbhajan was running away from mid-wicket as well. Between them, they kept the scoring down to a single, but he got a thick inside edge on that as well. Yeah. 27 now for 2.
But there was still that gap between bat and pad in Sydney, even when he got out, and his wrists were swaying a little bit. But he looks a little bit more settled tonight. But he still seems to me to be just overreaching a little bit. That's all.
Now it's Hayden, who's been put down. The score would have been 8 for 3 at the point. It's 27 for 2 now. There's a slip. 4 others inside the circle on the off. 2 on the on. As Praveen Kumar bowls, and Hayden goes back and with soft hands plays the ball out to mid-off, where Yuvraj Singh fields, and they take an easy single.
Yeah, they shouldn't beat a single there, really. I mean, it was like backyard tip and run cricket, that. They were well inside the 30-metre circle, and the bowler didn't come across and balk. You know, you often see the bowlers come across and balk, and then it puts a doubt in the batsman's mind as to whether or not he should run, and then it can go down to mid-off. But, gee, there shouldn't have been a run there, but it was a well-taken single, nevertheless, by the 2 Australians.
Praveen Kumar again from close to the stumps, and that's gone very fine. It might run away into the boundary. There is no fine leg. The man outside the circle is at square leg, and the signal is 4 runs.
Yeah.
Might have been just a bit of inside edge onto pad, or maybe bat hitting pad and inside edge carrying it away, but there were 2 sounds, but 4 runs all the same. So Australia getting a move on here. 32 for 2 in the 9th over, and Michael Clark has now gone on to 17.
But he's mixing it up. That was a big in-swinger, and there were 2 noises. He just got a little bit of bat on it first, and hit the pad, and then went down to deep fine leg for 4. But he's moving the ball around nicely, and that was if it wasn't this early in the innings, you'd say it was going reverse.
And he comes, he bowls again, and
That's
Clark rises up tall and hits it firmly down the ground to Irfan Pathan. I'd like to see if Pathan can swing the ball, because Pathan really, his strength is swinging the ball back into the right-handers and therefore away from the left-handers. He did that wonderfully at Perth, but over the last 12 months or so, he struggled with that natural swing.
Yep.
And bowling behind the new ball here is concentrated largely on bowling the left arm over angle, away from getting the ball to move away from the right-handers, or bowling the slower ball. 2 games in Sydney, both games he went for a lot of runs. But if the ball is swinging, he should enjoy himself bowling here. Now here comes Praveen Kumar again. That's dug in short. He's bowled him.
Wow, I don't know.
All the bizarre dismissals you will see. Did that ball take off from the turf? Because Michael Clarke was into the pull shot, and that ball has hit the bottom of the stumps. I don't think that ball took off from the pitch at all. And Australia lose another wicket. They're 3 down. But I really want to see the replay on that one, because I think Michael Clarke, who's in with a short arm jab, has been completely taken aback by the bounce. Oh, it's at the top of the stump. He played all over it.
Yeah, he shaped to play the pull shot. He thought it was going to get up a little bit higher, but it didn't keep extraordinarily low, did it? It hit the top of the stumps.
It was an extraordinarily ordinary shot from someone who was batting so well.
Yeah.
Clarke 17 from 22 balls. Australia now in a lot of trouble. I think they've lost their best one-day batsman this summer. 32 for 3.
He won't be happy when he sees the replay of that. He may well have been able to rock back on the back foot, although it was short, and he shaped to play the pull shot. And, well, it may have kept a little bit low on him, what he thought, but, well, it did hit the top of the stumps, and it's not that low, is it? Really?
Yeah.
If a ball keeps low, it's going to hit halfway up, isn't it?
That was my first instinct. It seemed a very bizarre dismissal. Now the home crowd will celebrate the arrival of Andrew Simons. Cannot score a run, and yet he's such a powerful player. If he gets going, he'll make this target look small very quickly. But he is in absolutely no kind of form. He's got 1 half-century, and that, I think, was when Simons was given a license to go and stroke the ball. Because everyone else had done all the work, and that was an area Simons is best at. Just go play your shots, get on with it.
Well, they're under the pump here a little bit at 3 for 32. He's
well,
going
the
to have
Aussie
to be a little
physio's
bit
out
more,
there as well.
Be a little bit more circumspect. Yeah, he's just having a little bit of treatment with Matthew Hayden. Looked like it was around the neck area, but he looks all right. He's just getting up, putting his gear back on. So he's now been joined by his good mate Andrew Simons, and at 3 for 32.
Well, they can swim together. Can they?
There was no thought of a bottom edge. Sorry, Harsh. We're just seeing a replay of that Michael Clarke dismissal. There was no thought of any bat-hitting ball or ball-hitting bat and then going onto the stumps. It went clean through and hit right at the top of the stumps, didn't it?
Bizarre shot. You know, when I first saw it, and we're looking down, from Clarke's reaction, I thought that ball never took off from the turf. It seemed to have hit very slow.
Oh, I agree.
Clarke looked completely baffled. And on the replay, it seems a strangely casual shot. He went into the pull, it's hit the top of the stump. Now another physio's on the ground as well. So what's happening? Why don't we keep the physios out there permanently? Like you put the helmets behind the stump, get 2 physios crouching and sitting behind there. We'll save a lot of time.
I think Danny was getting some treatment. I just don't know what's wrong with his right side or right arm. He has been favouring it, of course.
I think they're all looking like sailors who've been at sea too long.
Yeah, the Indians had a spring in their step when they had Australia Tufa. They've got a terrific spring in their step now. They've got Michael Clarke back in the pavilion.
Praveen Kumar from a family of wrestlers. His world has just changed. Srishant turns around and appeals to the first ball of the next over. Simon Towell says not out. It swung back into Hayden, and there were 2 sounds. He must have appealed for bad bat, because it definitely was bat and it went out to cover. But Srishant wasn't as much appealing as going down on one knee. And on the way back, he just taps Simon Towell on the shoulder and says, "Oh, okay, sorry, mate."
That was a huge appeal for LBW. And we're just getting a replay now to have a look at it. Came back in, but there was, well, hit him outside the line as well.
Yeah, would have gone on to hit off stummer. So Hawkeye, I think.
According to Hawkeye.
Yes. I think that's a good title for a book. According to Hawkeye. Everything got a twist in the end in that book.
Certainly has.
Here we come with Srishant. He's running into bowl. Hayden, who drives on the offside. He finds a fielder. Suddenly you get the feeling there are about 25 Indians on the field at the moment. But that was hit pretty smoothly out to Gautam Gambhir. He's just coming back to Praveen Kumar. Not a little while ago, he was plying his wares for Uttar Pradesh. He comes from a family of wrestlers. And I asked him the other day, I said, how come a wrestler into cricket? He said, they tried to push me into the ring. And I said, no, I want to play cricket.
Well, he could have. Oh, okay. Well, he's now fielding in the ring.
Different kind of ring. If he go, he'll be happier in Joburg. I think they call that bull ring, don't they?
Yeah.
The Wanderers. Now here's Srishant. He's bowled all right. Praveen Kumar's got all the wickets to have fallen, though. He's bowls to Hayden, and it's wide outside off stump. No problem for Simon Towell here to call it a wide. It was way away from Matthew Hayden. And Australia now 33 for 3 in the 10th over. And Praveen Kumar, suddenly the world is saying, hang on, who's this fellow? He opens the batting, by the way, for his state side. And to me, the closest comparison that I can draw to another Indian cricketer is Manoj Prabhakar.
Just saw another replay of that Michael Clarke was saying. Oh, he just obviously misread the length of that.
Yes.
Just misread the length.
It's a bizarre dismissal. So
That was a bizarre dismissal. I mean,
out for 17 from 22 balls. He was looking very good. Now here we go with Srishant again to Matthew Hayden, and he's letting it go through. That's closer to the off stump, and Hayden lets it go, and the ball then completes a wonderful little arc into Dhoni's.
It is swinging after
right
it goes
glove.
back past the batsman and past the stumps. It is swinging a little bit when it's going toward the batsman, but when it gets past, it really takes off a bit. And Dhoni's having to go to his right, he's having to go to his left in front of the slip cordon.
Yes.
It's a little bit, it's sometimes you have this in England where the ball, when it goes past,
Yes.
the ball wobbles.
I'll tell you, so good you mentioned that. Dhoni struggled as a wicketkeeper in England.
Is that when he's 41 balls?
No, that was Dinesh Karthik in India, though. No, in the first couple of warm-up games in England, he was actually closing his gloves and there's no ball in between.
Yeah.
Here comes Srishant. He bowls again to Hayden, way outside the off, and that's a wide as well. 34 now for 3. And Dhoni would stand back, and as you said just now, the ball leaves after it crosses the batsman. And Dhoni would go and close his gloves, thinking he had the ball in them, and would go for 4 byes.
Yeah, the ball wobbles. I mean, it's hard to describe on radio, but it just wobbles through the air, and you find it very difficult whilst you're still watching it. Yes. You find it very difficult to align your gloves to pick it up. I know Adam Gilchrist on a couple of tours of England early on found it difficult at times.
It's such a great game this. You're learning something all the time. In fact, Dhoni's wicket-keeping here in Australia has been one of the big revelations for me.
He's been very, very good.
Yeah, he's kept well. Now, here comes Srishant.
What?
Hang on, he's saying, because there's someone's finding it a little too hot here, so they've taken their clothes off. It looks surprisingly similar to the man who ran in at Sydney, but I'm not going to look it closely.
Andrew Simons. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
What did he do? I was looking away.
Oh, Andrew Simons shoulder charged him. And he just poleaxed him.
I was looking away because the male form unclothed is not my favourite viewing spectacle.
Oh, so I think Simon Torfel is having a word to Andrew Simons. He just crunched him. And Andrew Simons, as we all know, is a very, very big man. He didn't he was angling to go toward Andrew, and when he got toward Andrew, Andrew just dipped his right shoulder into him and just poleaxed him. This bloke, he's going to get carried off on a stretcher.
I'll tell you what, there's a couple of Indian players I just saw on the replay on television, eyes wide open, saying, did he really do that?
Well, you heard the boys in the back, all the boys in the back of the box. Oh, that could be trouble, that.
Well, I hope they showed that in the break, because I didn't see an A classification on the replay I just saw.
Oh, well, many years ago we saw Terry Alderman take off, of course, in a test match in Perth, and he injured his shoulder. Andrew Simons could have done an injury to himself then as well, but wow. I thought we were at Lang Park. That's where they play rugby league, all right? For your benefit, Harsha.
This is wonderful television close-ups of Andrew Simons.
Oh, he just hammered him.
Just the look in his eyes. Oh. Look, you see something new every day. Isn't it a great game, this? You see something new every day.
I've not seen a cricket player do that to a spectator.
Here comes Srishant, the bowls, and it's gone off the edge. Did it bounce as on its way to first slip? It might just have been a catch gone down. I think it is.
I'm not sure.
Another one put down.
This summer, have a safe one by learning your ABCs. A is for action plan. Having an action plan means you know what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. B is for be safe. Be aware of the hazards you may face in the local area. C is for connect. Connect to abc.net.au/emergency for the latest emergency information. During an emergency, listen to your local ABC radio station. ABC Radio is your emergency broadcaster.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of NRL.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know whether or not it carried or not. It was almost a half volley. Dhoni went to go, but he pulled out, maybe balked.
I think it was Robin Uthappa might just have put it down.
Here we go. We'll just get a benefit of a replay. Hayden plays from the crease.
Oh, just fell short.
Just dropped, just half volleyed it.
Fell short.
Yep. But, it wasn't in the realms of possibility that Dhoni could have gone for that.
Yes.
It would have been a good height for Dhoni. He would have had to have dived.
Robin Uthappa and Dinesh Karthik played the Under-19 World Cup together for India not so long ago. Now they're standing at first and second slip. Here comes Srishant, and he bowls Hayden, who jams down on it. It's running away down to third man. Suresh ran up. Oh, it just hits the rope. I think he's pulled it back. Has it hit the rope? I think we need to go up to the replay. He did wonderfully well, did Suresh Raina. He dived and pushed the ball back, But I think the umpire wants to go into the replay to see if some part of it was touching the boundary rope. But so much is happening.
Oh, that was an unbelievable bit of fielding. He lost his sunnies. He didn't go anywhere near the rope in the end. So it's not four. That was just a magnificent bit of fielding.
Another young kid.
You've got to go back to the end. I've never, ever seen that happen on a cricket field. That was unbelievable.
Can someone lay charges?
Oh.
Because they showed it on the replay. I'll tell you what's blown my mind. They've shown that on the replay on television without an A-class implication.
Honestly, at the risk of repeating myself, I've never seen that. He just crunched him.
Well, that's the end of the over. And Glenn Mitchell, who's as good at describing rugby tackles as he does cricket, is going to come in to join you, Ray.
Well, I've been watching Glenn's facial expressions in the back of the box. And he'll have a few words to say about that Andrew Symonds incident, I'm sure.
I think it was totally reprehensible by Symonds.
Wow,
the authorities and Cricket Australia will be very, very annoyed with that. The players are told not to have anything to do with any spectators that come on the ground.
That was unbelievable, Dan, wasn't it?
Yep, they are told to allow the security staff, and it wasn't as if he was going to get away. There were that many security men out there, and for him to do that...
there were 7 security blokes.
More than that.
Possibly, yeah. There was plenty out there. They almost had to carry him off.
Kumar starts a new over and bowls to Symonds. This one nips back in and he defends down towards straight mid-wicket.
And there's a power play here. A power play coming into play.
But no, I just think that was... I mean, a lot of people say, the loose cannon who jumped the fence got his own just rewards. But players are instructed, because of what happened with Terry Alderman or whatever, you just stand still and just let the security people settle it. And that's what's happened at previous altercations this summer. But to go in like he did there, drop the shoulder into him, it's be very interesting to see what happens as Kumar delivers and it nips back into Symonds and he turns it out to Harbhajan at forward square. Another single, 3 for 37.
Yeah,
and
back to the cricket.
Takes Symonds off the mark.
Yeah, 3 for 37. Andrew Symonds just getting off the mark. And Matthew Hayden almost was dismissed in the previous over where the ball just bounced in front of first slip off the bowling of Srinath. So, wow, it's been all action here today, hasn't it? We've just about had everything. I mean, really, India should have got almost 300. Ended up getting 258. Australia on the back foot immediately get 2 for 8 with Ponting out. And also Adam Gilchrist. And there was a little bit of a altercation with the cameraman with Adam Gilchrist.
Kumar comes in and bowls and he's flat batted out through mid-wicket. Powerful, authoritative, monstering Hayden shot as he got on the front foot and swung with a pull out through mid-wicket. The end of the over. Hayden's 18. It's 3 for 40. Oh, it's not the end of the over. Sorry, 3 for 41. The only thing I can say, the good news about that Symonds incident, the only good news out of it, is that by the look of the bloke's complexion that jumped the fence, he's not an Indian.
No, he wasn't.
The last thing we needed is for Andrew Symonds to do that to an Indian spectator.
He was very pale.
Then
indeed.
we'd probably have World War III start. But he was a local lad. He was an Aussie.
And I think he was a
felled.
redhead. I think he was a redhead as well.
Natural redhead?
Yep.
Okay. Kumar. You had a closer look than me. Delivers to Hayden and he's on the front foot, patting it down towards mid-off. Gathered by, well, not gathered by Yuvraj. He tried to gather it and tried to fling it on the dive at the non-striker stumps. But
they almost collided when they slid toward each other. When Yuvraj, nearly headbutted each other. Matthew Hayden hastily sliding in. And then Yuvraj, unfortunately, didn't pick the ball up, but they slid toward each other and ended up looking at each other almost directly in each other's eyes.
3 for 42 in the 11th over.
That's quite humorous. Wow, get some more action here.
Kumar away from us again and bowls to Symonds, who shows him the straight bat off the back foot down to Yuvraj at mid-on. The one thing I did find interesting earlier tonight is the altercation that you indicated with Andrew Symonds. Oh, sorry, with Adam Gilchrist and the photographer. It wasn't replayed on the 9 network. And I just wonder whether they didn't want to show one of their new hot signings.
One of their new recruits.
Losing his temper with a member of the audience, because I would be amazed if Channel 9 didn't have a camera on Gilchrist walking completely off the ground as Kumar delivers. Cut away by Symonds out through cover point. 3 men after it. They may just get it inside the rope. Running around from deep third man. The ball is gathered by Rayner, I think it might be. He's thrown it back in from the deep. In fact, it's Chowler, and they've run 3.
And that is the end of the over.
3 for 45 after 11 overs, and the carnage reads like this. Gilchrist 2, Ponting 1, Michael Clark 17. Hayden has stood tall, 19 not out, Simons 4 not out.
And I was watching that. Obviously, Adam was really, really disappointed when he got out. And he felt he, not only led the team down, but he led everyone else down here because he's been doing this lap of honour around Australia. And it'll be the last time Brisbaneites will see him play here.
Might be the last time Australians ever see him if they lose tonight.
Well, that's right. And he was ripping his gloves off in anger because he got out. And then he got entangled with a cameraman, a photographer down there. And it became a little slightly unsavoury when he turned around and he admonished him. And
Sri starts a new over and Bolster Simons well wide of off stump. I think what happened is the cameraman was shooting him with the camera, and the cord you normally put around your neck was hanging down, and Gilchrist had his bat out from his side, and as he walked past
and got
caught in the strap of the camera, and it almost pulled the bat out of Gilchrist's hand. But he turned around and walked back and pointed his finger and admonished him. But we saw no replay.
No.
And normally we see a replay of every finite incident that ever happens at a cricket ground, but the Nine Network chose not to show that one, and we can only wonder why. 3 for 45. Simons on strike. And he faces Srisanth, and he goes back and almost plays it onto his stumps. He didn't know where it was, and in the end, it nearly trickled onto off stump.
Well, that was almost farcical as well. As he ran through, he kicked the ball toward the stumps, and Dhoni put out a foot and stopped it. Otherwise, it might have come down here, and they could have got a single or a 2.
Australia have been on thin ice tonight with the bat. 2 very ordinary pull shots from Ponting and Michael Clark. And Simon's there, almost an edge onto the stumps. India well placed at the moment.
Very well placed at the moment. They'll be well pleased with their work so far. They just need to keep the intensity up. Can't try and get a wicket every ball. Dot balls are golden, and Australia don't need dot balls. They need to keep the score ticking over.
Utapa standing wide at slip. Srisanth delivers again, and that's defended by Simons back to the bowler.
That's right on the money, that. Andrew Simons had no option but to play a defensive shot. They need to try and if they can put the clamps even further on Australia here, not necessarily by taking any more wickets, but by just slowing the run rate, it really puts the pressure on. I mean, you've watched enough cricket, Glenn, and your time to know and understand the game, of course. The pressure just mounts, and not only does it mount out there, it mounts for the blokes watching, waiting to go into bat, waiting for the players watching.
Next in Hussey, then Hopes. Delivering again, well up and worked away by Simons. He'll just get one wide of Chowler at mid-on. And he moves his tally along to 5, 3 for 46. The interesting thing is too tonight, Ray, that without Brad Hogg, it lengthens the tail. Stuart Clark comes in. So next in's Hussey, then Hopes. Then you go to Lee, Johnson, Brack,
and he's been
Clark.
pretty good with the bat, Brad.
Been handy.
Yeah, been very handy with the bat. I mean, not just the runs that come off his bat, but of course the partnerships that he forms. Oh, he's a terrific cricketer, Brad Hogg. You're talking about missing Adam earlier in the year. I'm going to miss Brad Hogg, to be honest with you. I really enjoy watching him play.
Srisanth delivers to Hayden, a full toss, and he works it out, but not past Harbhajan at mid-wicket.
He's just one of those effervescent players. He's always got a smile on his face. Don't know what that tongue action is, but he really gives his tongue a workout. But everything he does is busy. You really enjoy watching a bloke bubble around.
He doesn't look like a 37-year-old in the field, does he?
Oh, no. Has he alluded to the fact, is he going to continue to play with Western Australia?
Well, I think he might be a target for the ICL. And if that happens, then that rules him out of playing first-class cricket in Australia.
But he hasn't played that card, has he?
Not as yet, no. His name's been spoken about, but he certainly hasn't signed as yet.
Well, obviously there have been a few players that have taken that option, of course.
A couple from here.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, he hasn't. He didn't mention that, and I thought his press conference when he announced his retirement the other day was terrific.
Well, he'll retire.
He was just such a humble.
Yep.
Just terrific bloke.
He'll retire as the 6th highest wicket taker for Australia in one-day cricket.
Yeah, terrific performance. And he probably goes and puts his head on the pillow every night, just thinking he's lucky stars, thinking, I've overextended myself here, maybe.
And Srisanth's going to extend himself from around the wicket. He bowls to Hayden on his forward, pushing down the pitch, and Srisanth got a bit ahead of himself. He wanted to gather the ball and fling it at Hayden's stumps, but he didn't quite gather the ball. The end of the over, 3 for 46 after 12, needing another 213 to win. Hayden's 19 and Simons is 5.
Well, that was one of the most exciting periods of play I've ever commentated on, and I'm going to make my way now for Peter Roebuck. And Peter may have a comment or two on what's transpired in the last half an hour.
Irfan Pathan is going to come into the bowling attack, replacing Praveen Kumar. Kumar 6 overs, 3 for 25, and Irfan Pathan will be hoping to apply similar pressure. Peter, what did you make of Andrew Simons?
Well, he's playing quite straight down the line. A couple of decent cut shots.
So are you at the moment, playing straight down the line?
I think when a chap runs on the field like that, it's the player's area. To some extent, he's giving people permission to have a bit of a crack at him. Whether he's really, by implication, that much of a crack.
Well, it's a total instruction from security. Cricket Australia, the ICC, players are not to have anything to do with spectators on the ground. It's Pathan bowls and playing against the angle of the ball from left arm over. He's worked at Simons through mid-wicket. One of his nemesis gathers at Harbhajan. They have 2, 3 for 48. Simons is up to 7.
A little bit of swing there for Pathan, which is a bit more encouraging than the last game. Yes, I mean, it's an interesting situation because he's given him a big shoulder charge, flattened him down. It was no question it was deliberate. He was just dropped the shoulder into him. I mean, I don't think it would be allowed in the rugby league field, would it?
Wouldn't be allowed
in play, I mean.
Wouldn't be allowed in the street, that's for sure. 3 for 48. We always say what happens on the field stays on the field. You're not always sure nowadays. Pathan goes in and bowls to Simon short, and he pulls it away. At least 2 here, out to deep forward square leg. They have one, and they'll come back for the second on the Sreesanth throw. That brings up the 50 for Australia, but it has come at a cost. 3 for 50 in the 13th over. Having lost Gilchrist for 2, Ponting for 1, Michael Clarke for 17. Simons now is up to 9. 2 pretty ordinary pull shots by senior batsmen.
Yes, they were. Australia's batted poorly for quite some time now, and they've been in a curious frame of mind. I mean, I think you've seen today that with the Simons and also with Michael Clarke with Tendulkar. I was a bit surprised that not going for the ball and bumming into him, that was fine competitive cricket, but he took him to the ground.
Yeah, put his arm around him and tackled him, dragged him down. Just short of the try line. Pathan's in again, and on the back foot, Simons forces towards point. There's no run, 3 for 50.
Is there any danger, do you think, we can just come into a cricket match and just watch a very good cricket match?
Well, we can. We can always watch a good cricket match, like we did the other night, but that mightn't be what's reported the next day.
Well, there's no shortage of talking points that present themselves, you have to say. Sometimes they may be a little bit stretched. On other occasions, there they are on the field right in front of your eyes.
Simons is before our eyes at the moment. So too is Pathan, who delivers to him. It gets swing, but it's worked off leg stump by Simons. Down to deep backward square. Sreesanth gathers. Simons, as we know, is quick, and Dhoni is struggling. He went to take that again with the solitary hand, just with the left glove. He can't seem to move his right arm much above his head. It's 3 for 52. Simons is quickly to 11.
Yes, they'll need to wrap this up, India, today. I think they've got a few problems. Ishant struggling a bit. Tendulkar with his groin, of course, has had a bit of a problem. So they'll be mad keen. Well, they'll be keen to win, obviously, anyway.
Pathan to Simons. He's forward. Copybook defence out into the covers. And the total remains at 3 for 52. Have we seen the last of Gilchrist? Have we seen the last of Hogg? He's not even playing. Australia will need to play very well from here to extend it to Adelaide on Friday.
Well, of course, the other thing is with the Tendulkar, if we may not see him in Australia again. It's been quite a summer for that.
Yes, Dravid, Lakshman, Ganguly, Kumble. Pathan at the moment. He's a young man, and he's cut away well by Simons down to deep backward point. Around from third man, Chawla did well. Teenager, not a great throw, but he released it quickly, which prevented a second run being really contemplated. 13 overs have been bowled now, and Australia need another 207 to win. They're 3 for 53, with Hayden on 19, Simons on 12.
The Indians are pretty fast in the field this side. They don't always field precisely. There's a few fumbles in Sydney, but there's some good arms out there. We've seen in that over, Chawla and Sreesanth with excellent arms from pretty deep, flat and hard. As Glenn was saying, not particularly accurate on this occasion, but the very fact they can throw fast and hard will discourage the batsman, deter the batsman from taking extra runs. And these fellas are pretty good runners between the wickets, and Hussey to come as well. Clark's out, but it's a big part of their game. And the fact that India has a younger side than it used to have in one-day cricket, you think of the side they took to the World Cup. I think, to be fair to Greg Chappell, this is what he was trying to get into the one-day side, and it's come, but a bit late in the day.
Toronto, what was the comparative score? What was after 13 overs, the Indian total, please? Australia stands at 3 for 53. There's a bowling change. There you can hear it. Praveen Kumar swapping ends. He has 3 for 25. He starts his 7th over and bowls outside off stump. Simons doesn't offer.
Well, he's been the discovery of this one-day series, I would say, as Ishant Sharma was of the Test series. What was it, Jono?
None for 56.
Right. This one, what, 3 for 53?
53.
And India ended slowly, don't forget. They wasted the last 10 overs to some degree. So there's hope for Australia in terms of run rate.
Uthappa is wide at slip. Simons goes back and cuts it hard into the ground. And it's fielded by Rohit Sharma at backward point. What have you noticed, Peter?
People seem to be running around the ground. May not be anything. From what one can tell, the crowd has been pretty cheerful today. I haven't picked up anything untoward.
I mean, I thought that in Perth for the 50-over game, and we were inundated after that with SMSs from people saying how disgraceful the field, the level of supporter behaviour was. As Simons gets the next one and cuts it hard into the ground from Kumar and fielded by Rohit Sharma again at backward point.
What's our SMS number? They can SMS us.
19921 222 if you're out there. 19921 222.
How's the conduct of the crowd? Any problems there that you'd like to raise? Or is it just cheerful, good-natured banter?
Here comes Kumar again, and that was an in-swinger. And Simons went to bludgeon it down the ground on the up and missed. It's a rarity in modern-day cricket that you can actually see a bowler swing the ball both ways. It used to be, well, not commonplace, but you saw it more often than you do nowadays, and that one fooled Simons.
It did, and Australians are quite vulnerable to swing bowling. When they lose a match, it's generally as a result of it. Going back to Agarkar in Perth a few years ago, and of course the England with their reverse swing in 2005. So well bowled, this fellow. Haven't seen much of him before.
Doesn't have a long run-up. Delivers once again. It's just outside off stump. No shot offered by Andrew Simons. 3 for 53. Australia need a further 206 to win the match.
Well, I think he's an old-fashioned bowler. Kumar, I think there used to be a lot of bowlers like him. Bustling type of fellas, good strong actions, swing the ball, as Glenn was saying. Got the understanding of the techniques, wrist action to move the ball around. No bumpers or anything like that. Not too many slow balls, but just good old-fashioned swing bowling.
Kumar delivers again, and it beats Simons. That one swinging away. So he showed the full box of tricks in the last over before drinks there, Praveen Kumar. Simons made it look pretty ordinary a couple of occasions. He missed the in-swinger on the drive. He missed the defensive nudge off the back foot to the outswinger. Well bowled. Kumar 3 for 25 from 7 overs. And Australia, having been decimated at the top of their innings, even though Jim Maxwell doesn't like that use of the word, but they have been cut down, let's say. They were 3 for 32. Gilchrist out for 2, Ponting 1, Michael Clark 17. And at the moment, they're trying to rebuild. 3 for 53. Simons is 12. Hayden is on 19. They've bowled, at the moment, 14 overs, and the drinks are on the field.
Single, just behind square, in other words. On the leg side, a deep mid-wicket. That's it. 5-6 on the offside there for 4 covers with a mid-off included, the slip and the third man. So very much an offside field. What'll Hayden make of that? He'll probably try and get after this bloke, I reckon.
Patan delivers again. Hayden forward, nudging down towards mid-on. That was a good dummy run. Patan broke across the pitch, and it had the batsman thinking, and then it was tidied up by Yuvraj at mid-on, no run. Three for 53. 35.4 overs to come. Another 206 runs required by Australia for the second year in a row, be beaten in the tri-series deciders. As Hayden plays away from his body a little bit and guides it out towards point. Well fielded by Rohit Sharma. Sprawling low to his left. Hayden was about a third of the way down the pitch. Sent back by Simons, rightly so. Probably would have been a run out had they attempted to cross ends.
What are the rules after 15 overs? Can they spread them all out or something, or what's? Remind me.
You're only allowed 2 out for the first 5 overs after. We have 2 out at the moment. Deep mid-wicket and deep third man in the 5-over power play. It's a wide down the leg side by Patan. It's a pretty easy adjudication for umpire Hill, well outside the pads of Matthew Hayden, 3 for 54.
So up until 20 overs, they can only have 2 out, right?
Second 5 they can have 3. First 5 is 2.
Oh. It's okay. So
First
3
10
balls
is 2.
in 3 balls time, they can have 3 out if they want.
If they, they don't have to have the power play straight away, but they probably will at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Things are pretty much under control from their point of view.
Might mean they hold the spinners back a bit longer.
Patan left arm over the wicket. Hayden walks at him and drives, but doesn't time nor place it. And it's fielded by Praveen Kumar at mid-off. Kumar's bowled beautifully tonight. 7 overs, 3 for 53. Srisanth, a little less expensive than he has been in previous games. 6 overs, none for 21. And Patan's bowled 10 balls so far, none for 8.
3 for 25, Kumar, was it? Very good.
Patan's next delivery to Hayden, well up and swinging away, and he middles it, but fielded by the bowler in his follow-through.
Well, he'd be in the side of the tournament, I think, Kumar. And Ishant. I reckon they'd both get in. Lee, Bracken or Johnson, perhaps. Bracken, bowled well.
Johnson finals didn't have a happy 10 overs for 70 in Sydney.
That's true, that's true. No, I stand
bowl his overs
straightforward there, Bracken. Good attack.
Patan's in again and swinging across the line. Hayden's dragged a foolish ball out towards deep mid-wicket. They have one. They'll come back for a second. And they ease back for the return journey. 3 for 56 at the end of the over. 15 have been bowled now, with Simons on 12, Hayden on 21. Harry sent an SMS. Can you explain the logic that allows batsmen to run after the stumps have been hit direct by a skilled fieldsman? It seems unfair for the fielding team. So Harry's virtually saying if you take a ping, you hit the stumps, but the batsman's in, and it ricochets away, they shouldn't run the additional overthrows.
The purpose of it is to show people that life's unfair. We don't want to make them think that life's a perfect thing. So you have one rule in every game that makes life unfair. Cricket's got 2 or 3 of them, so it doesn't likes to teach the lesson very well. It does seem odd, more seriously, that something is rewarded. On the other hand, maybe they're saying, well, don't throw at the stumps if the batsman's going to be in. Use your judgment. Because, I mean, the Australians do throw a lot at the stumps, by the way. Left, right and centre.
Yeah. Kumar continues now from the Stanley Street end, and Simons is back and defending to cover point. There's no run. The one thing I do have a problem with, and it came up again the other night at the SCG, and I can't remember who the batsman was, but it has often fascinated me how players can't be given out, a batsman, for obstructing the field. When you see often the ball can go, say, late in the game, can come back towards the wicketkeeper, and the batsman will run a bye. He starts off down the left-hand side of the pitch and then veers and runs right down the middle of the pitch, covering the stumps. So the fieldsman can't get a throw at the stumps as Kumar delivers. And on the back foot, Simons works it wide of mid-on. Chowla fields another run, 3 for 57. Simons 13. A, you're not allowed to run down the middle of a cricket pitch. You get warned. And secondly, I mean, you are actually obstructing the field. You are veering off your line to run and make sure if the batsman, there's no way a fieldsman can throw at the stumps.
Mens rea is hard to prove. Actus rea is there, indeed. Mens rea is the mentality. Why has he veered away? You can guess and I can guess, but that'll be the problem from a legal point of view.
I reckon more.
I'll tell you the rule I don't like in a minute.
As Kumar delivers, and Hayden takes a big swipe and gets 4. But at about 90 to 100 degrees away from where he was trying to hit the ball, it's come down to fine leg. Well inside Srisanth, who's closer to deep backward square, but he was looking to smash that out through mid-wicket. 3 for 61. Hayden's up to 25.
And don't forget they dropped Hayden earlier on when Dhoni dived in front of Slip when he had 7 off Srisanth's bowling. Now what's happening here? They're going around the wicket, I think. The rule I don't like is that you get, when you duck a bumper, you can take leg byes.
Yes, not offering.
It just seems ridiculous that it hits you and you can take a leg bye.
Happened to this man today. He got 4 runs, Kumar.
Yep.
His team did. When he ducked one from Lee. He delivers a full toss and it's whipped away here by Hayden out towards deep backward square. Srisanth comes up from the boundary line and keeps it to 1. And again, the left-handed take over his head by Dhoni. He seems to be able to move his right arm laterally, but not upwards above his shoulder. 3 for 62. Hayden is 22 6 now in the 16th over.
Yes, looking to cut loose Hayden. He's played a couple of big shots the last 2 overs. There's been nothing to hit, really. Therefore, he's now trying to impose himself to make them bowl badly.
Utica somewhere between second and third slip. As Kumar delivers one that swings back in, and Simons defends out to extra cover. From Greg in Manly Beach, Stuart Clark under-bowled again in the tests. Will Watson replace him in Pakistan or the West Indies?
He's had a very good match for Queensland just now, Watto. What did he get? A big score?
190.
90, yeah.
5.
And he picked up a couple of wickets, I saw. I mean, he's a good cricketer if he can stay on his feet. Watto.
Spoken by an Ocker. And he's on the back foot. Defended by Simons again out into the covers. Fielded by one of the substitutes. That time it was Rayner. 3 for 62 at the end of the over. And 16 have been bowled. So far, Gilchrist 2, Ponting 1, and Clark out to 17. Hayden's on 26, and Simons is on 13. And I'm going to make way, Peter, for Jim Maxwell.
Yeah. Everything to play for in the second final at the Gabba. India won up, of course, after the match at the SCG. They're well placed here, having got a pretty good score. I think they could have got more than 258. They were placed to get 275, I thought. But they have taken 3 early wickets once again. Australia at 3 for 62. Are in considerable difficulty. And, Jim, all kinds of things have been happening as well.
Yes, including Brad, who wants to know the name of the charity that sends dolls or toys to Sri Lanka or India, Peter.
Yes, it's on my website. We put it on there. Look up Lend a Hand.
Here comes a Pathan to bowl, and Hayden cuts him to point, and there's no run as it's fielded out there by Uthappa.
It's a wonderful mob of Australian and Sri Lankan doctors, medical assistants, I think they call themselves. It's Osmalt. I think it's AUSMLMT. But we put it on my website precisely because the things I mentioned on the ABC we can't keep mentioning. So it's on my own personal website, which you can look at. I don't get any money for it. So
what's the name of your website?
PeterRoebuck.com. No, Glenn, it's not God.com. But thank you for the suggestion. So it's there, and of course they're sending them containers of toys off to the hospitals in Sri Lanka, which is a wonderful thing, of course.
Pathan bowls, and it's pulled away by Hayden to mid-wicket, where it's well fielded out there by Harvison. What has God.com already taken?
these West Australians, you know, when it gets near the end of the season, they get a bit toey. And you've lost them then. You can't get them back.
Talking of people getting toey,
yes.
Hogg and Gilchrist are getting toey. Do you think it's the last time we'll see one or both of these players playing on this ground in an international match in Australia?
Oh.
Pathan comes in and bowls now to Hayden, and Hayden forward and drives on the bounce, way to cover. Just being slightly provocative. There was a misfield, they'll get a single. Well, there's a lot of temptation in India, it seems to me, with a vast amount of money. And Hayden's older than Simons, but they both played a lot of cricket for Australia. How much more, in Hayden's case, would he be interested in playing after this, I wonder?
Well, he has played very well the last 12 months or so, and after all, one-day player of the year for Australia last year, and had a pretty commanding performance in the Test series as well in recent times. The last of the old stages, Hayden, really. The others have all gone now. Even some of those who haven't been playing that long have gone. I mean, it's been a strange season. I think Sean Tate also withdrew during the course of it. Strange, unsettling season.
Yes, it's a bit like the World Series period as Pathan bowls, and it's driven back off the bottom of the bat by Simons. Just a hint of the ball swinging into him there as he attempted to drive without really getting into the best position to do it. So, I don't know, I'm just speculating a little bit about the future here. I think it just strikes me that we're in moving times.
Oh, we are indeed. Yes, both countries, of course.
Unless you happen to be that bloke who ran out in the field. You weren't moving far after running into the shoulder charge from Simons. Pathan bowls to Simons, and he pushes down towards mid-off, goes with a shot, and there's a fumble by Yuvraj Singh. And they're home. 3 for 64, Australia. And this partnership is building, but they've got a long way to go. They're 30 behind on Duckworth Lewis for what it's worth at this stage. In the 17th over, chasing 259 to win the game. Gilchrist out in the first over for 2. Ponting, another howler, tried the pull shot and it lobbed down to mid-on. And Clark tried to pull and lost his off stump for 17. So the batting looking pretty iffy again as Hayden's clubbing the ball off the back foot down towards mid-off to end Patan's over. So we've gone through 17 overs, and it's 3-4-64.
And still no spin, so it's been a most interesting passage of play here. The Indians are presumably waiting. They've got 2 spinners playing, waiting for a chance after 20 overs to spread the field out a bit more. They won't want to bowl spin too much with the field up. Now, there is a change of bowling, but who's this going to be? Sreesanth's coming back. You see, they're really holding their pace attack back until they can spread the field out. I did think during the Indian innings that it might get a bit harder as the innings went on to get after the bowling. It seemed it may have been the batting, it may have been good bowling by Australia in the second half of the innings. They bowled really well in the last 10 overs, full and just outside off stump. But nevertheless, the batsman couldn't get it away, and I wondered then, as the ball got softer and the wicket got older, whether it got harder rather than easier.
Well, in fact, if there is any dew around, it should make batting easier on this pitch. Because it struck me, we saw a few balls, just to bring up a little...
What's happening out there, Jim?
dust.
Never mind about that. What's happening out there? Sreesanth's captain's not happy about something. He's tried to make a change of bowling.
Yeah. And
something's happened. The umpires have come in here or waiting for a helmet.
What a helmet.
He's going to stand up. That's it.
And he's going to stand up over the stumps. Yeah, I just thought that there was the pitch was just occasionally a bit sort of too paced.
Yeah.
Even Tendulkar near the end of his innings, he was mistiming a few. Yeah. That may have had something to do with his condition, his physical condition. He was suffering what appeared to be a groin strain. And we're lingering and waiting here. And Tendulkar, of course, is off the field. He got struck on the point of his left shoulder when Dhoni dived across in front of him to try and take a catch, and it deflected.
This is taking too long.
Yeah. Harbhajan went off.
Now he's come back. He's going to bowl, I think.
Well, Harbhajan's going to bowl, is he?
Well, that was a very odd little sequence there.
Yeah.
There are all kinds of discussions. He's coming into the attack. Sreesanth, we thought, was coming into the attack, but he's not. We thought they were setting for helmets, but they weren't. It was something to do with Baji, which is not the first time we've said that on this tour.
There was a bit of Baji earlier tonight. Yes, Simons was down at the other end. There was that other extraordinary incident when Clark was rightfully going for the ball earlier and Tendulkar was at the non-striker's end and he happened to tackle him.
Yes.
And they picked themselves up from the ground and Clark just moved on. There was no apology, nothing. It was just very strange.
It was a very strange situation. It was indeed. It's been a very, I found it a very strange summer. Those are my last words tonight.
No, don't go away yet, because just following it up, do you think Australian players more focused on IPL than the Tri-Nations? Dino from Queensland.
Well,
they're distracted by it, aren't they?
They're playing for their country in a final.
Yep. Well, Harbhajan's bowling to Simons, and Simons drives down the onside and gets a run straight away from Harbhajan. And a few in the crowd are happy about that. 3 for 65. All right, Peter? See you later. Yeah? Okay. Well, yes. If you can find Peter Roebuck, you will or his column in the paper tomorrow. Yeah. We'll see what's in it. 3 for 65 here in the 18th over. I'm merely speculating about a few things, but we'll wait and see. At the moment, the two fishermen are going about their work fairly well, but it was Harbhajan who got rid of both of them in Sydney, tempting them. Simons holed out to deep mid-wicket, and Hayden was caught on the sweep. Harbhajan, who has a slip and has Hayden driving towards a mid-off extra cover, and it's well saved out there, preventing a run as Dinesh Karthik out there in that posse, racing across to pick it up. Again, Harbhajan goes in and bowls to Hayden down the leg side. He tried to turn it. It's a wide, just outside the line, and not surprisingly, Dhoni fumbled it. He's fumbling a lot of balls at the moment. He's struggling. He's wanting to take everything in his left glove. So that wasn't much fun for him as it was down the leg side. And it was just outside the line, not far from his pad and just over outside the leg stump. And Hayden aims to drive the next ball and miscues it off the bottom of the bat to the bowler.
And the ball's 17.2 overs old, but already starting to, it's not coming on as much as it did earlier. There's less swing, of course, but they're giving them less pace to work with.
Harbhajan again to Hayden, who creeps forward, gets an inside edge and has a quick look around the corner there, and it went past the the leg stump to short, fine, backward square. And that's fielded by Yuvraj. And there's no run. Went kick inside edge between his legs. 3 for 66. Here comes Harbhajan with his bouncy run down the pitch. It's hit hard and straight down the ground for 4. Lofted on driven straight drive. Just straight back over the bowler's head and to the right of the sight screen for 4. Typical Hayden shot.
Yeah, very good stroke. He's a terrific on driver. Harbhajan thought he was in the frame for a catch and bowl there, but he hit it much too powerfully and wide.
Hayden 31. Here comes Harbhajan again to bowl to him, and he creeps forward on the defence to end the over. So Australia won 259. They're 3 for 70 from 18. Simons 15. Hayden 31. And now it's time for the latest from ABC News.
Serious Pongo material.
Patan bowls, and that's just outside the off stump, and Simons lets it pass.
He conceded 63 in 7 on the other night in Sydney, Irfan Pathan. He's only getting away with a few here because he's bowling a bit of width. This is his 4th. He's going at 4 and over. Simons is just tonguing to have a real crack at him with an infield. I'd start walking at him if I was Simmer, just like he did the streaker.
Shoulder charged the ball.
Yeah, shoulder charged the ball.
Patan bowls, and he's on the back foot, clipping into the covers. Can't get through the infield. Good, firm back foot shot. But stopped out at cover. They got a mid off, an extra cover, a cover, and a point. The wide slip third man, mid on, mid wicket, deep backward square. Australia consolidating. But not with all that amount of conviction at this stage. As he bowls again, is driven in the air. He just got that over cover point as he drove and skewed it away out into the deep, where Charles is coming around to pick up. And they collect a couple of very streaky runs. 3 for 77 in the 19th over. Simons 21, Hayden 31.
This could be if this is an Australian victory tonight, they could go on in Adelaide and win. Dhoni's unfit, Tendulkar's unfit, Pathan's injured, and Sharma is injured. So this is an absolutely crucial period of play. A victory here can almost win them the series, the Australians.
As Simons punches away through mid-wicket. Not quite. There's a knockdown out there that prevents a run. Gambier diving on the ball, and he knocked it away. Maybe they could have got the single on the misfield, but
there was definitely one there.
But Hayden didn't respond, so they stayed put.
Don't you reckon, with all the injuries, if Australia was to pull off an unexpected victory here...
India desperately want to win this. They've got Tendulkar off the field with a sore shoulder and groin. Dhoni's
one-handed.
Ishant Sharma's got his problem.
Pathan's way below full fitness, I reckon.
He bowls to Hayden. Hayden gets a full wideish ball. That is a wide. Yeah, pushed it too far across. Well, he's not alone in being a left-hander bowling wides. Mitchell Johnson sprayed them around a little bit today, and he seems to have gone off the boil in the last 2 matches after being a prominent force for most of the summer. So Australia 3 for 78, and they're looking at a required run rate about 5.8 at the moment. Simons waits, Pathan bowls to him, and he follows and drives with a good clip down towards Yuvraj at mid-off, who hurls the ball back defiantly towards Simons and the stumps, and Simons just carefully puts his bat down, and that is the end of Pathan's over. Pathan has bowled 4 overs for 20. It's 3 for 78 after 19.
Well, Dhoni has, Pathan's getting away with it, but he has to introduce Piyush Chawla at some stage, the teenage leg spinner. He bowled very well and was the most economical bowler for India in Sydney. This is a different pitch. There should be a little grit for him nonetheless. His temperament's not a problem, but when does Dhoni introduce him? Must be soon, because he's got to hold back Kumar for a couple at the end, and Sreesanth has got away with just 4 bowlers so far, but you sense the leggy's not far away. In the meantime, it's Harbhajan.
I've got substitutes everywhere. Rayner's out there. Tuware's just come on to backward point. So, as you say, they're counting their numbers here. Just about all the subs are out as Harbhajan bowls and Hayden's back and pushing into a gap on the onside through mid-wicket. for an easy single.
I don't know about you, Jim, but has Harbhajan Singh and Paris Hilton been seen in the same room? I think it's Paris Hilton. You look at it. It's Paris. Every time you see Harbhajan off the field, he's shopping. And facially, it's hit. I reckon it's P. Hilton, Los Angeles. She's bowling really good off spin.
Well,
any thoughts?
Yeah, well, I know Paris is probably the first Turbinator she's been out with.
Facially, eh?
And it bowls to Hayden here, who stabs the ball away towards mid-wicket. Well, it's a good thought. Have you got a lot of imagination, Kerry?
I do, and I just looked at
and Harbhajan would love to have that fantasy running for him, I'm sure.
No, I'm just a little bit Paris Hilton, Harbhajan Singh, same room. Haven't seen it.
Harbhajan bowls and Simons pushes away towards mid-wicket, and they collect a single, and the score rolls over to 80. 3 for 80.
He's got to do a job here. Harbhajan Hilton.
Oh, the email, the SMSs, they're everywhere.
Oh.
I'll read this one for you.
That'll set the bar a little lower, I think.
It will. Harbhajan bowls. Hayden pushes down the ground. This is from Stephen in Yellow Rock, New South Wales. Have you been there?
I haven't been to Yellow Rock.
Let's hear what Kerry has to say about horizontal unconscious nude ex-runner. Might be referring to that streaker.
Yeah.
He got poleaxed by Simons.
I haven't seen the vision. I was out the back having a coffee and a chat.
You missed something. Harbhajan bowls, and Simons pushes around the corner.
Cricket Australia have called for vision, I think, because this could be Andrew Simons' last game for a while.
You were in New Zealand, weren't you, when Greg Chappell slapped the streaker on the backside with a bat?
I was.
And was had up on an assault charge.
1976, he had photographs taken of his bottom, the streaker.
As he hits the pad, a straight ball. Is that close? Umpire Taufel says not out. It was the straighter ball, faster, flatter, right in at the line of the leg stump. Maybe it was going down. Umpire Simon Taufel had a very good look and then said not out. It's the end of the over, 3 for 81 after 20 overs, and they can spread the field.
Yes, I was on that tour. It was at the Eden Park, Auckland. A streaker came out on Greg's 50 and got away with it. And Greg Chappell was a serial disliker of streakers. When he got his 100, he ran out again. And Greg offered him the hand to congratulate him for running out, and as he got the bat in the other hand and gave him 5 across the five across the bottom. The
might have been
excessive use of the bat. The streaker ran off, had his bottom photographed, took him to court, and he was found to have assaulted him. He was guilty of assault, but no conviction was recorded. So I don't know what that streaker. When he comes to, he might think of his options.
Here comes Patan. He's punched away by Hayden, a mid-wicket. Harbhajan fields. And, we're just looking at the website here about Simon shoulder charging the streaker. There's actually a photo up there, a snapshot. You don't see a lot of the streaker because he's obscured by Simon's removal of him, when bringing him down with the shoulder charge. But as the
off the ground, wouldn't he?
Yeah. So I think for a few people around checking, we've got another incident in the deep. Harbhajan's out in the deep. He shouldn't put him out there.
It's provocative.
Sunil Gavaskar was making the point last night that Dhoni should get him in the ring all the time, because it's just encouragement, unfortunately, for some fools in the crowd, as it's miscued through the covers for 4. What a good shot that was. I thought he's hitting that down the ground, but he's bashed it through wide mid-off for 4. Fantastic shot by Andrew Simons. Wow, that went quickly.
Well, I think they're looking to hit at least 3 boundaries off this over from Patan. He's bowling half rat power. The only time he looks like troubling is when he bowls a wide, and they have a big woof at it outside off stump. This is a real problem over for India. How to get rid of Patan's overs.
3 for 86. Simons 26, Hayden 34. Patan comes running into Simons. Simons goes back and pushes the ball away down towards mid-off. I mean,
that was quicker.
The crowd was certainly stunned, not just by the streaker running out. They're used to that occasional intervention, but by what Simons did. And the question will be asked, I suppose, is he going to be charged under the code of conduct, because it says that 4-2 regulation, physical assault, as he bowls again to Simons, pushed into the covers and there's no run. Physical assault on another player, umpire, referee, official or spectator. Does it constitute some offence? Anyway, we'll hear more about it later on. There's always something going on other than the bat and the ball. 3 for 86. Yes, well, the spectator probably was trespassing, and he'll be fined for that. But there will be the matter of whether or not it was an assault, as Simons is back and forces down to backward point. And some will say the spectator got what he asked for by being out there. But the players have been told, just keep out of it. 3 for 87. Simons trying to get moving here is 27, as Patan wheels them down. And Australia rebuild their innings from a very parlous situation after Gilchrist was caught behind. A ball had moved away from him. He followed and nicked it. He made 2. Ponting miscued on the pull shot. Caught it mid-on for 1, and Clark missed on the pull shot. Looked a bit of misjudgment there, to say the least. He lost his off stump for 17 as Patan's hit on the rise through deep towards deep cover and to Gambier, and they take a single. So that's the completion of the over. 3 for 88 after 21 overs, and the run rate required just under 6 an over here. A partnership of 55, Hayden 35 and Simons 27.
Well, the moment for Piyush Chawla draws closer. I would say in his rest this game, because the Australians will look to attack him. He is an economical wrist spinner. And Australia have got themselves now into a reasonably strong position. They've got Hussey and Hopes to come. Hopes doesn't read the spin that well. That's a problem. But this partnership of Hayden and Simons is looking pretty good. Dhoni will have to bring on the wrist spinner pretty soon.
Well, Harbhajan has already had a shout for LBW, turned down in the previous over. May have just been spearing down the leg side, but he's got Hayden looking around the field, because they can spread them out after getting through all the power plays. Long off, long on, deep square, deep backward square, deep cover. And Harbhajan comes in at Hayden, and Hayden just changes his shot and then ends up defending the ball away on the onside. And Pravin Kumar, the stumbling block, 8 overs, 3 for 31. And remember, Hayden was dropped early in his innings. It's Harbhajan bowls. Hayden's forward again, smothering the ball away out on the offside.
What odds are Australia at the moment in running? They'd be strong second favourite, wouldn't they?
I'll find out for you in a tick. As Harbhajan comes up and bowls to Hayden, and Hayden sweeps well to backward square, but he won't get a run. Yes, he will, because the ball's knocked down. But after the recovery from Rohit Sharma,
I've just got a feeling. I think the Aussies can get home here, and it's not a Patriot talking. I just think they might. Patan's spell is a worry. That the Chawla will be under unbelievable pressure when he comes on. There's 2 substitutes out there. That's always a worry.
Well, who else apart from Tendulkar is off the field? Is Susanth off the field?
Oh, I thought there was 2 off at one stage. No, there's only 1, is there? Okay.
No, with Tiwari and Reina are out there.
Both out there. Yeah.
Kartik was at one point. Now Harbhajan with a slip for Simons. He bowls a ball that's pitched right up, and Simons is carefully playing it away on the offside.
This is a battle of ego, isn't it? All that's gone on between the 2 batsmen and this off spinner. They'll be not wanting to get out to him. They did in Sydney.
Harbhajan to Simons. Simons drives him away to the onside, and a good save at mid-wicket prevents a run. Rayner is out there substituting, and he hurled himself and stopped a run or 2. Here he comes again. Harbison bowls to Simons. Simons hit on the pad and appeal for LBW, and then Simons was running off for a potential leg by, but he was creeping forward. Bit of bounce, maybe a bit of turn. Enough for the umpire to think, other than raising his finger. 3-4-89 at the end of the over. Hayden 36, Simons 27. 22 overs gone. The target is 259.
Well, the platform's there. Although Australia's lost 3 wickets, they're still going at 4 and over. And that's exactly what I'm sure Ponting and the senior players would have said. We've lost wickets, but if we can maintain a 4 runs and over and keep wickets in hand, we'll have a real dash at them late. Another over from Pathan. I don't want to keep banging on about it, but I just feel the Australians are tonguing to have a crack at this fellow. Hayden might be the man.
Glenn's just been going into the ICC website here to look at that code of conduct section, level 4-2. We were talking about physical assault of another player, umpire, referee, official or spectator. And the penalty can be a ban for 5 tests or 10 one-day matches, up to a life ban for the player or official concerned.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't know. It's 1.5 a year over the next 3 years. Here comes a big flashing shot from Hayden over the slips for 4. He had a go at Pathan, and it flew off the edge and down to the boundary. But who knows whether or not anything will come of that apparent assault. Certainly shoulder charge by Simons on the spectator, but Hayden's just had a crack at Pathan and got 4 runs.
And I think he's going to have more cracks this over, Jim. I think they've decided they had a mid-wicket conference, and I said, let's have a go at him this over. There's 4 men on the boundary, but they'll be looking to hit him straight.
He bowls again wide of the off stump. It's driven and knocked down at extra cover, deflected to Yuvraj at mid-off, and they get a run, and they should get an overthrow. A wild old throw past to Summers is going to go for a 5. Charlotte dived and couldn't cut it off down there as Yuvraj had a ping at the stumps, missed, and there was no one backing it up, and it flew down to the boundary. So they got a 5 for that, and that means that 4 over the slips and the overthrows. 9 so far
off 2 balls.
2 balls.
Yeah, well, this is the over. They're having further chats. So Dhoni has to get the feel right, and Pathan has to get it right. There's a vulnerability about him. He's 63 and 7 conceded in the Sydney match, and they're going for him here.
They've got that wide slipping at the moment. Oh, and the Harbison's back out in the deep. And the crowd quite unjustifiably booing as he goes away into the deep. Why don't those fans grow up? Get a life. Pathan bowls a bouncing ball down the leg side or thereabouts. Wasn't quite wide enough to be a wide. It went over his rump down the leg side. He didn't offer at it. But that's Pathan's response at the moment. He's under the cosh a bit. And there's some life in the crowd, but I think there's probably been a few incidents out there, so everyone needs to keep a cool head. Just watch the game, enjoy the game. Pathan bowls, and it's driven by Simons towards mid-off for a single as Rayner ran around to his left to throw back. So they're lifting the tempo here. 3-4-99 in the 23rd over. Simons 28, Hayden 45.
Run rate required 5.85. They won't want it to get above 6. I'm sure the Australians out there, Simons and Hayden, are talking about that at the end of every over. They know that 6 and over, anything under 6 is pretty gettable. Once it ticks over 6, it starts to get difficult. The leg spinner is yet to bowl.
In goes Pathan again, and Hayden drives on the rise. A cracking shot straight at Yuvraj down at mid-off. This time he doesn't throw the ball. He holds on to it. 3-4-99 in the 23rd over. This is developing into a pretty good game of cricket with this retrieving partnership. Tendulkar made 91 after India had won the toss, and they scored 9 for 258. Here's Pathan bowling to Hayden. Hayden chases and hits a big shot over deep extra cover for 4. Got underneath it. and bludgeoned it. Good, clean hit. The 100's up. 3 for 103. How many off that over, Jono? 14? 14 from the over. And Harsha Bogle is about to come in and join Kerry. 3 for 103 Australia from 23 overs.
Fascinating period of the game. Harbhajan bowling well. The Australian counter-attack coming from Simons and Hayden. And Harsh is in the box. G'day, Harsh.
G'day, Kerry. Is that all right?
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, which reminds me, we're in Brisbane.
Yeah.
So guys say, g'day, eh?
G'day, eh?
G'day, eh? You think Harbhajan will say that to Simons? He's running in to bowl to him. And Simons goes back and pushes it with the turn out to mid-wicket. India, Suresh Raina, I think it is, who fields the ball, but then in doing so pushes it forward. They're searching for a single. 14 of the last over then from Irfan Pathan, and Australia taking their chances against him. He's now bowled 6 overs for 41. No doubt he'll be taken off straight away. As Harbhajan bowls again, it's well tossed up and Simons plays it down the ground out to mid-on. Right, so what have we got here now? Australia's run rate has gone up to 4.45. I think this is potentially a match-winning partnership. And India have got to be sitting there. And somewhere at the back of the mind, they'll be thinking that Hayden catch.
Yes.
What also surprises me is that someone who's for long India's premier swing bowler, as Harbhajan bowls to Hayden again, who plays it out, what a cramp style out to mid-wicket to Yuvraj Singh. Irfan Pathan was India's premier swing bowler. And Srishant has got it to swing. Praveen Kumar has got it to swing. And Irfan Pathan hasn't.
Can't swing it.
And as a result, he's looking very innocuous.
Yeah.
Pathan bowls, Harbhajan bowls, and Hayden off the back foot chips it away out to mid-wicket. And it brings up his 50. Well played to Matthew Hayden. As always, Australia's fortunes hinge on how this big man plays. And as always, I'll make the point. You talk about Gilchrist, you talk about Ponting. These have been the fated Australian cricketers. I still think Hayden is as good as some of the greatest.
Definitely. He'll make team of the century without question.
50 not out, and he's got them in very good time. 62 balls. Harbhajan bowls to Simons, who flicks it off his pads. He's charged down for the first run, and they'll come back for the second. This is good cricket. The throw is in from Pathan, and the 2 runs very easily completed. Australia excelling in their athleticism. I thought they were good 20-25 runs plus in the field. India just a bit under in the field. And this match so close might just turn around on the run saved or lost in the field. 26 overs after this, and Australia have now moving on quite well. As Harbhajan bowls, and it's knocked away easily down to long mid-on for a single. So they're getting the runs, and they're getting them quite easily. And it's 108 for 3 then after 24 overs. This partnership is now put on 26 overs left, and Australia have to get 151.
Big moment in the game. The introduction of Piyush Chawla, leg spin from our commentary end. This is crucial. Australians are having a chat. He was terrific under pressure in Sydney game 1. None for 33 from 10. Bowl straight, bowl the right trajectory. Can he do it again? Has to. If he doesn't, Australia wins.
Another Indian sub goes out. This is now starting to look like the free substitutions we have in hockey. Just keep coming in and going out. How many do AFL have? 16 substitutions in the NAB Cup?
Do they? I don't know.
And India knows more than an Aussie about Aussie rules football.
It's not my main game, AFL.
No, Manoj Tiwari has come out again, and he's fielding right underneath us here, and he's going to be going across to mid-on, long on rather. Right, the difference between Chawla bowling at Sydney and Chawla bowling here is that Australia were batting first there. And they were setting a target. Here, the chasing one. And they've realized Harbhajan's bowling all right. 4 overs for 15. So if they've now got to attack another bowler, then it's got to be this man.
That's the man. Well, this is the intriguing part for me. Can he undo one of these with his variations?
Join the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell, alongside Alison Mitchell and Harsha Bogle, plus expert commentary from Darren Lehman, Glenn McGrath, Sunil Gavaskar, and many more cricket royalty. ABC Sports Summer of Cricket on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport, your home of rugby.
Got to keep it to under 6 though, Australia. Chawla runs in again. He bowls to Simons, and first ball is greeted into the stands. What a welcome. Just dropped it slightly short, and Simons shortened the length beautifully. Just rocked back, and he's hit the ball, what, good 15 yards clear off the boundary at But wide, long on. So, 6 in the first over. Australia getting a move on here. It looked for a major part of this game that Australia had no chance. Now they're in. It's 50-50. Chawla bowls again, and Simons goes back. Hits it firmly down to Tiwari at long on. And he'll take a single. Simons, with that, goes up to 38. Hayden is 50. Once again, is the Queensland pair to the rescue for Australia.
Indeed. And they can take Australia to Adelaide here. There's not the grip there was for Chawla in Sydney. There's a little Jew holding this together. He's just going to slide on. The length that worked in Sydney may not work tonight.
So all the fielders spread out wide, the singles will become easily available now as Chawla bowls through. Hayden, it's a wrong one. Hayden hasn't read it. He's looking for a shot out to mid-on. And he gets a thick leading edge, goes off to backward point. He looks a bit lost. He's running helter-skelter. Luckily, he just came back to the crease in time before the throw from backward point could come in. So good ball that from Chawla. Good comeback ball. 7 of the overs so far for the big left-hander. There is a 45-degree man inside the circle. Short mid-wicket, backward point and cover. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on. Long off and deep cover. He's got to be careful not to bowl short outside the off stump. He bowls again to Hayden, who goes back and pushes it back down the ground.
He's got a good wrong and has Piyush Chawla. He uses it discreetly. Hayden hasn't read it. Hussey's in next. He didn't read it either in Sydney, nor will Hopes, not the best player of spin. Needs a wicket.
As Hussey, Hayden rather, looks to sweep. The next one is sweeping it off his stumps out to the 45-degree man on the onside. And again, he's done that off his stump. I'll tell you what, Australia can't afford to lose a wicket here because Hussey would like to have some time to play himself in. That'll get the run rate going up. The spinners start to bowl well. We don't know too much about Hopes. Hayden gets that on the pad again. Chawla Verlshram takes a look at the umpire. It's a good comeback. First ball went for 6. He went for 7 in the over overall. 115 for 3 Australia. After 25 overs, they need another 144 of the last 25.
He's got a very good temperament, Piyush Chawla. Looks his body language very positive. Started with the 6. Came back well, bowled a good wrong to Hayden. I just think he is absolutely pivotal to the result of this match, his spell, P. Chawla.
Right, karaoke is off as well in his dramatic style. Nothing. Ray Phillips comes back in. The spinners are on, and this was always expected to be the key 20-over phase of this match. If India could keep the runs down here, if it put pressure on the Australians. Harbhajan has now bowled 4 overs for 15. He's in his 5th. Irfan Pathan was expensive for India again. He bowls now to Simons, just flicks it off his pads. They want a single. And Hayden was just slow getting off the blocks and then realized he had to charge a little bit. Got there fairly quickly in the end. So a single nonetheless takes Simons up to 39, up to 40 now. And Australia are now 116 for 3. Ray Phillips joins us. You're calling Australia at this stage?
Well, just getting into the guts of the game now, aren't we, Harsha? These two are playing very, very well.
Hayden sweeps the next one from Harbhajan for 4 down to long leg. Was in complete control of that shot. It was tossed up on that leg stump line. And Hayden, he hardly needs an invitation to sweep. He's up there in a flash. And that went for a boundary as well. So it's getting to that stage now where Australia, the run rate will not be an issue anymore. Hayden goes up to 54.
And Matthew's seen 3 of his mates disappear early on in the evening. But he's got a great ally now in Andrew Simons.
Back with Harbhajan again on leg stump, and Hayden has walked right across, displaying 2 stumps to Harbhajan, but his bat is broad enough and he's in control. He takes a single to deep mid-wicket.
He just questioned the line of Harbhajan. Keeps concentrating and pitching the ball outside leg stump. Of course, he's turning the ball into middle and off. But I'm just wondering whether or not that's the right line to be bowling to Matthew Hayden.
Slip in place for Simons, the right-hander, as Harbhajan runs in and bowls, and Simons goes forward. Pushes the shot of the man. Run out of the non-strikers, and for sure, Hayden is run out.
That's out. Well, Matthew Hayden came through, and the Indians, that is just a bonus wicket. Andrew Simons potted forward. Matthew Hayden called him through for the single, but there wasn't a single there. It was picked up, thrown back to Harbhajan, and he almost gave up in the end. In fact, I think he did give up in the end, Matthew Hayden, and was out by a good metre and a half. That is just what Australia didn't need. Although Andrew Simons, just looking at the replay, did gesture for the run. It wasn't even in the screen, Matthew.
No, and I just think, I mean, and Matthew Hayden, well, let's first consider on the fact that he's played a fine innings here.
He's played
Matthew
a terrific
Hayden
innings.
55, and once again has looked the best Australian batsman on view today, given the fact that Clark got out early. 55 from 68 balls, he was run out. But I just think, on the way back, he stopped to have a chat with Simons, and he sort of gave him the clenched fist.
Well, he just gave a couple.
Now he's got to complete it. But I just think, watching the replay, that Simons has actually called him for the run.
I think you're right.
And then asked him to stop, by which time the non-striker, like all good non-strikers must, he's followed the batsman's call, and he's been run out by a long shot. Good thinking by Yuvraj Singh. He threw the ball on the bounce. He threw it to Harbhajan, not to where the wickets were, and Harbhajan had a lot of time to break the stump. So Hayden gone for 55. Is this a big turning point in the game? Much like it was at Sydney.
A very big turning point in the game. Having said that, Mike Hussey comes to the crease with an average of over 55, and as Matthew Hayden passed Mike Hussey on the way out, he may have also gestured to Andrew Simons, you know, come on, we can still win this. He wasn't. I mean, he was obviously disappointed. He was run out, but he copped it sweet. And as he passed Mike Hussey, he said, "Come on, Mike, come on." And so Hussey almost ran out to the crease. So he's not facing, of course, because they didn't cross. But there was a call initially from Andrew Simons, and Matthew Hayden responded. But then he got the other call, no, and he had to turn around. And being the big man that he is, he tried in vain. And
I just hope Australian supporters not getting a sense of deja vu here. As Harbhajan bowls, it's a good ball. It's taken the leading edge from Simons' bat as he looks out to play out to mid-wicket. Praveen Kumar will get there. Hussey's calling for a third run. Simon says, do we? The answer is no.
He wasn't interested, Andrew Simons, in the third. Just was not interested. I think he just wants to calm himself down a little bit. I think there was maybe at a pinch a third, but Mike Hussey, new batsman at the crease. And we're just looking at another replay. I think there was an initial call from Andrew Simons, just potted forward, bit of bat pad, and then he sent it.
Here comes
Matthew back.
Harbhajan again. He struck on the pad. Simons, LBW!
Wow.
On the back foot, Simon Towfield's finger went up straight. Once again, Harbhajan Singh is proving to be Australia's nemesis. He's got Andrew Simons, and the deja vu with the game at Sydney is absolutely stunning there. 16 for 1, 19 for 2, 24 for 3. Here 2 for 1, 8 for 2, 32 for 3. Then a partnership, and then within 11 runs both were gone there. Here they're both gone within 2 runs of each other. Simons is LBW on the back foot to a ball that's turned in, and it might just have missed the inside edge. It's hit him on the pad in line with middle stump. Simon Towfield's swinger went up straight away, and that is the end of Andrew Simons. He's out for 42, and Australia are now in deep trouble. 42 from 56 balls. They're 123 for 5.
Yeah, very much a turning point now, Harsha. 2 wickets in the 1 over, albeit one was a run out at the end of the over. There was a single, a 4, a single, a wicket, a 2 and another wicket. What an over that is for India. They're on from 3 for to 5 for Australia. So they are in a certain amount of trouble. And we've got 2 new batsmen. Mike Hussey's yet to face a ball, and James Hope's just walking out to join his mate. He has obviously not yet to face a ball as well. So 2 new batsmen, and what an over that was. Some excitement. The run out of Matthew Hayden, and he was out by a long, long way. And of course then the LBW. Ball pitched in line, would have hit middle stump. And umpire Torfel, you don't see give that many LBWs.
And he gave it very quickly as well.
And he did give it very quickly. Andrew Simons had a bit of a cursory glance round, but in the end walked off. So 2 new players. New ball game, Harsha.
Yes, and the spinner on as well.
Oh, yeah.
Harbhajan has provided the turning point. He's really got under Australia's skin.
Well, they've got to regroup now, Australia, don't they?
Here we go with Piyush Chawla. He's bowling to Hussey. He plays the first ball wide of mid-on, and he'll trot across for a single. They've got to be mindful as well here. They've got to get a partnership going, but they've got to keep that asking rate in mind as well. At the moment, it's not threatening. It's 5.67. Hopes can get runs on. It's his home ground.
24 overs left. Mike Hussey almost ran out to the middle of the ground today, and that first ball he faced took off for a quick single. He looks busy, and he looks keen.
Hopes doesn't read the wrong one at all. The next one, I don't think he did at Sydney either. He gets a single as he looks to drive on the offside, and it goes out to square leg.
I don't think he did read the wrong one. He's had a little bit of trouble, James. with that hit him very low down, just referring back to the Andrew Simons dismissal, hit him below the roll, and it was going to hit the middle stump. James Hope's had a little bit of trouble with Mutai Muralitharan not being able to pick the doosra.
Here's Chawla now. He's bowling to Hussey, who drives it, flicks it rather out to mid-wicket. He's found the gap again. They'll come back for a second run. Hopes was the caller there. He was running to the danger end. The second was taken quite easily. So they've got 4 from this over already, but now suddenly wickets are an issue.
And they were going along really, really well, weren't they, Matthew Hayden and Andrew Simons, and it was just shaping up to be a great finish, but 2 quick wickets by India have really put Australia on the back foot. Oh.
Hayden goes up.
What was the appeal for there?
Well, I don't know. I kept calling him Hayden as well. Hussey goes in for the sweep shot, and I think he'll just need to single in down behind square.
That only pitched about 1.5 foot outside leg stump.
The appeal was called excitement.
They could only ever beat that. I think he was the only one that appealed as well.
I've seen a lot of bowlers do that. Here we go now to the right-hander, and Hopes drives. It's on the bounce out to Uttapad cover.
Oh, they're excited.
To Rana rather
You're
than
excited,
cover.
aren't you? You're excited.
Well, he's excited when someone when a game is at a turning point.
You'll be able to get onto the travel agent in a minute to confirm your flight. Maybe.
No,
tomorrow.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything to the last ball is bowled. As Chawla bowls and Hopes goes forward, defends, bit of an appeal. Not out, says Tony Ho. So, end of that over. 128 now for 5 after 27. And the target, of course, is 259. So, I will tell you what's been happening. So much has in recent times. Hayden was run out 55. Simons called him for a run and just seemed to turn his back on him. And Hayden was run out. Yuvraj throwing to Harbhajan's end for 55. And then a couple of balls later, Simons LBW to Harbhajan for 42 from 55 balls. And that made it first 121 for 4 and then 123 for 5. It's the wickets, really, that's more important from Australia's point of view.
It's been a pretty exciting day's play, hasn't it? I mean, India got off to a wonderful start this afternoon, and they looked as though they could have posted any sort of score in excess of 290 to 300. Then Australia fought back, and then they were looking at maybe at 240, ended up getting 258, and of course Australia came out this afternoon, or this evening, and lost 2 and 3 quick wickets.
Yes, they've got to be careful as well, because Brett Lee is next, and we know he's a battler, but then you're down to Johnson, Clark and Bracken.
Well, Glenn Mitchell made a very important comment early on about the fact that Brad Hogg didn't get selected for this game, but he does provide a little bit of a backbone for the bottom half of that batting order.
And I'll tell you one thing, I don't want to be rude to him, but he's batted better than he's bowled against India, and that would have been helpful today. As Hussey drives the next one out for a single out to backward point. He's had his moments in the test matches, just the odd moment. He's a better one-day bowler, but he's always been very, very careful, very important down the order. He gets these 20s, 25s there.
But puts together very good partnerships with his mate.
That could be important as well.
Well, these are the two last. We all know that Brett Lee is an accomplished batsman, but these two are recognised players.
5 to Hussey, 1 to Hopes. As Harbhajan comes in and bowls Hopes again, who plays a gentle shot out on the onside. Out to Rana at mid-wicket. Tendulkar not on the field, having hurt his shoulder. India have had just armies of
like a casualty ward
substitutes just coming in and going out. Right, you might know this better, being a good Australian rules football man.
No.
As Hopes goes in for the sweep shot, and Harbhajan whirls down an appeal. He's probably hit him outside the line of the off stump. I'm not going to let you get a word in. I know what you're going to say. Hopes 1, Hussey 5. Keep trying, Ray. It's 129 for 5. Harbhajan 1 for 24. No, well, in the one footy game that I saw they were allowed 16 substitutions, people coming in and going out.
Yeah.
In hockey, it's free substitutions.
Yep.
I think cricket headed down that path today as well. There are people just running in and running out. Harbhajan bowls the next ball to Hopes and he defends. At one point, I think Karthik was out, Tiwari was out, Rana was out. Srisanth was back in.
Well, Matthew Hayden was receiving treatment at some stage during their innings, during the Australian innings as well.
Srisanth was not allowed to bowl when he came back. As Harbhajan bowls and Hopes goes on the back foot, plays it away through the gap on the onside, out to deep mid-wicket for a single. And that will take Hopes up to 2. And Australia now 130.
Well, all those injuries,
with 22 to play.
All those injuries now may or may not be a factor come if Australia do win this game, or don't win this game for Friday's game.
129 from 132 balls. It's run a ball still. I'll tell you, Hopes can bat, can't he? Hopes
He
sure can bat.
My word, he generally opens the batting for the Bulls.
And Hussey's a pretty good finisher. So what Australia really need here, 129 from 132. What they need is a partnership of 50 or 60 at least here. In say about 70 balls, that'll keep them in with chance for late assault.
Yeah,
but they cannot lose a wicket.
No, they have to keep the ratio of runs to balls almost the same.
Chawla in again, he bowls, and Hopes is off the back foot, looking to play on the offside, a little inside edge onto his pad. This will be interesting as well to see whether Hopes is picking Chawla and whether India can slip in some overs very quickly in here. Chawla's in his third over. He's got none for 12 so far. Praveen Kumar 8 overs, 3 for 31. Harbhajan 6 overs, 1 for 25. Srishant's got 6 overs for 21. And Irfan Pathan expensive 6 overs for 41. Now there's a slip and a silly point as well. Dhoni's going on the attack. He wants one more wicket. What's the rest of the field? Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Just the one man deep on the offside. As Hopes is struck on the pad, but he's gone really wide of the stumps as Chawla. And that's a wrong one again. That was drifting down the leg side.
They're just getting a bit excited now. They've just got to calm themselves down a little bit, the Indians. They don't want to appeal for everything because they won't get anything.
Well, that ball's hit him in line, but was missing leg stump. Interesting comment you made, because it's drifting down leg side. The next one, Hopes is played away down to deep backward square leg. If you appeal for everything, you'll get nothing, because you're working on the assumption that the umpire is not very happy.
Yep.
But even if you appeal for everything, the umpire's still got to give the one that's right out.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I can't disagree with that. But if you become too vociferous, you just... Sometimes, people are only human. They just
you switch off.
Out.
Umpires can switch off, don't they? They said, these guys are appealing for everything.
You do certainly switch off, and maybe looking at something that's not there.
Now, 6 fielders inside the circle for Hussey, who's a wonderful player of the singles. So Dhoni's trying to keep him in strike, not allow him easy singles. Chawla bowls, and Hussey plays it very fine. There's a fine shot. He's run away. Taken the first run quickly. He's coming back for the second. Hopes might just be in with a chance for the third. No, the throw is on the way. They're going for the third run, and the throw is just wide of the stumps, about a couple of meters wide. Excellent running, and they pick up a third run there as well. That's where Australia's so good. Just a gentle little nudge, and they picked up 3. So that takes Hussey up to 8. Hopes is on 3, and Australia 134 for 5, chasing 259. For what it's worth, Duckworth's pass score is 158. Any chance of rain in your town?
Absolutely
excellent.
None. Mind you, I said that to Jerry Collins here a few weeks back, and it won't rain. Jerry said it's not going to rain.
Now Hopes gets the ball that's flighted on leg side. He wants to flick it away against the turn on the onside. He gets a leading edge, and the ball goes out to short cover. I don't think Hopes is reading Chawla at all here.
No, and just to finish that, 10 minutes after I got here, the covers were on. It was absolutely pouring down. So I don't take notice of that.
So what are you saying now?
It's not going to rain tonight.
Okay. Does that mean the ground staff got to get ready?
No, they're not even anywhere near.
Chawla bowls again to Hopes, who looks to hit him way out of trouble. Looks for the big square drive and misses the ball completely. 29 overs gone, 134 to get 21 overs left. And India running through these overs pretty quickly. 125 now to get in 21 overs. The asking rate is now not 6.
Look, always the optimist. There's always, could be an exciting finish. 125 required by Australia to win. It's 5 wickets left, but there's a lot resting on the shoulders of these 2 players. James Hopes and Mike Hussey. We know what Mike Hussey do. James is just really starting out on his international career in one-day cricket. He's played very well this summer. A lot of pressure on him. This is the end of the ball game if they lose this game, Australia. So they can only stay alive if they win tonight and go to Adelaide on Friday. And no doubt the people in Adelaide will be looking forward to seeing a final game too down there. So they're hoping that Australia can get home also.
Harbhajan bowls, and it's picked off his pads by Hussey for a single out to mid-wicket. It's 135 now. It's a very interesting SMS that comes. It says Bogley, B-O-G-L-A-Y, is the master of being biased, B-I-A-S-S-E-D, which if you put a hyphen after the bi could mean something completely different. He's the master of being biased and covering his tracks. Put your name on it. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, these anonymous texts,
Oh, dear. Right, here's Harbhajan. He's got a slip in place now for Hopes.
Actually, I think it was me.
He bowls again, and off the front foot is Hopes. He plays it out quietly out to short mid-wicket. 135 now for 5. How many is Harbhajan bowled? He's in his 7th over at 1 for 26. If he goes on like this is the 30th. He'll bowl out by the time the 36th over is done. which is exactly what happened at Sydney as well. He bowls now to Hopes, who's down the wicket. It's off the pad. Dhoni's gone to claim a catch. They're all claiming a catch. Not out, says Simon Towell. Dhoni has gone charging down, I dare say about 7-8 yards. The batsmen go across and complete a single. It's given as a leg bye. It's a leg bye, and that's a good call as well, because if they've taken the single, it had to be a leg bye. Indians appealed. Everyone went up straight away. Simon Towell said not out, and you've got to get the game going again.
Here we go. We're just looking at the replay. Yeah, he did. Well, on the replay, it looks as though he did miss it, and of course he did, because umpire Toffel signalled leg byes.
He was. I'll tell you what is even more interesting than that. He was about 3 yards down the ground. Was Hopes. He doesn't want to miss it down the leg side. Dhoni has gone up in appeal straight away. Yeah, so has Harbhajan, but it certainly looked on the replay like it might have missed the inside edge. Hussey sweeps the next one. There's a 45-degree man. Ooh. And Yuvraj has threatened to throw the stumps down. That's a stinger coming in from him. And it misses the stumps. It misses Dhoni as well. The Indians are fired up here.
How come he's picked his game up in the field, Yuvraj, over the last couple of days? What's going on there? He's been like a draft horse all summer.
Maybe his knees got better. Here we go. As Harbhajan bowls again, and Hussey goes in for the pull shot. It'll run away deep on the onside, out to mid-wicket. They want a second run, and they'll get it quite easily. The throw's coming to the strikers end, but Hussey gets there just in time.
He didn't quite get hold of that, Mike Hussey. He got it high on the top of the bat.
You've got to be very careful, though, Ray, because you might get an SMS saying Ray P is by-asked about about Australia and covers his tracks very well.
We almost had another collision with players as well.
Yes, Harbhajan in again. He bowls Hussey. Goes on the backward punches on the offside. They have a wait-and-see approach. The ball goes straight to Rana at cover. They can't get another run. And it is the end of the over. Drinks coming onto the ground. It's 138 for 5. So they need 121 now from 20 at 6 and over.
Yeah, it's still a tall order. If you let the run rate escalate, and
yes, but towards the
makes
end,
it tough.
When you got fewer overs left, 6, 7, 8 is not that difficult.
No. Wickets in hand.
It's 138 for 5, and drinks are on the ground.
You need to keep talking, Hassan.
No, I needed to pause first. Talking the easier part, pausing is the more difficult part.
Yeah, no, look, it is shaping up to be a pretty good game of cricket, but clearly Australia are on the back foot just a little bit. These two, James Hopes and Mike Hussey, obviously need to regroup a little bit. They've been very busy. The running between the wickets has been outstanding. They're turning the ones into twos, twos into threes, and so on. And they need to just take stock a little bit, because you're looking at the scoreboard, you're looking at Brett Lee, as I mentioned, is an accomplished player, but then the tail starts to kick in with Mitchell Johnson and Stuart Clark. And you can't rely on those players to come out and get them over the line. Mike Hussey's a wonderful player. James Hopes, as I mentioned, is just starting to find his feet in international cricket. If he finds his feet tonight and gets Australia over the line with Mike Hussey, yeah, he's really going to launch himself into international cricket. I'm not sure
he's as good a player as Shane Watson is, though, is he?
Oh, I'm not going to come into that.
I did my homework, didn't you?
Yeah.
Anyway, just to tell you what's been happening, India made 258 for 9. The target was 259 for Australia. They didn't get off to a good start. They lost a wicket in the first over. Gilchrist caught Dhoni bowled. Praveen Kumar is swinging the ball around beautifully. He made 2 from 3 balls. And then the other big one, Ponting, trying to pull again. The pull shots got him a million runs, but he's getting him out all the time. Caught Yuvraj bowled Praveen Kumar for 1. That made it 8 for 2. Then Hayden was dropped at the same score, but he went on to produce a fine innings. It was Clark who was out. Bowled by Praveen Kumar for 17 from 22 balls. That made it 32 for 3. Then Simons and Hayden put on 79 in about 17 overs before Hayden was run out for 55 from 68 balls. And then just a couple of deliveries later, Simons, LBW, Harbhajan for 42. That made it 123 for 5. That was after 26 overs. Since then, in the next 4 overs, 12 runs have been made. And Australia have gone on to 138 for 5. Hussey, who's really got to be the anchor for Australia from here on. He's on 11. Hopes is on 3. The bowling for India, Praveen Kumar, 8 overs, 3 for 31. Srishant, 6 overs, none for 21. Irfan Pathan, 6 overs, none for 41. Harbhajan, 7 overs, 1 for 28. And Piyush Chawla, 3 overs, none for 16.
Well, as we go into the last part of the game, this is a very exciting period. And, well, Australia obviously got it all to do. Harbhajan still got 3 overs up his sleeve, and he's been bowling very well. He has been getting excited, particularly when he takes the wicket of Andrew Simons. But Dhoni right on the attack with Chawla. He's got himself, of course, and a first and a slip and a silly mid-off. You don't see this too often in one-day cricket.
Here we go. Piyush Chawla starts in the over. He bowls to Hopes, who drives hard down the ground, and Chawla will field on his follow-through. Now, some changes in the field as well. They want Harbhajan to move across a little more towards cover, and man at deep point has just moved a little bit to his right. Here comes Chawla again, and he bowls to Hopes, who drives to a vacant area on the offside. Harbhajan points to the man in the deep. The fielding is done, and they will pick up a second run as well. So that's well done. Hopes goes on to 5, and Australia go up to 140 for 5. 6 and over. They've got to keep playing this 4.5, 5. I think they can't let the asking rate go up to 7 for fear that they might lose a wicket. But as you come closer, run a ball is not as difficult. As Chawla bowls again and strikes Hopes on the pads as he goes forward to defend. Now it goes out to mid-wicket. He's slipping these overs in pretty quickly.
They are motoring through the overs, aren't they? Particularly with the two spinners operating. He gets through an over very quickly, Chawla.
Yes, he's got a slip and a silly point in there as well as he runs in and he bowls and he strikes Hopes on the pads again. Just a little suggestion of an appeal from there. All the hands went up. It's gone off down to a square leg. 140 for 5.
I think he is having a little bit of difficulty picking the wrong one. I'm not sure whether it's the leg break or the wrong one. He's getting way forward, though, which I think's a good tactic.
Yes, I think he's doing that to counter the leg spinner. And this is an even better counter. He gets his left foot down to the pitch of the ball and drives it down to long off for a single.
Well,
Rohit Sharma is the fielder there. Hopes goes up to 6 and brings Hussey on now on 11 in strike.
That shot will give him a lot of confidence. It was a very authoritative shot.
28,548 people here today at the Gabba to watch this. The second final. Will we have a third? We don't know. As Chawla runs in again and he bowls to Hussey, who pushes forward on the offside, and it goes out to Yuvraj. That's the end of the over. Ray, I've got to go on as well. Now, in case we have a third final, yes, of course, I'll come back and say hello to everyone. But if it isn't, I'd just like to thank you to everybody. It's been great fun, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Word from you, Ray, and then it'll be Jim.
Well, I'm sure everyone's been enjoying your commentary throughout the summer, Harsha. So if there isn't a third final, have a safe trip home and enjoy your family when you get home as well. And it's been a pleasure having you here today. It's been a fun summer, both on and off the field. It's had its controversies, but the cricket's been pretty good. And it's been most enjoyable having Harsha out here throughout the summer, Glenn.
G'day. No, it's not Jim Maxwell. Glenn Mitchell in with you.
G'day.
Harbhajan to operate. It's been terrific having Harsha here. Had a very pleasant dinner with him last night and popped round his hotel and had a very pleasant breakfast with him this morning. He's very good company, and hopefully we'll hear Harsha's voice, if not in Adelaide, and fingers crossed in October when Australia goes for 4 tests to India. Now Harbhajan starts up from the Stanley Street end. Again an appeal for LBW on a sweep shot to Hopes. Probably would have been missing leg unless it was the Doosra. Just looked like it may have been pitching on leg stump, but the last part of the ball's transit we can't see because of the batsman and keeper, but we'll await a replay. But an early shake of the head from umpire Taufel.
Pretty excitable appeal. Let's have a look. There's the replay, Glenn. Yeah, pitch
him outside the line playing a shot.
Yeah.
Would have hit, but Harbhajan in once again and on the back foot playing against the spin. Hopes gets it beyond the man diving inside the circle at extra cover. Or cover point. That was Yuvraj, but backed up in the deep. A single. 5 for 142. James Hopes up to 7, but he never instills you with a great deal of confidence facing spin bowling, James Hopes.
Yeah, he's had his problems over the last few weeks, hasn't he? Particularly with Muralitharan and the Doosra. He has turned him inside out a few times, but he's gaining in confidence. I'm sure Mike Hussey's talking him through it.
And it's Hussey now facing Harbhajan, patting slowly into the offside.
We've just got to keep working the ball. Just keep ticking the score over.
Got an interesting SMS here as Harbhajan comes in and delivers, and on the back foot, pulled forcefully by Hussey. Great placement. 4 out to backward square.
That's an unbelievable.
Not a lot of margin for error there. 2 men out in the deep on the rope. But Hussey pinpointed it between the pair. 5 for 146. Hussey's 15. Not often we get an SMS from the Australian rooms because they're not able to use mobile devices because of the, betting over the years. We've actually got an SMS here to Kerry from Andrew Simons. It says, Kerry should go nude now considering I'm out. As Harbison delivers, and it's swept fine by Hussey to Utapa, and there's no run. So Simo saying that Kerry can go out there now without the kit on, and there'll be no shoulder charge, no tackle or whatever.
That can't be Andrew Simons.
So if you want to disrobe, we've got his we've got his number here. Kerry's just dialing the number back.
See if you get him, Kerry.
The next one from Harbison, driven by Hussey down towards Patan at a whitish mid-on. And it's 5 for 147 at the end of the over.
There must be another Andrew Simons.
Simons is 42. Sorry, Simons is out. Hussey's 16 and Hopes is 7. Jim's just checking. It's only an Andrew Simons impersonator.
Yeah. What's your real name, mate? Come on, own up. Might be Matthew Hayden.
Now Chowler, who was thrown into the fire in the first one-day final in Sydney, and he bowled well. 10 overs for 33.
Well, he's not going too badly now either, Glenn.
Only a teenager, first 2 matches on tour. He starts a new over short and pulled away by Hussey. He'll only get 1 note.
Too good a shot that for 1, isn't it?
Yep, Harbison, good return from deep mid-wicket. 5 for 148, Hussey up to 17.
Danny's still struggling with that right wing. He's only taking the ball in the left glove on the returns from the outfield. But he seems to be pointing okay when he's changing the field.
A slip and a silly point.
On the attack with James Hopes facing.
And he comes forward and drives down towards long off, all the way along the ground to Rohit Sharma. 5 for 149.
He lands them all right, this bloke, doesn't he?
Certainly does.
My word.
Not going to be 20 until Christmas Eve.
No, he's only a youngster playing international one-day cricket and bowling wrist spinners. Give me a break. That is real difficult.
Harbison again against the customary boos as he goes out to deep mid-wicket. There's this one. It beats Hussey, a fast over spinner.
Oh, that
he
was a
pushed
pearler.
at it outside off stump and missed.
Oh, that was an absolute pearler. It's always good, either the toppy or the wrong one, going past the left-hander, and Mike Hussey put his head back.
Chowler, the reverse sweep here by Hussey, and he got it just before it hit the deck. He's got it very fine down through third man. Chase going on from Yuvraj, who isn't overly mobile nowadays, and they're able to come back for a third.
I can't believe how he's picked his game up in the field, though. He's been fairly pedestrian. He's been in the summer.
It's been shocking. I don't know whether his knee's getting better. Hussey's 20 now, 5 for 152.
Yeah, one would think when you're watching that and he plays the reverse sweep, you've got to remember that this fellow, Mike Hussey's played a lot of county cricket, and it's a shot that's utilised a lot in county cricket. It's not as if he just plucks it out of thin air, and he plays it very, very well.
This next one, the wrong one, and it's dabbed off the front foot by Hopes down short on the onside. A ball to come in the over. The run rate is pretty healthy. It's at 4.63 at the moment. They need to score around 6 from here on in.
Can't afford to lose too many more wickets, I would have thought either, Glenn.
No. Well, Lee's next in, then Johnson, Bracken and Clark. Chowler, a shorter ball on the front foot. Hopes gets a single. He'll retain strike, just pushing it out to cover point. Fielded by Arena, one of several substitutes out on the ground. 5 for 152. The required run rate now 6 1/4 per over. 5 for 153. 17 overs to come. Australia need another 106. Hussey 20 and Hopes 9.
Still think potentially we still have a fairly exciting game on our hands, particularly with Mike Hussey and James Hopes out in the setter. And there's been a change of bowling. Is Yuvraj coming on now?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to bowl. He hasn't bowled all that much this summer, has he?
Bowled a few no, he hasn't. He bowled a few overs in the Sydney final. And there's only a handful.
Yeah, well, I think the slower bowlers are more difficult to get away anyway. Not that they've got express bowlers, but I think their fast bowlers have bowled reasonably well tonight, but their slow bowlers are doing the damage.
4 overs, 1 for 18 he picked up. Yuvraj comes in, short and cut away by Hopes, out to deep backward square. Fielded away in the deep by Kumar. Single, Hopes to 10, 5 for 154. We don't like to advertise on the ABC, but Kerry will like this. SMS has just come in. Is Kerry staying at the Hilton tonight? Love, Paris.
Oh, come on.
It's even got two little X's from Paris there. As Hussey gets one full on his pads and he hits Yuvraj out to deep mid-wicket. 5 for 155. Hussey to 21.
She should know Daddy owns it. Come on. Oh. Oh.
That's a good SMS.
It's creepy. Sounds a bunny boiler to me.
Yuvraj around the wicket and a play and a miss by Hopes outside off stump. Bit of fatal attraction stuff, I reckon.
Definitely. She's got a look about 4 stars less for me tonight.
Around the wicket, driven by Hopes down to long off. Oh, where are you, Caroline, when we need you? Fielded by Patan, 5 for 156. Hopes is up to 11.
Well, there's still hope here. Hussey's played terrific. Oh, no, don't.
Oh. Quick arm ball here from Yuvraj and tucked off the pads by Hussey to square leg. Rayner a sliding field, 5 for 157. Hussey is up to 22. And from our favourite spot, Owl at Humpty Doo outside of Darwin, Kerry nude. Please, no, I'm in the middle of dinner. Around the wicket again comes Yuvraj and patted down the offside. And Yuvraj, that's no Michael Clark. Clark would have stopped that easily in his follow through, but Yuvraj just lunged at it down the offside and it got past him and down to Patan for long off. They just don't dot the I's and cross the T's a lot of the time with the little things. India 5 for 158 at the end of the over. 34 have been bowled. 101 to win now for Australia with Hussey 22 and Hopes 12.
Is there a full moon out there? Because it just...
There might be if you get your gear off.
Yeah, I'll be mooning. Oh, stop it. There's a one-day international going on out there.
It's also going to go on now with a replacement ball. 35th over about to be bowled, so Chowla's got a slightly harder ball.
Let's see what happens here as he slides on. He's been able to grip and they run short.
He shuffles in and tosses up, and it's driven down the offside, beating the bowler. But it won't beat Rohit Sharma down at long off. 5 for 159, Hopes to 13. This will be the making of James Hopes if he can help guide Australia home here.
Well, look, when it's very full, he's such a strong driver of the line. It's when there's a little bit of variation and it's subtle and it's not quite at him. He struggles. He doesn't read the hands.
Chowla delivers to Hussey and he turns off his pads, but directly to Rayner at mid-wicket. 5 for 159.
Tough for the young leggy to come on with the change of ball because it's going to come onto the bat a lot quicker. They'll be able to drive him through the line more than they could with the softer older ball.
Chowla goes in again, outside off stump. Hussey playing with the spin though, knocks it to forward square. Rayner again fields. Still 5 for 159.
Well, Mr. Cricket has played beautifully here so far. He's got to 22, but geez, look good.
Chowla delivers to him. He goes back. That was either a toppy or a wrong, and he's nudged it out towards backward point. Patan fields. Hussey now 23, 5 for 160.
He has that Michael Bevan quality. He will have factored in what he has to do to get Australia over the line. Admittedly, he's got James Hopes and the bowlers to come, but he's got a steel trap mind, Mike Hussey. And he's weighed everything up, you can bet.
Hopes forward to Chowla. The bowler fields in his follow through.
He knows Patan's got 4 left, and again they're committed unless they can fiddle Yuvraj for a few.
And his first over went for just 5, Yuvraj. He got 1 for 18 off 4 in the first final in Sydney. Chowla, a quicker, flatter ball. Hopes forward. Hussey wanting a single, but Rayner coming in quickly from extra cover prevents that. The end of the over. 5 for 160 through 37. 99 required by Australia. Hussey 23, Hopes 13, as our local radio audience departs for the latest from the newsroom. Just 1. 5 for 162. And Hopes moves to 14. The game is still there if Australia's good enough, but it will take something pretty special at 5 down with the bowlers to come. Yuvraj runs in again, and a reverse sweep by Hussey, and he may get 4 or close to it. Down to deep backward point, third man. Srisanth dives, can't get there. Very cleanly hit there by Michael Hussey. Yuvraj takes his cap from umpire Taufel, the end of the over, and it ends in style. Hussey 28, Hopes 14, Australia 5 for 166. This partnership now is worth 43. Australia require another 93 runs to win, 14 overs remaining.
Oh, that was brilliant batting, Michael Hussey. He predetermined the reverse sweep. Yuvraj obliged with a ball, just darting towards his off stump, which became his leg stump, and he helped it on its way. Terrific batsmanship.
Brad Hogg in the 12th man role, just running out some drinks for the batsman as Chawla starts a new over on the back foot. Hopes pushes out to Rayner at extra cover, and there's no run. Crowd 28,500 tonight. It might be the last big collect for Cricket Australia. Don't know if there'll be any ticket sales for Friday yet. Australia not done and dusted completely, but they need to score at 6.7 and over with the last recognised pair at the crease. Chawla tosses up, Hopes drives, slices it off the outside portion of the bat to Rayner at extra cover.
Clever bowling. He just held that back, this young leg spinner, Piyush Chawla. Hopes wants to come at him, but that was a tantalising length.
Chawla's in again, takes a bit of pace off it. It drops on him, and it's nudged by Hopes off the back foot to wide long off. Rohit Sharma bounces the return right alongside the stumps to the bowler. Hopes earns a single. He's 15, 5 for 167.
92 from 81, run rate required, edging towards 7. Australia need a boundary again.
Earlier today, MS Dhoni won the toss, 9 for 258 from their 50 overs. Tendulkar made 91. Chawla tosses one up. Hussey works around his front pad. All right, along the ground, a deep backward square. In comes Harbhajan. Good one-handed pickup, but he can't beat Hussey home. He returns for the second. Michael Hussey now 30. 5 for 169. Tendulkar 91. He had a 94-run stand for the first wicket with Uttapa, who made 30. Yuvraj made 38 off as many balls, and Dhoni, the skipper, made 36 off 37 deliveries. For Australia, Bracken 3 for 31 off 9, and Michael Clarke 3 for 52 off 10 overs. Chawla goes in on the front foot, run to backward point by Hussey, thinking about a second, but Patan gets back quickly enough to gather. 5 for 170 with Michael Hussey 31. Chawla from wide of the crease pushes it through, and pushing forward in defence. Knocked back down the pitch by Hopes. The end of the over. Run rate required 6.8 runs per over by Australia. 5 for 170. Just 13 overs remaining in the game. Gilchrist made 2, Ponting 1. Michael Clarke 17. At that stage, Australia were a rather parlous 3 for 32 in the 9th over. Simons 42, Hayden 55, and it's resting now on Hussey on 31 and Hopes on 15. Some more from Kerry, and then once again it'll be Jim Maxwell.
You're with Grandstand.
You're listening to Grandstand's Summer of Cricket. Live from the Gabba on your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
Yuvraj bowls.
And Hussey scores a run, playing the ball away through square leg. In fact, he'll get a second as he's found the gap out there. He's keeping the board moving along, even though Australia have a very difficult task with only 5 wickets in hand. At around 7 and over from here to win the game. There's a couple of good lines from some of our listeners out there. My husband wants Simons to use the arms. If he gets suspended, he can play for the Reds. If he says he can hit it like that, as Hussey pushes through point and gets another run, if he says he can hit like that, there are at least 18 spots available for Saturday night's game. talking about, I think, particularly about the Reds' poor defence under pressure from the Brumbies when they ran the ball at them last week and scored a lot of tries. It's 5 for 173 at the cricket. Well, Yuvraj bowls, and it's pushed away by Hopes off the pad, and scrambling quickly. Dhoni prevents the run as he picks up on the onside.
There'll be a lot of talking points about this match, but the main one might be that Hussey and James Hopes pull off a miraculous victory.
Yuvraj bowls down the pitch. He miscues trying to drive thick edge to backward point, and then Gambia is there to stop it.
Suddenly there's less positive body language amongst the Indians. They were up for most of the early part, then the wickets. There were lots of love-ins. Suddenly their heads are down a bit.
Yuvraj bowls rapidly at Hopes, who punches it down the ground to long on for a single. They're chasing 259. Tendulkar top scored with 91, but for Australia, Gilchrist in his final innings here at the Gabba was caught behind in the first over for 2. As Hussey turns off his pad around the corner. No, it's gone quickly to short. Fine, he can't score. Ponting, another unconvincing effort. The pull shot this time went looping to mid-on. He was out for 1. Clark tried to pull a ball that took his off stump. He was out for 17. Hayden Simons going. Then there was a mix-up and a run-out. Hayden 55. This was with Harbhajan bowling. And then a few balls later, Simons was leg before to Harbhajan for 42. But now Hussey is 34, Hope 16, 5 for 174. Chawla is going to bowl again with 72 balls remaining, and Australia needing to score 85 to win.
Well, important over. They need to hit at least one boundary off the young leggy.
He bowls now, and Hopes is forward, back, and pushing away on the offside. He hasn't got too much of a clue about this. He's just got one big lunge at the ball. He doesn't ever use his feet. He just waits for the length and hopes he can blaze it through the field or down the ground. And now he sweeps, and that's a good shot. And that's gone out in front of square to the boundary for 4. Just a slight change of line from Chawla, and Hopes played an excellent sweep shot. Cop that. 5 for 182 in the 39th.
And I think he should do a lot more of that. Matthew Hayden was a stiff player against spin till he decided to sweep every delivery. He's a very fine sweeper, Jay Hopes. I think he should use it at every opportunity. That was a well-struck boundary.
Chawla comes in again, pitching up at Hopes, who wants a single as he pushes the ball away, and it's almost deflected by Chawla wide of cover, with Rayner over there to gather it in as he had to fall away to his left. I don't know, is it a little greasier underfoot? Is there some moisture out there? They change the ball, of course, as they always do after the 34th over. It's whiter, brighter, and it's got a wrong in here from Chawla at Hopes, who pushed forward, and it hit the pad. Don't think he's reading him. He's just relying on the lunge.
Interesting method, Pius Chawla. Don't know whether the leg spin is strong enough for him to be a real factor in 5-day cricket, but he works the wrong ones well in 1 day.
He tosses up, and Hopes drives him down to long on for a single. Gambia in there to throw it back. So that's 5 from the over. They need to be up around 7 from here to stop the rate climbing. 5 for 179. There's a bit of carry on in the deep. Harbhajan sings out there, of course, at deep backward square, and Hussey misses out as he tried to turn the ball away on the onside. Chawla finishes his 8th over for 36 runs. So we have 11 overs. That's 66 balls, and Australia need 80. 5 for 179. Simons out for 42. Hussey is now 34 and Hopes 21.
Well, this has been a terrific partnership, whatever the result. You know, when Australia plays, you're going to have to go to the wire to beat them. They rarely give in. They don't get beaten by a long way all that much. So you sense this match is going to the wire, whatever happens. India know that. They've got to be prepared for the surge that's going to come from the Australians close to the line. Dhoni's on one arm. It's been a terrific effort for him to stay on the field and keep.
Change of bowling down there.
So he has to get the bowling right now. And he's brought back Sreesanth. So it's a brave move. He can concede boundaries, but he can also bowl Jaffas. India need a Jaffa now.
5 for 179 as Srisanth goes in from the Stanley Street end. He bowls to Hopes, and Hopes pushes into the covers, but doesn't score with Rainer out there to collect the ball. So Tendulkar's been off the field since Hayden was dropped in the slips. Dhoni went to his left off Srisanth. The outside edge flicked his glove and hit Tendulkar on the point of his left shoulder, and he had to go off. He was in some pain, and that was after he battled a bit of fatigue and maybe some groin strain again, and was eventually out for 91. Srisanth gallops in and bowls. It's a short ball, nudged to backward point. Yuvraj is there. He's been predatory in the field. He's been looking to throw the stumps down at any opportunity, and at one point he unleashed and it went for 4 overthrows. But there's certainly an intent about what India are doing here tonight, and just when it looked like Hayden and Simons were going to get away, there was a run out, and then Harbhajan again picked up the wicket of Simons. Plum LBW.
There's been 2 dot balls. Srisanth's pumping himself up. What's this? Anything could happen here.
Explosion. Srisanth bowls. Hopes on the back foot. Hits him hard down towards backward point. It will be cut off as they take a couple of runs with Pravin Kumar, who took the first 3 wickets out there collecting. Hopes 23, 5 for 181.
I don't know whether there's a lot of psyche around Srisanth. He's always pumping himself up. I don't know whether it's from a base of low self-esteem, but he feels he has to lift himself. And there he is now, the fist pump as he walks back to his mark, as if he's sort of trying to steel himself for something.
Srisanth once more comes in towards Hopes, and Hopes is playing the ball in the air on the bounce to short mid-wicket. Trying to get it past Uthappa, but he couldn't. No run.
These are good dots for India. There's 3 dots out of 4 balls. And suddenly that run rate required escalates up past 7.5. And it's starting to get tough. Hopes and Hussey talk. They know they need a boundary.
It'll be one of Australia's better wins if they get out of this. We've got pretty rough and ready batting to come, as well as Lee can play at times. There's not the sting in the tail as Hopes punches the ball away from his pads to deep square. Chawla out there. They get a single. 5 for 182. We've got Lee, Johnson, Bracken and Clark to come. There's no Hogg tonight because Stuart Clark, who bowled 6 overs, played in his stead. So it's this partnership that means so much for Australia, and Hussey has played some splendidly innovative shots. Some of his reverse sweeps have been thrilling, but the reverse sweep of the day was definitely played by Sachin Tendulkar. There was an amazing shot, smashed the ball from Clark out of the boundary. Now Srisanth bowls to Hussey, and Hussey chases and drives him square of the wicket. Protection out there from Chawla, and that is the end of the over. And from that they collected 4 runs. Some refreshments being brought out for the players as we have a little break between overs. Hussey and Hopes being refreshed by the services of the drink waiters Hogg and Haddon. So quadruple H out in the middle of the ground. For Australia, 10 overs left. 5 for 183. Well, what were India off 40 overs? Jono, they were 4 for 207. Australia 5 for 183. But India did slow down. And this is interesting. Pathan is going to bowl in a moment. Hussey 35. Hopes 24. 76 needed from 60 balls.
Well, that was a very good over from Srisanth. Lots of dots. But Pathan, who's been unimpressive in the finals, And I think it's been a bit of a liability. Dhoni's tried to cuddle him, but he has to bring him back, at least for one, maybe more. But he needs a good over here, as do India. Hopes is on strike. Any width. Hopes is a terrific slapper through point. No, Hussey's on strike. So he's really got his wits about him, bowling to left and right handers. Pathan. His line has been the problem in these two one-day finals.
So, no, he just holds up Pathan with some movement. I think there's just someone moving down near the screen. Hopefully it wasn't that young Indian supporter there who's just moving alongside probably his mum. But something happened to distract Hussey, and he held up Pathan charging in from this our commentary box. And now the young lads seated and watching keenly.
He'll be up in a minute.
He might be, though, if they move the side screen. But Pathan left arm over from this Vulture Street end. Hussey is ready to go. Pathan bowls to him, and he gets a wide. That is a very wide ball outside the off stump. That helps Australia's cause. 5 for 184. And Australia, they started with the hope of getting some partnerships going, but the ball was wobbling around. They lost those early wickets. And now they're in with a rough chance. It certainly got us watching. Pathan bowls to Hussey. Hussey is behind it, pushing into the covers for a single. Just to the right of Arena, the substitute. Hussey keeps the board going pretty well. He's 36, 5 for 185. Now Hope's just checking his guard from Umpire Hill. A crowd of over 28,000. Mainly well behaved, but I think a few sections of the crowd have got a bit uppity. And I think the security's had to move in a couple of times to keep it quiet. But Pathan now with Dhoni deciding to come up over the stumps. Just an indication that he believes the batsman might be trying to pursue Pathan's bowling, get under him, maybe get adventurous and go down the pitch at him. We've got 3 men between point and cover. Pathan bowls near the pads. It's flicked around the corner neatly by Hopes for a single. He's 25, 5 for 186. Now it's up to Hussey again. This run rate required just keeps lifting a little bit more. It's over 7. So somewhere along the line in these last 10 overs, they're going to have to have a big over it too, you'd imagine, to get near this target. Hussey looks around. And he might go over mid-on. He's up. Pathan runs in and bowls to him, and he's chasing and driving through the man at cover, and they'll get a run. They won't get a second. And I don't know, it's a little bit greasy out there, but that burst straight through Rayner at cover for a single.
We've got 2 to come from Praveen Kumar at some stage. He's been the pick of the bowlers in both games, so he's the banker for Dhoni. He's got to get rid of a few others. Pathan is the concern.
Gambia's up at mid-on. Pathan bowls, and Hopes forces it down the ground. Another single. Well, they're getting the minimum of singles. They've had a wide in this over. 5 for 188 in the 41st over. The target is 259. So 71 runs required. And still got a couple of balls left in this over. Pathan moves into Hussey. Hussey chases the ball and punches it into the deep. Only a single out to Praveen Kumar. And still one more to come in this over. 5 for 189.
Well, no swing or movement at all for Pathan, and that was at 116 k's an hour. So there's nothing real, no pace. Somehow he's escaping. He's in his 7th over. He's gone for 47, but
Pathan bowls, and it's chased by Hopes and hit hard out towards Chawla in the deep. He runs in quickly, grabs it, throws it, and they're kept to a single. So what was that over worth, Jono? 7, a wide and 6 singles, or 2 and 4 singles. Anyway, 5 for 190, 69 needed from 54 balls.
I don't know who I want to be on here. because I think that Australia is still in the hunt. Yeah, look, I don't want to sit on the fence, but I just feel there's something about this partnership that could put pressure on India late. And so many, there's been so many substitute fielders out. The keeper's got one arm. No Tendulkar. So yeah, look, Australia are very much in this. I reckon this is going to the wire, and I think that this match has got some final twist.
I'd really love to give fancy gifts to my kids, but right now just a roof over their head and a hot meal, that'd be great.
You can help support a family who needs it most with ABC Gives.
Join ABC Local Radio and Food Bank to help feed vulnerable Australians.
You'll be supporting local charities to help those most in need.
Give hope to your community. Join ABC Local Radio for ABC Gives.
Donate now at abc.net.au/gives.
Be part of the Grandstand Sport team on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Search ABC Sport and see a world of great sport content for you to explore.
All right, Kerry, we'll let you hop off onto the fence for a little bit longer. He'll be back as Srisanth bowls a ball that's smashed away to deep cover. There are runs here as it's chased by Pravin Kumar to his right. 2 more to Hopes. Just a little bit more adventurous there as Srisanth gave him some width outside the off stump and he flayed a cover drive. 5 for 192. Hopes 29. Hussey 38. Ray Phillips is back.
I'm with Kerry, Jim. I think
you're on the fence.
Well, I think there's a few more twists in this game. Obviously, a lot hinging on these two players who are playing just absolutely beautifully. James Hopes and Mike Hussey, 29 and 38 respectively. But the run rate, as you've been talking about, is just over 7.5. It's fairly sizable.
Srisanth bowls short, chopped away into the gully. Quick single taken. Yuvraj throws to the bowlers and just misses the stumps. His Hopes went a bit too late. And there was half chance of a run out, but he scurried when he went. 5 for 193. We did have a little incident here earlier in the evening as another streak is on the field. Oh, my goodness. Someone's cut loose, and the security are out there. They've got hold of him, and they've grabbed him and tackled him and grappled him to the ground. And this is a distraction for the players. That's the worst of it.
Oh, it's terrible, really.
This is a big security scene. They've already bundled him up, and now the police are joining the security to round this fella up. And Brad Haddon decides to bring some refreshments out for the batsman while there's this kerfuffle.
Well, they've taken almost all their kit off, apart from their pads and other garments. They've taken their helmets and their gloves off. They've just had a bit of a break, and the two 12th men and Brad Hogg and Brad Haddon have just automatically run out because there is quite a considerable delay here. Gee, there was a lot of security guards on the ground then. There would have been 15 or 20 security guards chasing one idiot.
Now, the maximum fine for the ground invasion is $3,000. And Streaker also faces a fine for willful exposure, which is a criminal offence. But
no, that bloke didn't have any problem with that.
Now, the incident earlier in the evening was when a streaker came out, and I'll put it this way, there appeared to be contact between Andrew Simons and the streaker ended up on the floor. We'll let the match referee or whoever make some adjudication about all of that. But there is a limerick here. That cheeky man, Roy, I recall, put a streaker bare on the floor. His face remains mystery, but this date will make history, as Torfel signalled a no ball. That's from Chris Burns, Alstonville, New South Wales. Thank you for your contribution.
Good on him.
No thanks to the streaker for his, as he's been escorted, carted off the ground. It's a bit like a funeral procession, isn't it?
Well, it's obviously the fines need to be far greater. I mean, $3,000 is obviously not a deterrent.
It's $5,500 in Sydney.
And it's come at a very, very crucial time for both sides. Now, let's hope it hasn't disturbed the concentration of any of the players out there. But no doubt James Hopes and Mike Hussey, they were fairly rational about the whole thing. They knew there was going to be a bit of a delay while they took this idiot off the ground. And they, as I said, took their helmets and gloves off. The two 12th men ran out, gave them a few drinks. They've got all their gear back on, and we're all in readiness and start play again. But, I mean, it's just it's just lunacy. I mean, I think it was at some stage a bit humorous years ago, wasn't it? But it ain't now, Jimmy.
Not anymore. No.
It's not now, honestly.
No, it's a bad joke.
No.
It's not even a joke. 5 for 193. We get going again. Srisanth comes up to Hussey, and Hussey pulls a short ball down to fine leg for 4. Well, I don't know who was more put off. Maybe the bowler. But it wasn't a good delivery, and Hussey whacked it around the corner down to the fine leg boundary. 5 for 197. Gives Australia a bit more momentum. Hussey 42 and Hopes 30. A partnership of 74.
Yeah, it was a poor ball, and it certainly got what it deserved. Straying on leg stump, way outside leg stump, in fact. If Mike obviously had stood his ground, but the ball was there to hit, it would have been certainly called a wide, but he took full toll of a very, very poor delivery at a very crucial stage of the game. And it's just the run rate required has just come down ever so slightly from 7.58 to 7.29.
62 off 51.
Yeah, it's getting closer.
Now Srisanth goes in once more. He's waiting and he's punching out to backward point. Yuvraj has got the ball and he threatens to throw the stumps down again. But he doesn't unleash because the batsman stayed put. 5 for 197.
He's been lively in the field tonight, hasn't he?
Aggressive.
Very aggressive. After what we witnessed early on in the season during some of the test matches, he was quite pedestrian, but tonight he's come alive, you know.
And he was aggressive when he went out to bat. He hit Clark for a straight 6. And he did make 38. Srisanth's on his way once more to Hussey. Hussey plays the ball with a good clip through point. He should get 2. Charles coming around to pick up, and Hussey takes his total along to 44. So Hussey with 45 in the first final, and the score tonight back into some of his better form, the form that made him such a dominant scorer. High strike rate from the time he started in one-day cricket. 5 for 199. 1 delivery remaining in this 42nd over.
He's a good finisher, Mike Hussey. He needs a good ally in James Hopes. He needs to be keep doing what he's doing as well.
In comes Srisanth, and Hussey is back. He tries to cut. He's got a nick. I think he's on his way. The umpire's looking towards square leg. Did he carry? I think that's the only thing that really worries Simon Taufel here, as Hussey tried to cut that. Looked like he got an under edge. The Indian players are celebrating. The umpires are meeting. I think Simon Taufel wants to find out from umpire Hill whether or not that ball carried.
Yeah. He definitely hit it.
I don't think there's any doubt about whether or not he nicked it. And now they may be going upstairs. They are to the third umpire.
Well, which is sensible.
He just wants confirmation.
Yep.
He may have been a little bit unsighted on the bottom edge through to the keeper. And we're getting a chance to see a replay of this attempt to cut. Looked like a feathery nick. It went low.
Oh, he caught it easily.
I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Caught it easily.
Well, if Hussey survives this, it'll be a miracle. It looks the most straightforward of under edges that's gone through to the keeper. And if that's the case, Hussey's about to be given out. And it could well be the end of the game for Australia. There's still consultation going on out in the field between the 2 umpires and the third umpire, and they're looking up to the board to see what Bruce Oxenford is going to come up with. So is everyone in the crowd. They're very anxious, but it certainly looked like a straightforward catch taken low down. We're getting another look at the replay here. I mean, the judgment can only be on whether or not it carried. He can't judge on the nick. Umpire Taufel's already decided on that, and it looked like a little feathery touch.
Well, my initial reaction, Jim, that he did hit it.
Yeah.
It looked like it took a deflection.
You can see the ball just deviate.
Yeah, definitely deviated. And our replays showing that the ball carried quite easily. He caught that.
What is the delay here?
No idea.
I mean, if he hasn't nicked it, Simon Taufel wouldn't have gone to the trouble of going upstairs. That's the only thing that they can be sweating on, whether or not it carried, and we're still waiting for a decision.
Well, he can't adjudicate on whether he hit it or not, can he?
No, that's not his jurisdiction.
You couldn't go on Snicko, surely. He hit. Oh, well, I don't know.
Snicko's giving it a very, very a rough edge if there's an indication of whether or not...
But he can't adjudicate on that, though, can he?
Well, this will be very controversial. If this is not out, this will be extremely controversial, because the jurisdiction is that he can only go on whether or not the ball's carried. It's the... He's gone. Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
That's a very big wicket. And Michael Hussey, after scoring an excellent 44, a lengthy delay there. And he has been given out. Caught by Dhoni from Swissanth. And Australia's 6 for 199.
And didn't he play well, Mike Hussey? He'll be bitterly disappointed. Ball got the under edge of the bat, and it did carry quite comfortably to Dhoni. And he played very, very well for his 44 or 41 deliveries. Him and James Hope's put on 76. As we look at another replay, he looks around immediately. He knew he hit it, and Dhoni knew he hit it. Simon Torfall was unsure as to whether or not it carried. And, of course, they needed to confer, and they did. And they went to the third umpire to get an adjudication. And it did take a long time for a decision to come through. And anyway, eventually it did, as long as probably the right decision comes through for the Indians. And they're, of course, delighted. So Australia lose their 6th wicket on a 199. So that will make their task ever so slightly more difficult with Brett Lee coming to the crease. He's a very accomplished player, Brett, and he knows how to work the ball around the ground. But he's also a good hitter of the ball. We've seen him hit a number of sixes, particularly one here at one time that almost cleaned up someone out in the practice wicket area on the western side of the ground.
Carl Rackeman's daughter.
And Carl Rackeman's daughter.
Glenn Mitchell's going to come in and join you. 48 balls left, 60 required, 4 wickets in hand.
Thanks, Jim. And as Kerry did say, there may or not be some more twists in this game. Well, another wicket has fallen. They were going along quite nicely with a partnership of 76 between Hopes and Hussey. But we see Hussey on his way for 44 and joined now by Brett Lee. So do you think there are any more twists and turns in this game, Glenn Mitchell?
Town starts a new over, and a short one. Hopes goes after it and plays over the top of it. Now, there'll be a lot to come out of this game, and one of them may well be that adjudication.
It did take a long time.
But umpire Taufel, I can only understand, umpire Taufel's referred it to Bruce Oxon for the third umpire because he thinks the ball was hit. Did it carry?
Yeah.
Now, after one replay, it clearly showed the ball carried.
Yeah, but it went on and on.
They kept waiting and waiting, and obviously the third umpire has asked for Snicko. Patan bowls a slower ball, hit back down the pitch by Hopes, well fielded by the bowler in his follow-through.
But
now,
can he?
Well, you can only think that the way everything played out, the way we were looking at it...
Correct.
That he wasn't game to make a decision until he called for Snicko. So we saw 4 different angles that shows the ball carried.
Does that mean it's taken technology or even further?
Well, it has tonight.
Yeah, on that evidence, and you're quite right, on that evidence, you would have thought that was the case.
Patan goes in and bowls a slower ball again. It's driven and dropped. Out in the covers by Rayner, launched himself to his left.
Oh, it was a great
Got
effort.
a left hand to it. Then ran back and gathered it just on the field restriction circle. Cool. Could that be a turning point? 6 for 200. Hopes is up to 31.
Oh, that was a wonderful effort. Full length to his left. Just got a fingernail onto it.
It was. Rayner's been fielding there all night, substituting for Tendulkar.
James Hopes didn't quite get hold of it, did he? He just sliced it, and it just kept going away from Udapar. And what a wonderful effort. That would have been the catch of the summer.
I'm fascinated to see what the outcome of that will be. The third umpire wanting Snicko to determine whether the ball was hit after a referral for a caught behind from a field umpire.
And it has taken it further, hasn't it?
Yeah. Patan away from us again. Lee gets one on his hip and he works it down to backward square for 1. Srisanth comes in quickly and keeps it to a single as Lee opens his account. And it's 6 for 201. The equation, 58 to win of 44 balls.
Yeah, well, Liam Bracken almost got Australia home the other night in Sydney. And was it in Melbourne? And they did very, very well and just missed by 13 runs against Sri Lanka.
In Sydney.
In Sydney, yes.
Now away goes Patan once again and worked across the line by Hopes, but he can't get it past the mid-on fieldsman. Moving to his right, Gautam Gambhir Keeps it to a single, 6 for 202.
He's certainly,
Hope's 32.
He's certainly gained in confidence, James Hopes. A little bit scratchy for his first 10 to 15, but settled down with Mike Hussey beautifully, and he's hitting the ball very crisply now.
It's at 8 and over. They need one big over here, a 14 or 13 run over, where a couple of boundaries, maybe even an inside edge for 4. Something just to get this rate down a bit. It's at 8 and over at the moment as Lee faces Patan back. Defending, that won't help Australia's cause. Patan fields in his follow-through, 3 off the over. As the rate now goes over 8 runs per over required. They're scoring at 4.7. Australia 6 for 202. 57 runs needed off 42 deliveries, with Hope's 32 and Lee 1.
Yeah, what an over at this time of the night. 3 off the over.
Especially since he's been in lean form, Patan, the last
he hasn't bowled all that
matches.
No, he hasn't bowled all that well, has he? But gee, he's produced when it's required. It looks like Chala's going to come from the Stanley Street end with his leg spinners, so he's going to be bowling to the 2 right-handers now, which will suit him, as opposed to having to change his line and length and direction, bowling to the right hand and then the left hand, that of Hussey when he was in. We saw him bowl from our end, our commentary box end, and we saw him ply his trade with his leg spinners and his toppies and his wrong-uns. We won't have the benefit of that from the other end, but gee, I mean, he's very impressive, Glenn, isn't he, at the age of 19?
Incredible in the cauldron of finals cricket, having not played at all on tour prior to that match at the SCG the other night. Starts up for the first time from the Stanley Street end. Hopes on the slog sweep. Out towards deep straight mid-wicket for 4. Could this be the over which gives Australia a chance to bridge the gap significantly? They're 6 for 206 now. Hopes to 36.
That's a great shot. Slog sweep through cow corner, and you heard it crack off the bat. Beautiful shot.
It'll be the making of James Hopes if he can get Australia home here and force a decider in Adelaide. Still needing 7.8 and over. Chawla delivers once again. Hopes back and cuts, but he can't get it past Gambier at backward point.
Yeah, well, he's got 4 off the first 2 deliveries. He's got another 4 in this over, so he's got to be smart about it. You can still milk it down the ground if he gets a reasonably full delivery down the mid-on or mid-off.
Chawla comes in once again. A sweep shot by Hopes out towards deep square leg, coming in quickly. Srisanth. Both batsmen put their hands up, showing the palm to each other like traffic cops on point duty. So just a single. Hopes to 37 now. 6 for 207. 52 to win off 39 deliveries.
Yeah, that's okay. 5 off the first 3 deliveries in the over. He doesn't give it a lot of air, so it's very difficult for the batsman to use his feet to get down to him and either take him on the full or take him on the half volley.
Just one man inside the circle on the onside, Yuvraj, who's not overly mobile. He's at mid-wicket. And 3 men ringing the rope on the onside. Chawla delivers, and Lee is forward, beating the bowler, and you'll get a long single down towards long off. Charged through quickly for the first, but only 1. 6 for 209. Lee doubles his tally.
That's good cricket from Brett Lee. Just the single, just the milk it down to mid-on, mid-off. Oh, when Brett Lee is on strike, I'd gamble a little bit and bring the mid-off and mid-on up and let him go after you. He's only got to do it once, but they're going to milk him. They're just going to milk him down there.
Chawla to Hopes. He goes to sweep again. He gets it pretty fine. Down towards long leg, around from deep backward square, backing himself. Rohit Sharma.
Good running.
He picked it up one-handed there. It could have been risky had the ball just bobbled past him near the rope. 6 for 210 as they complete the second. Hopes is 39.
Yeah, good running between the wickets by the 2 Australians.
7 off the over with the ball to come. 8 off the over with the ball to come.
Yeah, been a very good over for Australia. They need to get it up around there. The required run rate is 7.95.
Chawla in once again. Hope sweeps again, but this time almost directly to Rohit Sharma at deep backward square. Just a single, but importantly, Hopes holds the strike for the next over of the innings. Australia now need 48 off 36 deliveries. So the run rate is still up over 8. 6 for 211. Hopes is 40. Lee 2 earlier. Gilchrist made 2. Ponting 1, Clark 17. And we saw Simons out for 42, Hayden run out for 55, Hussey out for 44. And at the moment, Australia with 6 overs to go, chasing 259, 6 for 211.
Very productive over that, 9 from Chawla's over. Just not quite sure that he's bowling the right the line. As you described, Glenn, just one inside the circle on the onside and then a deep long on, deep backward square. The deep backward square came into play, cutting off the sweep shots. But I just think he's got to try and keep it bowling on and outside the off stump. Anyway, we'll come back to him if he gets another over from the Stanley Street end.
This is important now. Praveen Kumar, who did the damage early, he's bowled 8 overs, has 3 for 31. 2 of those 8 overs were maidens. He had Gilchrist caught behind for 2, just playing away from his body. Ponting then mistimed a pull shot to Yuvraj at mid-on. There was joyous celebrations. And then Michael Clark went to pull one. He was... that
was an extraordinary shot.
Yeah, the ball was too full. It just clipped the top of off stump.
He just misjudged the length. I'm sure he did.
17.
And the height. It was a most extraordinary shot from Michael Clark. And no doubt he'd have a look at that and wonder why he got himself into that position.
Hopes is going to face here to Praveen Kumar with a long on, long off, straight mid-wicket and straight extra cover. So they're really trying to cover things down the ground. A short fine leg, though. So Kumar can't afford to stray into the pads of James Hopes, who faces him now. Gets one well up, a beautiful one, and he digs it out with the toe of the bat, forcing it down to Rohit Sharma at long off to move along to 41. 6 for 212. Earlier today, they won the toss, India. They batted 9 for 259. Tendulkar looked like he was heading for a 43rd century, but he got out for the 17th time in the 90s. He was out for 91.
And they're probably 30 or 40 short after the start they got, Glenn. They should have got it up around 290, 300.
3 wickets apiece to Michael Clark, who hasn't bowled often in the series, and Nathan Bracken as Lee faces Kumar, and he flicks it off his pads into the air, not that far away from Gautam Gambhir at mid-wicket. It goes out towards the deep. They take on the field out there and come back for a second. Well done, Yuvraj.
Oh, that hit the bowler's foot marks near the stumps.
Well done, Yuvraj. That's the quickest he's moved this summer.
That would have almost gone over to the eastern side of the ground to the boundary.
Nearly decapitated the keeper.
Oh, that was an extraordinary bit of cricket.
It hit foot marks 2 pitches adjacent, went over the keeper's head, and Yuvraj just stuck up the right mitt, and it stuck. Otherwise, they would have got 6 for that. They get 2. 6 for 214.
Yeah, of course, the fellow deep third man had no idea what was going on. He wasn't covering that.
Lee's up to 4. Run rate required, 7.9 and over. 45 to win off 34 balls. Crowd pretty hushed. Kumar delivers well up. Lee drives, thick inside edge. Gambhir fields at forward square. A single, 6 for 215. Lee is up to 5.
Yeah, 4 from 3 off this over. That would have been an absolute bonus, that, if they'd gone over Yuvraj then. I thought
he reacted well, though, didn't he?
Very,
he was partially blocked by the keeper. He was in the way.
Yes.
And all of a sudden the ball flew over the keeper's outstretched hand, and he reacted similarly but stopped it. 6 for 215, midway through the 45th over. Kumar to Hopes, gives him the charge. Slower ball, well bowled. Is it a wide, though? Umpire says no, Umpire Hill.
Oh, that had to be a wide, surely.
Maybe he was put off by the fact the batsman was in motion, but it was way outside off stump, and I would have thought flirting with that guideline for the umpires just in from the return crease.
Oh, well, yeah, James Hopes came down and charged him. Looked like he bowled a leg spinner. But he reached a long way
inside it.
Yeah, just. It was a photo finish.
Just inside the line.
Yeah, Brett Lee's just having a bit of a friendly chat with the umpire, Tony Hill. He just got away with it.
Important dot ball. Worth the waiting gold for India. Hopes faces Kumar. He gets a full toss and drives for 4. Straight down through. Straight hit virtually, just down the onside of the pitch. That was an important strike. 6 for 219. The equation looks a lot better now. They need 40 off 31 balls, with Hopes now 45.
Kumar just over pitching a little bit, looking maybe for the Yorker, but that was far too high to be the attempted Yorker, and James Hopes just jumped on it.
That's his highest score. His previous best was 43 in one-day cricket, James Hopes. Well done to him. What a time for it to come. A cutthroat second final as far as Australia's concerned. Kumar delivers to him again. A slower ball. Pulls it 4 more. Just over Gambhir on the edge of the circle at mid-wicket. He launched himself. He looked like Schwarzer trying to tap one over the bar, playing for the Socceroos. He went up as high as he could. He's one of the more diminutive men in the Indian 11. And it's raced away to mid-wicket for 4. And Hopes is 1 run shy at the end of the over of a maiden one-day international half-century. He's 49. 6 for 223. Lee is out there on 5. And Australia have 5 overs remaining to score 36 runs.
And you mentioned before they needed to get an over in where they got 12 or 14. That was it. And they just got over Gambier on the circle and raced across the ground to go into the boundary for 4. What a very productive over that was from Australia. And as you mentioned, James Hopes has gone to 49. And he's just really starting to blossom now. Beautiful straight drive off the full toss. Then the ball was short, and he pulled it through deep mid-wicket for 4. Very, very good shot indeed.
The boo is because the ground announcer has just indicated that Harbhajan Singh is going to re-enter the attack from the Stanley Street end. His first 8 overs, netting figures of 1 for 34. He replaces Chawla, who has bowled 9 overs, none for 45.
Yeah, it was interesting to see whether or not they were going to continue with him down at the Stanley Street end, but clearly not. Though the more experienced Harbhajan Singh's been brought into the attack. Brett Lee just needs to keep his cool. They've still got the mid on and mid off back. I would be inclined to have one up and tempt certainly Brett Lee, not so much James Hopes.
Harbhajan in it and swept here by Lee, but gathered by the fieldsman Chawla at short fine leg, and there is no run.
That was lucky as well. He's on the 30-metre circle, a couple of metres either side of him. That was 4.
Harbhajan bounces in once again, tosses up, Lee back, cuts, gets a single.
Sensible cricket.
Yep, out to Kumar at deep backward point, 6 for 224. Lee is up to half a dozen. Australia needing another 35 off 28 balls. There's a lot of the media contingent at the moment. Not too sure what they're doing flight-wise over the next 24 to 48 hours. So they have to find hotels and accommodation and flights to Adelaide, or they go home to home ports, some of them around the world. Harbhajan bounces in once again. A quicker, flatter ball. Hopes goes with a dab, and the bowler breaks 2 pitches to the offside to field. Still 6 for 224. Just 1 run off Harbhajan's first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, Harsh has been onto the travel agent 4 times during the course of the afternoon. Doesn't know whether he's going back
to his
India.
wife, Anita, too. Coming home, not coming home, coming home, not coming home. Harbhajan delivers again. Hope sweeps out towards deep square leg. They go through for 1. Ball gathered. Just a single. Gathered out there by Rayner, one of the many substitutes. And well done to James Hopes. For the first time in one-day cricket, he's 50 not out. He goes mid-pitch to shake hands with Brett Lee. 34 needed off 26 deliveries. James Hopes an even 50 not out off 69 balls with 4 boundaries.
Yeah, he's played very, very well. He was going along really nicely with Mike Hussey. And similarly now with Brett Lee, they've put on 25. Very vital partnership.
Harbhajan to Lee, forward driving, but he won't get a single. Out towards extra cover, fielded by Srisanth.
Yeah, not a bad over this, just 2 so far with 1 to come in the over.
Run rate required back to 7.9 and over. In fact, it's just ticked over now. They've updated it, 8.2 and over. Harbhajan's next delivery to Lee, down the leg side, flicked fine, may have come off the pad, peeling for LBW. Harbhajan, the umpire says leg by, as Lee scampers to the non-striker's end. 6 for 226.
Just got away with that.
33 to win, 4 overs to come. And to bring us home on ABC Local Radio in a moment, alongside Ray Phillips, it'll be Jim Maxwell.
You're with Grandstand.
You're listening to Grandstand Summer of Cricket.
Grandstand Summer of Cricket.
Live from the Gabba on your home of cricket. ABC Local Radio.
Oh, we've got a good finish coming up. Just the 4 overs remaining. 24 balls to get what do they need, James? 33, I beg your pardon.
33 of 24.
Yeah, very exciting finish, and the crowd seems to have lifted as well. They've come to life. It's been a very good innings from James Hopes to follow up the Mike Hussey innings.
He might be targeting Praveen Kumar again. Whacked him for a couple of 4s in the last over. And he was thinking of coming up to the stumps there. He's got protection at long on, long off, deep mid-wicket. 3rd man deep cover. And this could be a pretty important over in the scheme of things.
And it's all a little bit tense now, isn't it? Making sure that the field is in the right position. And they'll just slow it up a little bit here.
So Pravin Kumar runs in and bowls a ball that's pitched up. It's a Yorker, and it's dug out into the pitch for a run down the ground. Just a single, as he did very well there. Brett Lee getting onto the front foot, hit it hard into the pitch and made it difficult for Kumar to stop it.
It was a good delivery.
Hopes is on strike, and the keeper is up to the stumps. Now Hopes is looking around. He's hoping he can get the length to dispose of the ball. Get under it. Mid-wicket might be the region. Where will he go? Kumar bowls to him, and he smashes the ball away towards mid-wicket. Didn't really get hold of it. Just a single out into the deep.
Yeah,
he dragged it.
He wasn't happy with himself then. It was a rank full toss. Just a little bat on that, and goes down because the fieldsman's inside the circle, just backward of square, just backward of Simon Torfel. Get a little bit of bat on that, it goes for 4. Just using the pace of the bowler. But easier said than done, of course.
They need more than 8 and over now. So a couple of boundaries required somewhere soon. Kumar bowls to Lee. Lee back and cuts on the bounce. Yuvraj is there and threatens to throw, but then thinks better of it because there's no one to stop it running away for an overthrow. And he holds onto the ball. So 2 runs from 3 balls in this over. Tension rises.
Well, Brett Lee's been in a fair number of pressure cooker situations under these conditions, so he knows what's required.
Here comes Kumar. He bowls to Lee. Lee swings. He's bowled. He's bowled him. He hit right across that and missed it. Kumar gets his 4th wicket, and Indian hope soar again. 7 for 228. And it's a very big wicket for India and for Pravin Kumar, who was under a little bit of pressure there, but his change of pace
he just held
deceived him.
Yeah, he actually rolled his fingers across the ball in motion of a leg spinner. It didn't turn at all. Maybe Brett Lee played for the spin, but it went straight on. It was a very good change-up ball from Kumar, and he's bowled very nicely tonight, pick up his 4th wicket. Brett Lee was going along quite nicely with James Hopes. Put on 29. But things change again as we see. Is this Mitchell Johnson? Mitchell Johnson's coming out to join James Hope. So a couple of banana benders together at the crease, as we saw earlier in the night with Matthew Hayden and Andrew Simons. We've got them back on track after Australia lost 2 and 3 early wickets. So Mitchell Johnson comes out to join James Hopes. 7 for 228. So it's been a very productive over again. 2 singles off the first 2 balls, a dot ball, and then that vital wicket. So it is a very tense moment.
31 needed, 3 wickets left, and 2 balls in this over. Now, Mitchell Johnson hasn't had the happiest final series, although he's bowled very well with a red ball, and in the earlier matches in this series he bowled some excellent spells. Today he bowled a number of wides. Unfortunately, he was just a little astray with his control, and now he has the task as he takes his guard from umpire Hill of it, well, at least getting Hopes on strike. But at some point, if Australia are to pull this out, they've got to club a few boundaries or a couple of 6s. It's a big task. Big task. And Kumar's on a high after getting his 4th wicket. 4 for 45. Here he comes around the wicket to Johnson, and Johnson comes forward and chips the ball away off the bottom of his bat. Dug it out, and off he went. So 7 for 229, and Kirio keeps back for the last rites of this game and maybe of the series.
Yes, well, big moment for James Hopes here. You dream of making yourself a hero and winning a game for Australia when you're in the backyard playing against your mates or playing by yourself. You often do win a game for Australia. James Hopes has the winning of this game in a few hits. He's going to have to pick his ball. He's strong enough. He's up against Kumar, who's bowled pretty well.
Last ball of the over, Kumar in, and Hopes drives him and miscues it. Didn't go anywhere. Chopped it straight into the pitch. It couldn't get the single, and that's a good over for India and for Pravin Kumar, who's bowled his 10 overs, 4 for 46. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 46. It's pretty simple here. 18 balls left, 30 required by Australia.
Well, it looks a tall order, but Mitchell Johnson's a free hitter. Bracken is good in tight situations. James Hopes is on terms with the pace of the pitch. There's a lot of senior players having a chat out there amongst the Indians. Who bowls? It's going to be Harbhajan Singh. It's his last over. He's bowled terrifically well. Gone for 4 and over on this pitch is pretty good. Mitchell Johnson's just going to have to pick his ball here to take this series to a third final in Adelaide. Don't know whether he can, but we've seen him clear a few boundaries this summer, Mitchell Johnson. I don't know whether he'll be feeding Hopes to strike. I'd be more inclined to let Johnson's free hitting rule here, because Hopes isn't, you know, he looks as if he's going to punch gaps. Johnson is such an elastic athlete. I love the way he moves in the field. I love the way he picks the bat up. I just say, yes, have a crack at this turban and see what happens. It only take 2 sixes in a couple of balls and the match turns completely.
Well, Harbhajan Singh has been such a important personality around the game. He's attracted a lot of attention. Maybe he's created a fair bit of it, but he's done his fair share with the ball, you'd have to say, in the last 2 games. Got Simon's LBW tonight. Around the wicket to Johnson. He's edging. That's 4. Well, it wasn't intended, but he'll take it. He pushed forward at a quickish delivery, and that's what Harbhajan's doing at the moment. He's really ripping them through, and that was as good as a drive through the covers. It snicked, flew down to the boundary for 4.
This is so going to the wire, this game. There's 26 off 17. And that nick, it's as good as a full-blooded swat down the ground. 1 bounce 4.
Straight to slip, but he wasn't there.
Yeah, look. From an Australian, I just think he's got to swing big, Mitch Johnson. Back himself.
Harbhajan tries again, and Johnson drives the ball back. And Harbhajan stops it as he slips a little in his follow-through. Srisanth's gone very fine at short third man on the edge of the circle. He's got to get, well, got to get 1 minimum. Harbhajan bowls to Johnson now, and he drives the ball away. And he might get a couple for this because the man's deep, Chola, and as he comes in from deep mid-wicket to fling it back, Johnson's easily home for 2 runs. 7 for 235. 24 runs needed. 15 balls.
And this is good because Stoney's gesturing for these boundary riders to come in a little bit. I think if you draw them in with a couple of shots along the ground and then Johnson tees off, they're in now 10 metres, both of them. Can he go over mid-wicket?
Harbhajan once again, and Johnson takes the ball around the corner to backward square, and there's a good save by Tiwari, who's on the field. Substitutes all over the place. He's at short, fine leg, and he dived and cut off the stroke as they took a single. Johnson is 8. Hopes 51, top scorer. Oh no, Hayden top scorer with 55, but Hope's best one-day score. The screen's moving because Harbhajan will bowl over the wicket. So what's Hopes do here? Is he going to take him on down the ground?
Well, I think he's got to take him on down the ground. He'll probably sweep him, but I'd take him on back over his head.
Harbhajan bowls, and he's inside out, miscuing, thick inside edge. Look out, go back. There's not a run there, as he was very nearly bowled there. Pitched right up, thick inside edge, past the stumps to short fine, and they couldn't score.
Well, that's a good dot ball. A nice change of pace from Harbhajan. Howard hasn't bowled him, nobody knows. This is the one. It's got to go to the boundary.
Harbhajan, last ball of the over, and Hopes swings at it and hits it hard to backward square. He'll get a single. He's got a single, and he's got 12 balls remaining in the game here for Australia to try and pull this one out. 22 needed from 2 overs for Australia to stay alive in this final series. Hopes 52, Johnson 8. Earlier Gilchrist made 2, Ponting 1, Clark 17, Hayden run out for 55, Simons 42, Hussey 44, and Lee 7. There are lots of conferences going on at the moment before we get underway, because they have to decide who is going to bowl this over. Srisanth still has 2. Patan has 2. Harbhajan's finished his 10. He has 1 for 44. and it looks like Srisanth is going to come on, is it? Yes.
Wow, and this is Australia's big chance because he's coming from an end he hasn't bowled from. He's just crossed himself. He'll pump his fists. He has to lift himself, Srisanth. His psyche is on a knife's edge all the time. If he loses it, Australia can belt him for a few fours and get over the line here. He's pumping his right hand. One big blow to get him from behind early in the over, and Australia are a chance of mowing this down. Now, James Hopes has to get an early blow away, first or second ball for 4 or maybe 6. Put Srisanth behind, let his psyche take over, and anything could happen.
Well, this is the finish you dream about when you're watching a one-day game. As Srisanth goes flying in and Hopes swings into it and smashes it for a single. Down to long off. There was a slight fumble, then quick retrieval down there by Rohit Sharma. A single. So now it's up to Johnson to at least get a single to put Hopes back on strike. But 21 of 11.
No, I don't think it's all about strike anymore. One of them has to hit a boundary. They've agreed that. Johnson's a free hitter. There's a long on. He's got to take him on. There's still 2 in the sheds. He's got to swing as big as he can here.
Srisanth goes in and bowls, and Johnson swings and misses the ball outside the off stump. Has he nicked it? He's nicked it. He's out. He had a big swing and he's got an edge. Srisanth has the wicket. It's 8 for 238, and India move closer to wrapping up this final series with the wicket of Johnson. He was trying to blast the ball, but he's been caught by Dhoni for 8, and Australia still need 21 runs, and they've got 9 balls remaining.
Well, he had to go for it. It was done by a change of pace from Srisanth. He swung a little too early, got an under edge, just as Hussey had, and Dhoni did the rest. Dhoni's been terrific behind the stumps. He's on one arm. He got 30 odd with the bat. He's worked every bowling change to perfection, and he's got his team to within an over or so of taking the series 2-0. They still have to finish the Indians. Harbhajan's talking to Srisanth. Bracken's in. He's good in tight finishes. Hopes is still there. But boundaries have to come, and now there's lots of... He's looking to the sky, Srisanth. He'll pump his right fist. He's blessing himself multiple times. There's a lot of bling as well, isn't there? I don't know whether I want to coach this bloke. I don't think I'm going to get the chance.
Well, the young Indian team, they've surprised them, I think, even themselves, the way they've come through this competition to this point, where they're just about to deliver a stunning win. And MS Dhoni is the man. He was after they won that 2020 competition in South Africa, and he'll be going back to India a hero again if they pull this off, and it's looking more and more likely. 9 balls left. 21 required. Nathan Bracken is out there as Srisanth comes running in towards him, and Bracken plays the ball away towards a mid-wicket and gets a run down the ground, and this opens up the chance for Hopes to take the bowling on. 8 for 239. 20 required from 8 deliveries.
Has to hit at least 2 boundaries off the final 3 balls of this over. The catfish. He can be the hero. It'll be interesting if India do prevail here. The emotion will spill over amongst the players. This has been a trying tour. I can see a lot of emotion if they do take the win.
Srisanth goes in now. No, he doesn't. He lost it 3 parts down the track, and he's going to go back and start again. Anti-climax there for the crowd, and maybe a little nervousness there as he got close to the landing zone. He aborted.
Did Srisanth start with the black skins on his elbows? He seems to have changed the colour of his skins. So I'd say umpires and players might have intervened there. There was a lot of darkness around his hands.
He tries again. Penultimate ball of the over. It's to Hopes. He comes in. And Hopes gets a change of pace and he misses it. Well bowled by Srisanth. He deceived Hopes. And he had a swat at it, but didn't connect. Didn't hit it out of the ground. I'm sure that was in his mind to blast it. So there are only 7 balls left. Oh, 8 balls, are there? Oh. Well, I miscounted one there. Anyway.
Beautiful change of pace, though. He's blessed himself a lot, but it's working. I'm going to try it next time I'm over an 8-foot putt.
But 8 balls remaining. Sorry. Yeah. Still need 20. Here's Srisanth once more. He bowls a ball that swung hard.
Oh.
And that's going for 6.
Oh.
That has gone into the crowd for 6 over straight mid-wicket. That is a tremendous strike by James Hopes to keep Australia alive, perhaps. They need 14 from 7 balls.
Well, Harbourjan's raced to Srisanth. He says, no, I've got it under control. Dhoni's coming up. It's all on the line here. He is a flighty individual, Srisanth. This next one could go anywhere. If Hopes was to clear the ropes again, Australia are going to win it. Well, lots of discussion. Anything, if he bowls the wrong length, Catfish can hit. And he's really middle that. He's practicing a slower ball. I'd go slower ball, but if you get it wrong...
Wow.
He tried to jam him up around middle and leg, but it just found the right length for Catfish to play that slog across the line. Now this is perhaps the most important ball of the one-day series from Srisanth.
You can imagine Hopes will be having another fling here. He takes his guard again from umpire Hill. The crowd full of expectation. Away he goes. Srisanth bowls and Hopes gets a slower full toss and he drives it down to long off. He'll have the strike for the last over. And Australia will need 13 runs off the last over to pull this game out of the fire. Oh, what drama here. And who is going to bowl that last over? Harbhajan has finished. Is it going to be Irfan Pathan?
Oh, hope so. Could it be the 19-year-old leg spinner, Piyush Chawla?
It's Pathan.
Pathan! We're going to Adelaide. I'm sorry, but this... Dhoni's backed himself into the corner, and unfortunately the bloke charged with the last over is the bloke that's least confident about the way he's been going in this final series. Was that a hard mark? He's got none for 153 from 15 overs in the final series. He wouldn't be my go-to man in this over. I'd have gone with the leggy. Still,
you always favoured leggies.
If he gets a wicket, he could have one for 153 for the finals.
So it's all on the line in this last over. Yeah. 13 needed. Hopes 60. Bracken at the non-strikers end. He'll be happy to stay there and watch Hopes hit a few boundaries.
Here we go.
Pathan. Oh. No, he doesn't. He starts and he stops. More anti-climax here.
It doesn't fill you with confidence. He doesn't want to run in. Catfish is in the frame here. The first ball, if it can disappear over the rope or to the rope, wow. I'm tipping wide. Am I a bit hard on Earth?
Over cover, that's where it'll probably go.
And that's where he slices over point. Any width, he'll nail it over point's head, the Catfish.
So they stop, they start, and now they go. Pathan's on his way. He bowls to Hopes, who charges and drives the ball away down to third man. They have one. They won't take on the throw. Gambier's got it, throws it back. They need 12. 5 balls left, and Bracken has the strike. Hopes throws his head back there, disappointed that he couldn't guide the ball somewhere for at least 2.
Oh, thank goodness a New South Welshman's on strike. Well, we had somebody who's going to get the wooden spoon in the Pura Cup trying to win. The finalist is out there. He's already won a Pura Cup for New South Wales here, Nathan Bracken, batting with Stewie McGill. Can he nail one out of the ground?
Probably
French cut for 4 is probably what he needs.
That would be hurtful.
Well, Patan, 5 balls to go. He comes into Bracken. Bracken drives it, hits it in the air. He could be caught at mid-wicket. He's out. He's caught. He's chipped the ball away on the onside. And batsmen have crossed, so Hopes will be on strike as he tried to punch that ball away to the onside. He's lifted it and he's holed out. It's 8 for 247. Bracken's out for 1. He bowled his little left-arm orthodox spinner at him and he chipped it and he just couldn't quite clear. Was it Rayner going back out there on the onside? I think it was Rayner out there on the onside. He's taken that catch running back at mid-wicket. So Nathan Bracken goes for 1. Caught by the leggy. Chawla, was it? Chawla running back. Well, it was a good running catch. He didn't quite get hold of it. But the game's not over yet because Stuart Clark's coming out.
Yeah.
And the batsman crossed. So, well 12 needed from 4.
12 from 4, and well done, MS Dhoni, because Patan was the obvious go-to man here. And he's delivered, as most good judges would have thought. But Stewie Clark, he can clear the ropes, but clever change of pace, good catch by Piyush Chawla. He offers a little bit to this team in the field. He's got a good arm and he held that. That was a lot of pressure. But who have we got on strike?
Hopes is on
Catfish. Catfish Hopes.
Yep, 12 to win. 4 balls remaining. It's been a very tense evening here. A crowd of almost 30,000. And James Hopes carries all of those for Australia. And he's looking around the field. Where can he nail a boundary or a 6? Here's Patan. He bowls to Hopes. Hopes drives it down the ground towards long off. They have 1. They're thinking of 2. They take the throw on and they get home for 2. Hopes, to be sure, dived in as Yuvraj threw from down there at long off. 10 from 3.
If this goes for 6, and I tell you what, I don't know whether Patan knows where to bowl here. He doesn't want to get too wide of off stump. He's a great slicer over the top. He'll look to go over long off, James Hopes. There are 2 boundary riders leg side. Don't know whether he'll drift pads. I think Hopes is going to try and go back over his head or long off.
Now Patan once more comes up and Hopes is down the pitch and he swings. He hits it hard. He's out. He's caught by Chawla at mid-wicket. The game's over and India have won. The Indian players rush out from the rooms. Dhoni has a stump. And they are celebrating. They're up and bouncing and jumping around. They are having a wonderful time out there. And the Indian fans in the crowd are cock-a-hoop as well. It's a huge win for India here. The final triangular series in Australia has gone to India. Hopes tried hard to get Australia home. In the end, they've lost the game by 9 runs with a couple of balls to spare. It's all over for Australia. They were the hot favourites going into the finals, and they've been beaten decisively in the first final. And really, they were playing from behind all the way through their innings after losing 3 top-order wickets. There's hugs and embraces, a huge outpouring of emotion. And you can imagine that Harbhajan Singh's in the thick of it all. And they're doing a jig out there at the moment. They're having a victory dance on the ground as their officials come out to join them on the field. A huge performance by India to upset Australia, and the rather forlorn figure of Ricky Ponting just wandering out onto the ground with his Australian team. They have been beaten in both these matches, just as they were last year, by England. So congratulations to India. Congratulations to James Hopes for his tremendous effort that got Australia so close. But in the end, Hopes taking on Patan was caught at straight mid-wicket. And India have won this game with 9 runs and 2 balls in hand.
Well, tremendous emotion out there. Dhoni, he can't lift his arm. Tendulkar can't lift his left shoulder, but they're in that victory huddle, hurting like hell, but still embracing each other. And Harbhajan Singh just kept pointing to his heart and pumping his chest with his hand. Handshakes all around, the Australians going through. There's been a lot of ill temper throughout the summer, but finally handshakes. And India, having endured so much throughout the summer, have taken the one-day series.
And it's good to see Tendulkar down there on the ground, having left the field with his sore shoulder. And a sign for rest. Adam Gilchrist has been flung over the balcony from above, indicating that perhaps Gilchrist's got rather large ears. But he's got an incredible record to look back on. It wasn't very happy for him tonight, out for just 2, as Harbhajan makes a defiant gesture towards the crowd, and mainly Indian supporters in front of him as he comes off the ground. He's pumping the air with a stump in his hand, and the Indian team will be having a big celebration, and with some relief, because if they had to back up for a third game, they had a lot of wounded players to patch up. So disappointment for Australia. The world champions in the one-day game, they've been upstaged by this young Indian side, and it's been a meritorious victory for them. And Quentin Hull, I can see down there somewhere in the throng, and hopefully be able to catch up with someone in a moment as the players come back off the field now. We'll have a presentation shortly for the player of the series, of the finals. And just looking at my clock here to see what we are going to do. But it's 9:25 local time, and a famous victory really for India. And Australia's inauspicious record, poor record on this ground, continues. They've now played in 30 one-day internationals at the Gabba. They've won 14 and lost 13. Only the second time that that they have won against Australia on this ground, repeating their success from 4 years ago. Well, Kerry, a stirring final, but India always had their noses in front in the last part of the game.
Yeah, well, it was a good toss to win. There have been 3 one-day internationals played in March at the Gabba, and all 3 have gone to the team that bats first. So India, 258, looked under par, but this was a final. And Praveen Kumar, who's been held back until late in the summer, took 4 wickets of very skillful and intelligent seam bowling. He was the difference. He got the 3 main men out, Gilchrist, Ponting and Clark. Came back to take out Lee. He, for mine, was the man of the match. Terrific effort from him, Praveen Kumar. But an enthralling game. Tendulkar masterful with 91. Australia, loose shots early, recovered through the Queenslanders, Simons and Hayden, and Hopes at the end. Almost got them over the line. But in the end, they just lost a regular enough wickets to keep India with their noses in front, and eventually 9-run winners.
I was watching the Australian team in the last over or two, and there were shots of them getting very excited when Hopes clouded that massive 6 from the bowling of Srisant. And almost every player was up except for one sitting at the back, Ricky Ponting. He looked shattered, actually, just sitting there watching the game. I'm sure he's in a state of disbelief at not only the fact that his team has lost, but with it all, his form is really, apart from that one glowing innings, has been appalling.
And the shots he's been playing to get out have just been un-Ponting-like. They've been distracted, they've been loose, there's been an indifference to the situation. Something's going on inside the captain's mind. It has to be addressed. A rest will probably be of great benefit. This has been a tumultuous summer for Ricky Ponting. In the end, there were Test Series 1 early on. There was the Chapel Hadley Trophy 1, but they couldn't sustain it, just as they couldn't last year when England jumped them in the final one-day series. So, a terrific summer. I've really enjoyed it. But in the end, India they did so much hard work throughout the season. Eventually, they got their award in this second final to take the series. They deserved it, and we saw the outpouring of emotion at the end. They really wanted this one. They've been the rounds of the kitchen ever since they arrived, criticised. Look, they've been provocative as well. But in the end, I think they were going to leave with nothing, but they've left with the one-day trophy.
Well, really, apart from the first test where they looked horribly underprepared, and the game in Sydney where they snatched defeat from the jaws of a draw, and from that point on, the win in Perth, a strong performance in Adelaide, and they've been around in the one-day series, and to blood a 19-year-old leg spinner against the world champions in a final. And having with figures of none for 33 the other night and none for 45 here, and he took the last 2 catches.
He's good
as well. Yeah, and I think there's been a triumph for youth in this series over some pretty solid experience that really just failed to deliver with the top order batting in the decisive matches. And I think we're still in a state of shock about the failure of some of Australia's batsmen in this game.
The funny thing is, Jim, that India will reflect on their summer and think that if they got the better end of the pineapple in Sydney with the umpiring, they'd have won Sydney, won Perth and won the series. So they'll look back when they go home and say, we should have won the Test series as well. So they'll look at it from their angle. But Dhoni was brave. They brought in young players and new players for the one-dayers. Ganguly and Dravid were sent home and they've won it.
Just a few of ABC stations are leaving us at this point. Australia have gone down by 9 runs. India have won the final series 2-0. Australia all out for 249 in reply to India's 9 for 258.
If you can't tell by the inspirational music, International Day of People with Disability is upon us. On December 3, we recognise the contributions and achievements of over 4 million Australians with disability. Hi there, I'm comedian Madeline Stewart, and I'm a proud person with disability. Right now, you can check out some great content right across the ABC, on radio, TV and online that celebrates and highlights contributions of people with disability, just like me.
ABC Sport on Social is your sports conversation on the go. Video, player insight and analysis. This is the content you never knew you needed. Get ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
Live across Victoria.
On the ABC Listen app.
Your smart speaker.
And on your radio.
This is ABC Radio Melbourne and Victoria.
In your town, your suburb.
This is the Conversation Hour.
Every 4 years, we fall in love with our Olympic and Paralympic athletes. And over the weeks, we learn their stories of hard work and dedication.